Lämpimästi tervetuloa ensinnäkin Vaasa Future Festival viikon tapahtumaan. Voisin sanoa, että tänä vuonna on kyllä äärimmäisen poikkeuksellisen suurin tähän saakka koskaan Vaasa Future Festivalin ohjelma osallistujamäärineen. Ja lämpimästi tervetuloa, please be welcome to the University Day. Lämpimästi tervetuloa tähän yliopiston järjestämään tieteen, opetuksen ja yhteiskunnan kohtaamisen yliopistopäivään. Kanssani täällä ovat
Mika Grundström, Vaasan yliopiston tutkimuksesta vastaava vararehtori. Tervetuloa myös omasta puolestani ja ilo nähdä teidät näin runsaslukuisina paikalla.
Ja Tanja Risikko, Vaasan yliopiston vararehtori, vastaan koulutuksesta ja sidosryhmäsuhteista, Vice Rector for Education and Stakeholder Relations.
Olemme valmistelleet muutaman sanan yliopistosta vauhdittaakseen päivää. We prepared some words about the university to get day started. Vaasan yliopisto sijaitsee käytännössä juuri sillä alueella, mikä haluamme, että viestimme on tulevaan maailmaa varten. Our university is located exactly for the area, geographic area, what we want to be our message to be shared for the world. Jos katsotte kuvaa, niin siinä on vihreä ja sininen. Our mission is to save the green and blue. Sijaitsemme Unescon maailmanperintöalueella ja tämän perintömme me haluamme jättää niin, että teemme tiedettä, opetusta sitä varten, miten yhteiskunta, maailma pystyy säilyttämään vihreän ja sinisen. Teemme sitä energiatransition, erityisesti liiketalouden ja kestävän yhteiskunnan välinein. Ja siksi sijaintimme juuri täällä, our location exactly here, what is one of the strongest energy cluster areas in Europe, is exactly right for us. We are operating with 4 schools. Meillä on 4 akateemista yksikköä, laskentatoimi, rahoitus, johtaminen, viestintä ja markkinointi, tekniikka ja innovaatiot. Ja näillä yhdistelmillä me toteutamme koulutuksen ja opetuksen missiotamme. Mika, tutkimuksesta.
Kiitos Minna. Tosiaan meidän tutkimuksen keihäänkärjet kulkee näiden schoolien erityisesti tutkimuskärkinä talouden, tekniikan ja yhteiskunnallisten ilmiöiden tutkimisessa. Sen lisäksi meidän monitieteiset alustat tarjoavat ympäristön, jossa sitten nämä eri tieteenalat kohtaavat ja näkevät myöskin sen, millä tavalla me konnektoidumme ja integroidumme siihen muuhun maailmaan, jossa sitä tutkimustulosta kaivataan ja halutaan. Meidän tutkimusalustat ovat InnoLab, Digital Economy. Sitten meillä on aika varmasti tässä keskiössä tämän viikon osalta WEPIC, joka on meidän energiatutkimusalusta. Ja sen lisäksi kuulette tänään myöhemmin myöskin meidän uudesta Resilienssi PrEP-tutkimusalustasta, joka keskittyy nimenomaan niihin asioihin, jotka yhteiskunnan, esimerkiksi huoltovarmuus, tarvitsee, jotta se, mitä meillä on, tämä arvokas yhteiskunta, säilyy sellaisena, kun me sen haluamme säilyvän.
Ja toteuttaaksemme tätä missiotamme tänä kesänä saimme valmiiksi aluetta ja Suomea varten konsernin rakentamisen alulle yhdessä ammattikorkeakoulun kanssa. Me haemme sitä, että me kasvamme yhdessä merkittävästi aluetta Suomea varten ja erityisesti niin, että me olemme se yliopistokonserni, joka on tutkimuksessa ja opetuksessa yritysintegroitunut. Ja malliesimerkki siitä Suomelle, Euroopalle ja kansainvälisesti. Sen lisäksi korostettakoon, että yliopistojen kuntotutkimuksessa yliopisto saavutti ensimmäisen position 3. kertaa peräkkäin Suomessa. Mielestäni tämä on osoitus siitä, että pieni voi olla vaikuttava, ketterä, tehokas, juuri sellainen kuin yliopistojen ja julkisen sektorin tällä tavalla vaikuttavien organisaatioiden tulee olla. Missiomme olemme rakentaneet strategiassa nimenomaan energiatransition, kestävän liiketalouden ja kestävän yhteiskunnan kolmioksi. Ja kolmiona ja toteutuksena tämä on vahva. Mielestämme tämä on juuri se, mitä yhteiskunta tarvitsee. Pienemmät strategiset fokusalueemme näette tässä kuviossa ympärillä. Ja niiden tarkoitus on koko ajan pystyä kehittämään tutkimusta niin, että näissä tutkimusalueissa olemme vaikuttavia kansainvälisesti ja kotimaisesti. Ja tämä elää ja kehittyy koko ajan. Ja tästä erityisesti opetuksen näkökulmasta Tanja, ole hyvä.
Kiitos. Vaasan yliopisto on fokusoitunut yliopisto ei pelkästään puheissa, vaan myös teoissa. Kaikki meidän koulutusohjelmamme, maisteriohjelmamme voidaan sijoittaa ja on sijoitettu tämän strategiakolmion ympärille. Eli me käytännössä toteutamme tutkimukseen perustuvaa opetusta näillä fokusalueilla monitieteisesti. Kauppatieteiden, tekniikan, hallintotieteiden ja viestinnän yhteiskuntatieteiden alueella. Strategia tehdä näin on osoittautunut toimivaksi, menestyksekkääksi. Kasvuluvut ovat suurimmat Suomessa, 25% vuodessa. Ja muistakaa, kun täältä lähdette, Vaasan yliopisto on suurin kauppatieteen yliopistokouluttaja Suomessa jo toista vuotta peräkkäin maisteritutkintojen määrällä mitattuna. So Vaasa University is today for the second year in a row the biggest business educator in Finland.
Ja kansainvälistä vaikuttavuutta haemme koko ajan olemalla yliopistojen käytännössä rahoitusmarkkinoilla. Haemme kansainvälisiä akkreditointeja. Näistä mainittakoon viime vuonna saavutimme EACSP:n, joka on business-liiketaloustieteen puolen kansainvälisesti todella korkeatasoinen akkreditointi, ja se käytännössä tarkoittaa, että olemme 5% maailman parhaan joukossa. Meillä on lisäksi EFMD ja ASIN, ja nämä tarkoittavat sitä, että olemme aivan huippuja omalla alallamme. Tällä hetkellä haemme EQUista, joka sitten on vielä vaativampi, ja tästä toivomme tietysti positiivisia uutisia vuoden lopussa. Kansainvälisissä rankingeissa olemme mukana oikeastaan kaikissa, missä voimme olla, ja näistä merkitys on se, ei niin, että ne yksin ratkaisevat, vaan se, että tällä tavalla benchmarkkaamme koko ajan meidän kehitystä ja sijaintia globaaleilla opetus- ja tutkimusmarkkinoilla. Merkittävimpänä viime vuonna saavutimme Shanghai Sectoral Business Administration rankingissa maailman 22. position ja Suomen 1. Jätimme Aallon ja Hankkenin taaksemme, ja tässä nimenomaisesti poikkitieteellinen yhteistutkimus eri alojen ja meillä tekniikan ja energian kanssa on se, joka vei meidät näiden ohi. Ja tähän uskomme, koska globaalisti mikään ongelma ei ole yhden tieteenalan oma, vaan ne ovat poikkitieteellisiä, haasteellisia ongelmia. Meidän sijainti, Vaasa, Euroopan vahvin energiaklusteri, on se, joka antaa sen pohjan meille kertoa, mikä meidän merkitys yhteiskunnassa on. Ja tässä teemme Vaasassa aivan uskomattoman hyvää yhteistyötä. Tämä on se ympäristö, joka todella näkee viennin, kansantalouden kehittymisen, maailman tukemisen, pelastamisen arvon. Ja nämä yhtiöt, kaupunki, sidosryhmät ovat kaikki se avain siihen, että voimme tehdä tätä työtä. Eli lämpimästi tervetuloa Vaasaan, Vaasa Future-festivaaliin, joka on käytännössä Suomen yksi kaikista unikeimmista ponnistuksista Suomen kehittämiseksi yhdessä.
Okay, folks, I'm back. I'm still Mika Grundström, Vice Rector for the Research at the University of Vaasa, and I welcome to our opening session that deals with the energy transition. It might be that after these few days, some of us will be Mr. Energy Transmissions, and this is something that we actually try to gain as well in thinking of what is a thought leadership in this area. And there are several candidates at the university for that one, and I welcome you to talk and challenge those experts. This is going to be something that actually adds value to our process. It actually drives us and excels our thinking in looking for what is actually the next thing that challenges us, our society, technology, or business. And this is something that actually works as a prelude for today and for coming days, also for tomorrow, which is going to be heavily on the energy Sampo and Vaasa district. At the end of the day, I welcome you to the workshop that is organized by the university to discuss what are then the practical things that we can take together and forward together. I think I had some more slides on that. Okay. So you see the Energy Transition Valley term few times during this team days, and this is something that with the team we have developed to capture the mindshare and be able to communicate the thing that we think actually drives the change in this context. And this is a phenomenon that is not local, national, it's a phenomenon that is European-wide and global. And you see this in many, many endeavors that we take, whether it's a research or whether it's a business of your company or whether it is your solution as a third sector actor to these problems or questions that are in hand to solve those. That entails legislation, how you run those things and so forth. So University of Vaasa mission is to maximize the joint effort in R&D. That's why our rector earlier talked about the integrated research together with the companies and the third sector. And later today, Jan probably will pitch a little bit about how the innovation cycle works, which is also something that actually is maybe not so linear as we might think as a human thinking perspective. But also we come and want to be performing and excelling with the speed. So that is one element that maybe nationally we have not been so good at, and we discussed this culture and how this culture could evolve also to enable us to be more in this sector, acting as we are expected to act, being one of the leaders in this area. There are a few elements that I've listed there as tools for how we can do that. And of course, there are classical joint research projects, classical in the sense that, okay, let's do that also integrated. There are tools to do doctoral education together. That means a CODOC model for the University of Vaasa, for example, which allows us to set the targets upfront with the student and prospective recipient of those results. And this is something that is completely new, and this is something that is specifically designed at the University of Vaasa. I spare only one more slide, and then I give it to Jan, so we have the excellent panel to start. And still, as a vice rector for the research, I need to tell why we think that we are good in certain things. And as a researcher, then you have a research. And that this is a research that we have done for our research assessment evaluation, which is something that we carry out every 5 years. And when we actually refer to our accreditation, this is also some data that we provide as exhibit of our thinking and exhibit of our excellence in these areas. And again, we serve the needs. So that's why the Sustainable Development Goals are important element and important descriptor in this world, I would say. So as you can see, it's a little bit small, we are excelling in the areas that we think that we should be. So the climate change, innovation, and then bring in front the actual business cases of that one. And this is based on the data that our researchers have produced by making those top-notch publications in the top-notch journals and publication fora. I have many, many other slides to talk to you about, but I stop here and I switched over to Jan so that we can have our esteemed panel set up in good time, and we have a good discussion with that one. So Jan, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mika, and also thank you, Minna, and everyone for the great introduction into what is the University of Vaasa. My name is Jan Segerstam. I'm the Director of Research and Development here since June, so I've just transitioned from the corporate world. I have a background in developing the energy system and developing solutions and systems for the energy markets in a number of different companies for the last couple of decades. And I've now had the honor to join this great group that is really striving towards enabling us all to develop the future economics and the future energy system together. Today we're going to have a panel, but before we have a panel, let's talk a bit about what does it mean to actually develop together. Because we've probably all been exposed to the traditional ways of doing this, but I wanted to put in a couple of words into what we could do here. So there's a word monster, but this word monster contains a lot of different components which are really important. One of them is immersive. How can you immerse in something which doesn't exist? That's a question we need to answer. And when we're creating the energy transition valley, this is something that we are actually building. So when you build the future together, you build the environment, and that allows you to discover what you would discover in the everyday and will discover if you haven't actually tried to discover it before. So what is it that we're looking forward to? Well, we're looking forward to a new kind of energy system. It's a carbon economy. Well, wait, wasn't it zero carbon? Well, yes, but how do we get to zero carbon? We get to zero carbon by having a value for carbon and having it inside our economy. So making business out of what is basically now a technological discussion. We're leveraging the capabilities of computing. We're looking at unprecedented levels of capability and different kinds of procedural changes and technological advancements that can be driven by the processing power and the networking that's available today, something that wasn't there 10, 15 years ago. So we're going into a real-time society, a society where the different commodities are optimized and shared, and it's not about one thing. It's not electric, it's not petrol, it's not gas, it's not wind, it's all of them but in a sustainable way. And when we then look at what do we need to research, we need to research how we can connect these. We need to research the academic foundations of the different phenomena, and then we need to make business sense out of them. But we'll talk more about these things in our workshop, so I really welcome you to join the workshop tomorrow. So traditionally, a company would look at development by looking at what they need to produce, then getting the right minds, and then ensuring that this does not leak, because it is, after all, our little secret. And that's what's giving us our competitive advantage. This is all nice when all things are being equal. You can predict, you can think, okay, so this is happening, so this is why I'm doing my thing. The problem is that when you are in a paradigm shift, all the forecasts are out. Nobody really knows. We have different opinions, we have different ideas, and yes, there's science behind it, but we need to think beyond the box and also discover who our partners are. And that means that we can't simply just make the normal linear progression, and unless we're almost Google, we can't really have the resources for it all. And even if Google had them, they haven't really invented the future either. So it's kind of case in point that we really need to do this together. So we achieve things when we do them together. And that means that the doing together is not just sitting around and talking. It means we need to build together, and it means that we need to connect together. And that's where an environment like the Energy Transition Valley of the University of Vaasa really comes into its own value. Because we can build together something that's interconnected, that allows resources to be within companies, on campus, in international companies, in international locations, that creates basically a network community of research and development and solutions that can be leveraged towards local solutions without duplicating everything locally. So it's less cost, it's better investment value, and it's also at the same time developing the entire domain forward. So we have unique capabilities here. Today in the panels we're going to discuss what should we have to take European leadership. And we're going to discuss what the unique qualities are, what the capabilities are that we could discover together here in the region and work with. So kind of going bottom up into what we should be. Because like Minna said, we're driven by companies. We're driven with the collaboration of the university and companies so that we make a real societal difference. So even though we have an idea, like Mika said, let's challenge this. We're not the ones telling you what's happening here. We're all doing it together. So our target is that the Valley will allow us to work together in the future right now. We bring the future to all of us, and we build what is necessary to be able to discover in the future. That means hardware in the loop, that means people in the loop, that means co-location, and that means shared resources. And at the same time, it means trust. It means trust that the corporate secret that creates the competitive advantage of said corporation is safe. It has to be safe. And it should be nurtured. But the all things equal part, that's something that doesn't exist. So that's what we're creating together. So these are the things that we're going to talk about in the panels. But I would say that the Vaasa region and the University of Vaasa with the Energy Transition Valley, they're a unique combination of people and capabilities that can really make a difference. So I invite you to enjoy the panel discussions that we now are going to go into, and then after the panels think about how could we, in tomorrow's workshops at 4 o'clock, go into the actual projects that take us one step further into realizing the Valley. So before we start with the panels, we go to introducing our first panel. So in the first panel, we're going to be looking at how we can take the European leadership. We already heard that we have some components, but how do we actually take that European leadership? What are the key ingredients that we have to have in order to lead Europe in this game? And for this, we've gathered a panel where we have a number of distinguished people from different parts of society. So we have Joachim Strand, who's the Minister of European Affairs. We have Helena Sareen, who's the mission lead for the Zero Carbon Future at Business Finland. And then we have Jussi Matilainen from our national grid, Fingrid. And I would like for the panelists please to come forward at this time. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please take a seat. Free seating, yes, it's very free seating. I'm sorry about the barrel. There's a dividing factor between us, and I can always hide behind the barrel. But we need to make this easily interactive. Yes, and the microphones are easy. It's one button. When the light's on, it works. There's no need to test. We're all good. And also, I have scared the death out of my panelists because I have not told them what I'm going to ask them. That's on purpose. But it's on purpose because I want this to be an interactive session. So what I'll do is I'll go back and forth with you guys and then activate the discussion. But I did share the topics. So that's something that we are going to start from. And what we're going to start with is basically the panelists having a few words about who they are and where they come from into this panel, and then we're going to go into the discussion itself. So I put together a couple of leading questions. They're a bit small on the board, but basically, what are the key ingredients in taking the leadership with the collaborative environment? That's the main topic that we have. So what should we aim for when we are creating the collaborative environment, and what will enable Finland to lead the development of the energy transition? So how can we make this country the one that leads? And there's different ways of looking at it, from governance, from business development, and then also the energy system itself, which is why we have kind of all of these components here. Then how should we work together towards the European Union and investors? Because we understand how the university works here, and we understand how the companies work. We have systems and things in place here. But in order to take leadership in Europe, that means interacting more with the European Union. And that's not something, we can't go into the main square of Brussels and just say, hey, we're the University of Vaasa. Everybody join us. That's, of course we could do that, but yeah, okay, well, cool, nice. And so, yeah, everything needs to be tried, you know, and it's kind of, you know, it's a great start, and yet we're here in the panel talking today. So it kind of shows us maybe, just maybe, we need to do a bit more. But we are doing more as the university, and I think it's been a great shot starting. But how should we work together, all of us? And then how can we develop the Finnish energy system? Because the Finnish energy system is the place where we're developing. I mean, there's a lot that's kind of really state-of-the-art and actually leading Europe already. How can we leverage that so that we can get international companies to come here and say, we need to develop this in Finland because this is the future? So kind of taking those ideas into account. But let's start with the easy part, and in no particular order, let's go from the viewers left to right. Please, a couple of words about yourself and where you're from. Jussi, please.
Okay, thanks Jan, and thanks for inviting me for this festival. First time for me being here. So, Jussi Matilainen from Fingrid. I'm a unit manager for department called Market Data and Innovations. Well, what we do there is pretty much develop new kind of market designs there. And also we, as a new part, is data service for internal and external uses. My background, I have been at Fingrid very long time, 25 years already, and a bit more, and with different tasks. My background was pretty much for R&D side, but nowadays it's more market development. Nice to be here. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Nice that you could be here. Joachim, please.
Good morning. Very happy to be here. Maybe you hear me. My name is Joakim Strand. I've been acting for more than 20 years in this region on different levels, and now 10 years in the parliament, and around 1 year, a bit more as minister. And the reason why I got into politics when I started was to be able to work with the energy companies, to make sure that Vaasa is the best place in the world when it comes to developing energy technology, and to be able to, with Finnish technology, really fight climate change. That's my mission.
Great. Thank you, Joakim.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. So Helena Saren is the name, and it's great to be here. Thanks, Jan, for the invitation. And I have also decades-long experience related to energy sector, both from the business, development financiers, investing activities. But I would say the most intriguing has been the part where I worked with about 100 plus Finnish companies in the sector out there in the world. That has been a great learning curve. The mission of the mission, Business Finland's mission is really to increase Finland's global carbon handprint, which means that we need to be and can be more competitive out there in the world, create well-being for Finland and the world within this thematics, and have a greater impact and a larger impact than is our actual size as a Finland.
That sounds great. I'm really glad to be joined by such distinguished panelists. And I think let's start with maybe some of the challenges. So I'm going to try to formulate so that it will kind of go into the realm of what you're working with, and then let's go back and forth on those. But maybe if we kind of start with the energy system. Now, we're facing some challenges in the energy system right now in terms of renewables. What challenges do we have currently that would limit us in taking in international developers here and kind of being the base for developing Europe here in Finland? How do you see that, Jussi?
Yeah, well, first I would like to say that actually quite many are coming here in Finland because we have quite strong grid and we have quite a well-functioning market. But still, of course, we have still challenges. And I think that one problem is that now there is so much interest of connecting to Finnish grid that we just cannot be as fast as we could be. And that means that because we don't build grid as soon as required, we need more and more flexibility. And as you know, that generation nowadays doesn't be too flexible, then it means that the consumption side must be flexible. And that comes to the new innovation and new kind of needs, that how to get this consumption side flexible. That's, I think, one of the key issues.
So is that really actually a happy problem? Because we're facing some of those issues that are prevalent elsewhere, but at the same time we have one of the best grids available in the background. What would you think?
Yeah, that's true, and I mean that because there's a lot of interest with new industrial actors coming to here with new type of loads. The question is that how we can change those loads flexible. So there is already kind of potential, but the question is that how to get information and knowledge and know-how, that how to change those so that they are flexible, because anyway they are coming here and now it's a very good opportunity for all of us.
Okay, let's circle back to that, because there's many nice points there, and it kind of also makes it not just electricity specific, but goes into industries. But then when we look at kind of Finland in the European Union and Finland as an actor in kind of taking innovation forward, what have you seen, Joakim, are the challenges in kind of taking all of this forward?
Yeah, if we think about Finland's overall goals in the EU policy, it's 3 points: strengthening European competitiveness, strengthening security, and promoting the clean transition. And all of these has to do with energy today. Also security, as you know, has a lot to do with energy. And now when we think about the new EU budget, which will almost double in size, Finland as a net contributor do not want to, let's say, we think that it should stay on some kind of reasonable level. But within the budget there are lots of good things. If we think about R&D, the Horizon programs will be doubled in size, and when we look on the focus areas, a lot of things has to do with, of course, energy, clean tech, and everything that we are doing in this region. So my dream is that also in the future, what we have been doing for more than 100 years here, is that global companies who have clients and customers all over the world, talking about the handprint, but still the heart of the R&D is in Finland and in the Nordics and in Vaasa. And that's possible when you do things together, as you mentioned, in a collaborative way, and also have the universities and research institutions and everyone with you. And when we think about the last year in Brussels with all the reports, Letta, Draghi, competitiveness, compass, clean industrial deal, etc. I mean, everyone is talking about energy. They have addressed the right issues, but now it's time for action. And that's where I see that we and you in this room come in.
That's great to hear, and also great to hear that we have the momentum of taking things forward. Now, putting on my old corporate hat, I got out of that double the budget. That sounded really, really great. So doubling the Horizon budget means double the money for development. But then that's one part of the money. What about investment money? But how do you see, how can we leverage that in the best way? How can we kind of really make that matter for Finland?
Firstly, when you mention the budget, it's from a Finnish point of view, it's important to understand. But when you think about cohesion policy, which means supporting eastern parts of Europe in practice, €1 put into cohesion from Finnish point of view gives us 23 cents back. So 77 cents they stay on the way. When we put €1 into Horizon, €1.70 come back to Finland. Of course, also within the cohesion, now when I look on our regional mayor, there are lots of things done also when it comes to R&D, but from a Finnish perspective, we should focus even more on projects that focus on excellence, and maybe not too much let's say the regional aspect, because our companies are the best in the world, but we need to understand that when the budget is growing, lots of the money will also go to renewing the energy systems, as we heard, and then we will have Finnish companies working with those systems, also in the eastern parts of Europe, where we maybe don't get that much money back from the cohesion point of view. So for us who work with energy, I think there are only, let's say, positive aspects from now on further.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think the multiplier you mentioned, really thinking about it, that the money that we get from Horizon, when we've invested into it, even the instrument itself creates money coming back into the economy. So instruments matter, people. It's not about just whatever money, it's really about thinking about which instruments to really hit so that it actually works for the community and works for the whole, rather than the short-term benefit of just somebody getting a check. So, but then also I think there was another point that was excellence, and I'm going to use this as kind of a segue over to Helena here, who's been working with companies for a long time and really looking for that excellence and working also on the European level. We were starting with challenges, so how about those challenges on kind of the corporate development level and joining the European level and European partners in development? What are the challenges that you're seeing in that?
Oh, okay. That wouldn't be a very brief answer, so I'll try to squeeze it in a couple of minutes. But firstly, I would like to echo what the colleagues were saying here, that it's really a huge opportunity for Finland, this whole energy transition. We really have all the ingredients that are needed. We have a societal and also political will. We have competencies, excellent education. We have the companies, and we have also Finland. I've sometimes said that Finland is like a guinea pig test platform for the whole world because of our size and collaboration model, so it's easy to test here as well. So we have all the ingredients, but the challenge is probably there how to commercialize and have really the huge appetite for international and global growth. And that is something where I'd like to pay much more attention to. But really want to emphasize this is a huge opportunity. And when been discussing with colleagues in European Union, not the Finns, but
Yes.
foreign people working in the European Union, they have said that Finland is like a hidden gem. So we have lots of expertise, lots of knowledge, lots of solutions, but we are not saying about it, we are not talking about it, we are a little bit like invisible there in the European Union. And that's something probably we should pay much more focus and think what we could do together there, and really to build new kind of collaboration models and really be even more open to collaboration with the different countries and companies. And that is something I would like to see more.
Yeah. So basically, you're saying that kind of being out there, exposing ourselves and working together, then we can achieve also the possibility of joining the most excellent forces around Europe to take advantage of the funding which is available. Yeah. And then also, yes, please. Yeah,
sorry, to continue a little bit about that one, and it's really that what we can do, as Joachim was saying here about what are the European strategic goals now, and we have lots of to give to the Europe, but then we have to think from a mindset, it's not only about what we can gain, but how we can be there and support Europe to develop, because Europe is really, really struggling in this global competition. We are a little bit like lagging behind, so we have to really focus on commercialization of our innovation investments on European level.
So basically, for Finland to win, we need to take the attitude of making Europe win, and because we are the excellent resources and the excellent capabilities, then we will benefit from that while we are actually making strides for Europe as a whole. Yes, Jussi.
Just one comment that also this thing that we have to compete against others in Europe, that there is a certain time window, because I'm sitting in ENTSO-E, which is the European Transmission System Association, and I can see that there's a good development with our neighbors as well. So we have to be fast with our ideas to commercialization and things like that. Otherwise, we are too late.
Yeah. So surprise, surprise! It's a competitive society, and our neighbors are active as well. So we're seeing that by working with flexibility, chiming in on the different instruments that allow us to kind of get more funding, and showing excellence, and then being in the mix with that excellence, rooting for European goals, should give us a good starting point going forward. So I want to chime back on the budget part though. So development funds are one thing, but then when we look at, for instance, how do we develop the grid, how do we develop the environment, how do we create these collaborative environments, sometimes we need to invest. And if we look, for instance, at the instruments like Horizon, those are development funds. What about investment funds? How do we get into working with the different investment fund possibilities? How should we approach that? Would that be kind of corporate? Would it be collaborative? What could we do with that? I mean, we have different experiences here. We know that Fingrid's been active in also leveraging some of the collaborative instruments, developing the grid, and Helena, you've been active in many kind of investment fund projects which are national and also international, and Joachim, of course, you've also been exposed to those. But would anyone want to kind of open the topic on investment funding possibilities? Yes, Joachim.
Maybe last time when the European Investment Fund gave money to Finland, there were four projects, and they were all corporate driven. But I think that they should be more collaborative, because now we know that a couple of those projects are not moving very fast, and that's, I think, maybe one of the most important things is that we always have a very tight dialogue with the companies, because you know that global companies, they always compete within themselves, within the company. Will we be doing these R&D things in Europe, in Italy, in Poland, or maybe in China or in the US? And then with some, it can be also quite small public investments. You can help that company to focus lots of functions to the Nordics or to Europe or to Vaasa. One example, when we built the ferry between Vaasa and Umeå, for us it was completely clear that this is not only infrastructure, it's not a ferry, it's a floating laboratory for the companies, yes, which help these companies to bring back R&D, but also production from other parts of the world. So also when we think about the investment funds, I think that there always should be the R&D dimension, not only the size of the battery factory, but really to see that how can we help these companies to climb within their global value chain.
So basically creating the spearheads together with a collaborative environment like the Vaasa environment, and then getting the companies on board, and then going towards the instruments. So what are the bodies that we could work with? I mean, when we think about then going to Brussels, and we are in Brussels, who should we be talking with when we are in Brussels? I mean, in terms of the energy system, it's obvious that ENTSO-E and all those different bodies are there. So there's EDSO, there's ENTSO-E, there's all that from the energy system. But what about then on kind of the funding part? Should we be talking with the Commission, or should we be talking with somebody else? What do we think here? Joachim, please.
You should always be talking with everyone and then see what will happen. But for us here, when we, as I mentioned, the ferry, we Vaasa and Umeå put some own capital, but there we used the European Investment Bank.
Yeah.
And the vice president of the EIB happened to be Mr. Alexander Stubb at that time. So he was the one signing the deal for the ferry. And what he said at the signing event in Helsinki was that for the EIB, it was a green project. It was not a transportation project, it was a green project because all of the clean tech elements and the R&D connected to it. And this is many years ago already, but I think you should talk to everyone, and also private investors. We should be much better. We have realized now when we are working with the fixed link between Vaasa and Umeå, fixed connection in the future, that lots of global investors are contacting us, the Kvarken Council. We didn't know they exist. 4 or 5 different actors, maybe Matthias Lindström can tell you more, but from France, from Canada, from Australia, Great Britain, I think it was Israel, and they all have a different way of approaching the project. One said that, okay, we have 200 billion euros, we want to invest in Nordic green infrastructure projects on a 30 to 50 year scope. And for them it's a small thing to be here. Someone maybe has some kind of new construction technique, etc. Someone wants to do some synergies with offshore wind power in connection with the fixed connection, etc. So when you have enough big projects, then investors will also contact you. You don't need to run yourself all the time. And usually one thing leads to another. The bridge has done a lot yet, even though it doesn't exist.
That's a really great point, and I notice, Helena, I'll give it to you just in a minute. Something that we'll circle back into, but you brought up this kind of having this kind of large investment as a tool and attracting investors, attracting new money. That's great. And also the fact that the ferry was able to be commissioned without actually being a transportation project. Now, when we think about bridge and we think about the geopolitical situation, we're in a totally different position now than we were back then. And that means that also the point of resilience, the point of how do we work in an environment where there are new geopolitical risks. These are things that are also things that we here in Finland have been facing in many years, and thus something that we could leverage towards development then in Europe going forward. Not only just the base investment, so kind of leveraging investments on many levels and attracting the investors. But now I'm going to give it to Helena.
Okay, I take one takeaway from what Joachim was saying, that I really like the idea that we are able to create, and I think now Energy Valley is heading towards that one, is to create like a positive, future-driven bus here. So really attracting the investors, not running after them, but I mean they see, recognize, and want to be here because of X, Y, Z. But then a little bit about the investments, and of course we want to have industrial investments and also infrastructural investments here in Finland happening. But in reality, not everything can be invested here in Finland, and investments definitely take a lot outside of Finland. So therefore, in this present integrated, data-driven world, it's possible to be linked to also those demonstrations and scaling up projects out there. And I think that is a great opportunity also for the Finnish companies, and potentially this, for instance, this Energy Valley should have and could have here a crucial role to open these connections and link. And for instance, like we were discussing yesterday with Jan and some other colleagues here, so when testing something here in Finland, at the same time parallelly testing the similar things in different markets, in different environments, and that would give our companies a lot of information to build and strengthen their competitive edge.
That's a really, really good edge, because when we have a connected development environment where we collaboratively develop, then we are actually in all of those connected locations. And localizing is not about localizing the entire thing again. It's about leveraging the collaboration and then localizing on the local level and gaining the benefit of all of that. So really the co-location and the networking are big things. That's a great segue to the next panel, by the way. So we're gonna take that in the next panel for sure. I want to circle back to something that was also mentioned here, excellence. And now when we're talking about energy innovation, the energy system is something that requires different partners. And what's your view, Jussi, on excellence? How should we kind of pursue excellence? And can you describe how Fingrid chooses its partners when you're thinking about developing the Finnish energy system?
Well, two things. First, I would say that in our brand new strategy, we say that we have to solve the problems together with our customers, meaning that we cannot do everything by ourselves. And same is valid also for excellence and know-how, that we cannot know everything by ourselves, but we try to search the best partners who know the best in specific area. For example, startups or universities or research councils, whatever knows best in that specific question. And I think that's very crucial, especially now when I would say we are so in the middle of energy transition, and so much new things are coming all the time, and the world is becoming more and more complex. So there's very many open questions that we really don't have answers yet. And that's why it's very crucial to really find out the best partners. And it doesn't be in Finland, it can be somewhere in Europe, but the collaboration with those partners who knows the best, who has the best experience with specific question, I think that's very important.
Yeah, so basically fostering the excellence where it is and then bringing it here, and when we then change the energy system here, we also create a kind of cascading effect of allowing the ecosystem here to benefit from all of that. So in a way, you're in a crucial position here to kind of really drive that excellence. So I'm glad to hear that you have that all in your strategy. Yeah, yes, Helena.
Yeah, oh, mic, forgot the mic, sorry. So continue from that one about the excellence, and as we all know that the energy transition is so multidimensional that it's not only about the technology, it's not only about that one. And here there's a great opportunity, for instance, what is happening here in the Energy Valley, to building connections to, for instance, societal sciences, behavioral sciences, because we need the public acceptance for all the transition. And no single company can really solve on its own. They need also a good network from multidimensional viewpoints to solve the challenges, these huge wicked problems we are having out there in the world. So that is something we need to aim at.
Yeah, you mentioned a great thing, the societal challenges, and also it brings us to why the leading business university, as was told, is a great place to do this, because we're looking at how to lead business, how to develop business strategy, how to have best business economics, and how to integrate business into the society, how to develop society with business. All really actually generalist subjects, but when we connect them to transition, we make them enablers. And that's very different when we now have this collaboration environment to be able to work with all of that. We're coming into the last minute, so I'm going to give a last word session to every one of you to kind of think about what would be the two things that we should take on in ensuring that we are taking the European leadership with development together. So maybe Jussi, you want to give your 2 words on it?
Yeah, I don't know if you have 2 points, but at least one concrete example that, as I said, that very many are interested in to connect to transmission grid, and most of those connections are very new as a type of load, for example, and we really don't know what are the processes behind they will use, let's say, data centers and hydrogen production and things like that. They are really new, and we don't know, for example, that how they will behave when there is a failure or disturbance in a system. And somehow that's very disciplined environment. You don't, it's not enough to have only the technical knowledge about that. Of course, here in Vaasa, you could have a kind of equipments, manufacturers, university, and you could combine things, make a simulation, emulation, whatever, to really investigate that, what does that mean to the power system, and then we would be happy with that information. Currently, it's very, very hard to estimate about their estimation, that's the risk for security also.
Yeah.
And I think that's one important point to take here, that's a possibility to collaborate to just solve this. One example of a question that how will those new type of loads behave in future, and to take really leadership of these kind of things, because I think that's new for everybody in Europe.
Yeah, making those flexible and
Yes.
working with those, exactly. Joachim.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I totally agree what you said, because when we understand the system, we will not have problems like in Spain or Portugal, etc., etc. If we think about the Energy Vaasa companies, they have said that until 2030, we will increase our combined turnover from 6 billion to 10 billion. We will increase the amount of direct jobs from 13,000 to 20,000, and we will increase the amount of private R&D from 200, 250 to more than 300 million per year. It's completely, I mean, there is nothing like this in Finland or in the Nordics, so the environment is perfect here. And when we think about the country-specific recommendations that the European Commission gave to Finland, one of those were to focus more on joint research between companies and academia. So the environment here is perfect, and I think that what the University of Vaasa is now doing is the exactly right thing that Finland needs and that Europe needs. So it's, I just want to say thank you to all of you who are working with these issues. Let's continue and speed up.
Let's do exactly that. Helena, please.
Okay, my points. I borrow from our sister organization, Vinnova, the first point. So focus on business innovation, not focusing only on technology innovation, but focusing on business innovation. That's the first point. Second point, again, borrowing a quite famous quote, not saying that what Europe can do for us, but what we can do for the Europe, but keeping in our mind that the kind of positive selfishness also from Finland point of view.
Yeah.
And the third point is from my side that we have to be able to give hope for the younger generation.
We really need to give that hope, and I think we can. We just heard what the region can do in investment. This is a place to be, and we'll come back to that in the next panel. So I want to now thank our distinguished panelists. It's been great having you here. I think we could have continued for the entire morning, but great having you all here, and thank you very much. And then we will have to switch panels. We're on a schedule here. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so then, let's see here. We have our next panel and our presentation. So, while we're getting the slides up, I would like to invite our next panelists here. Yes, oh, cool, thank you. There we go. So, we have Raine Hermans. He's the Dean of our School of Technology and Innovation. And then we have Shekhar Kubal, Head of Electrification from Danfoss. And then we have Vern, now I have to say, I forgot your last name, so you have to help me here. Martikainen, thank you very much. It's me and my Finnish, sorry for that. Vern Martikainen, he comes from EPEC, so they're a really, really hard-hitting, great electric work machines company that is a star in the region. So then, adding to all this, we have Matias Mäkynen. Matias Mäkynen is a member of our parliament and has worked extensively with innovation and in the region as well. So it's a great segue to have you all here from the last panel, but first of all, let's take a seat. and then go into our panel discussion. So, if you could pull up the slide, that'd be really great, because I do have the questions on there. So, this thing is clicking but not doing anything. Oh, there we go. Excellent. So then, let's go. There we go. So there's the introduction, but then here we go. So this panel is really about taking what we heard from the last panel, about taking European leadership, and then going into how do we actually create those special capabilities? What can we do from the corporate standpoint? What do we have in the local region? And we heard about the companies here saying in the Energy Vaasa region that, you know, there's going to be more investment, there's going to be more jobs, there's going to be all of that. What should we do in society so that that's actually really going to happen? How can we accelerate that? So what are the different aspects that we need to incorporate into the energy transition valley so that we can make all of this happen? So from a corporate standpoint, so what should we share? And how should we build trust? We talked a bit about the corporate secrets, and we talked about kind of competitive advantage in the last panel as well. But how should we really do that? Then about the connectivity. The last panel mentioned that, you know, connecting all around Europe and being able to localize wherever, sharing the same infrastructure, key points. And then how do we, from a governmental standpoint, how do we accelerate all this? What are the tools that we have so that not only a university or not only a single company, but the entire region can actually flourish? And then what is the kind of secret sauce for the companies? I mean, we have this trust, we have this competitive advantage and so on, but we have different sizes of companies, different sizes of collaborations between companies. What's the secret sauce for the companies themselves? But like the last panel, what I'm going to do here in the start, and I've scared these people as well, I didn't tell anything about the questions before, but hey, that's just me. So you can kill me later. But let's start with the easy stuff of introducing yourself and then going into the discussion. So maybe we start with Raine over here.
Okay, good to be here. Thanks for the invitation. So I would like to divide the whole question into two parts. So first of all, we need to understand what are the real challenges, like societal level. So we need to understand what are the prerequisites behind systemic innovation. We need to depict value chains, value networks, understand what are the potential disruption points within those value chains that we are talking about. Yeah. And then when we define a disruption point, we need to understand that how can we solve that specific spot technically. So we need both. Mm-hmm. We need to have like technical skills that create innovation in some specific spots, and then we need to understand how to commercialize them in the whole value chain.
And while we have our stream people looking out for this stream also in other countries, maybe Raine, a couple of words about yourself to begin with.
Oh, thanks. So I'm Raine Hermans, working as the Dean for the School of Technology and Innovations, and my background is in all aspects of triple helix. So I have been working for the government at Tekes, created a strategic intelligence unit there. I have been working in Xinova, the biggest open innovation platform in the world. And then also I started in the academia in the Helsinki University of Technology and ETLA.
Thank you. Let's go over to Shekhar, so maybe a short introduction.
First of all, thank you, Jan, for inviting. It's an honor to be part of this discussion. My name is Shekhar Kubal. I am originally coming from Mumbai, India. So you may have a question, what am I doing here in Vaasa? I'm working for Danfoss, originally working for Vakon since 2001. And then since 2014, when Vakon became part of Danfoss, I'm working for Danfoss. So I'm here, 25 years, living in Vaasa, having an experience of industry as well as people and the environment. I am heading as a vice president in Danfoss, heading marine and electrification business unit globally. So I deal with technology. We focus on technology related to the marine and electrification. So without saying, everything is getting electric. So we focus on smart grid energy storage. We were hearing from UC how the grids are getting integrated. We are working on high power charging for the vehicles which are getting electric, also the vessels. We are working for green hydrogen, and at the same time I'm close to coming from industry business, running motor drives, so saving energy all the time. So whether it is generation or it is consumption of the energy, have been working 30 plus years dealing with energy. So while working, I have a vision, I have a dream. It was said that, oh, we have all the ingredients. I still feel that we have a missing piece. To elevate Finland, to elevate Europe in this energy transition, and I would like to talk about it.
And we will. That's a great point to come back to. Vern, please.
Yes, thank you. Hello everybody. My name is Martikainen. I am leading the sales team at EPEC. And at EPEC we are working with mobile machines, meaning tractors, excavators, forest machines. And we are a system supplier making, for instance, electrified drivetrains for this kind of machines. So this is kind of adjacent industry to this energy grid and so on, but surprisingly these forest machines and tractors and this kind of things are becoming a part of the grid, which is a huge disruption, and we are planning to take advantage of that opportunity. So thank you, Jan, for inviting me, and nice to be part of this panel.
Great to have you here, and really nice to hear about the disruption, and we talked about value chain, so this is building up nicely, but Matthias, please.
Good morning and thank you for the invitation. I'm Matias Mäkynen, second term member of parliament, and from Vaasa. I've been working last years on R&D policy on the national level and making the national investments, the public investments on R&D as big as possible. Also with education and universities and the companies involved in the R&D. I think this is the most important background from my parliamentary work in this regard.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and we'll circle back to the great work that you've been doing. But maybe then, I was intrigued, Shekhar. You hold secrets, so let's go into that vision. That sounds really interesting. So maybe take a bit of that and indulge us. What is it that you see is important?
Yeah, thanks for starting with me. Hope I don't take all the time. But what I see around, if I start from Ostrobotnia Vaasa, for example, here, I see here we have industry around, quite many industries, some of them corporate, global, some of them also medium scale, small scale, working more locally. A lot of knowledge around energy, a lot of experience, products we are offering. Not necessarily all of them are competing with each other. I see complementary technologies. Then I see the energy transition. And when I look at energy transition, even though here, this part of the world in Finland or in Nordics, we might be enjoying that 90% or more of our grid is already green. But that's not the story for the rest of the world. We are far behind to address the issue of climate change. And even if we all work together, forgetting all the IPRs and competition, even then there is enough space in the energy transition for everyone to add value. And add value means share the knowledge, deliver the products, but also make revenue. So it can be business for every company. So we don't really have to compete in this energy transition where there is so much space. And I think that is one thing I wanted to bring up, that it's all about collaboration. Sometimes we stay behind and our speed is getting affected because we are always thinking about competing. So we need to a little bit open up. So that is one thing. Second thing is, when everything is getting green, the solution is getting electric. That means you're talking about vehicles getting electric, vessels. We talked about the great example which has been created, running a laboratory or floating laboratory, which was addressed in the last panel. We are talking about 35 megawatts running there in the vessel. So vessels getting electric, everything needs huge power. So we are talking about huge power, high power, electric. And even though we have products and we have experience, to be able to integrate, the talent, attract the talent in the university and give them this hands-on experience that when they work with this new grid which is getting green, and you see was explaining that it's difficult to estimate because the behavior of the changing grid is all the time changing. So nobody has predicted when it is completely green how it will behave. It is getting just faster. So we need to respond fast. We need special amount of knowledge and a lot of education years ahead. So even if we learn today, it won't be enough. We need to continuously learn about it. So what I'm trying to say is that we need a real high-power laboratory here where people can come together, the companies can come together, the universities can be there. So it's a hybrid model where we can experiment, we can deliver the future by experimenting, and there we can estimate better. It can be real hardware at the same time simulation. So I think we can generate talent, but at the same time we can generate knowledge, not just for Finland, because it's important. Finland, we have already more than 90% green, but not relaxed. We need to still support in solving the problems for the rest of the world.
That's a great kind of point of kind of lifting a component, which is actually really, really key. When we talked about what do we need to do with the energy system, and Jussi was sitting right there, he was saying we need flexibility, and he was saying that we need to work to understand what is happening. Now, if we can expose high power, then that's what's happening, because we are getting high power renewable generation, and it's fluctuating. So we need the high power on the other side, and we need the high power controllability. So high power is really kind of a factor that gets us together. And you, Vern, you were talking about, even forest machines are coming into the grid. So
that is true.
Maybe let's take a segue on that, and then come back to the high power and think about that. So from your point of view, you're kind of discovering that you're actually part of the grid now. What kind of challenges does that bring to you in EPEC?
Yeah, well, at least I see more opportunities in regards to that, because what you quickly learn in the mobile machine industries, there is only one thing that matters, and that is TCO, total cost of ownership.
Yes.
And being a part of the grid with a electrified vehicle, that opens up more business innovations. That was discussed in the last panel. And that reduces the TCO of the end user. That's all that matters. So electrifying the machinery completely opens up new business opportunities for system suppliers like EPEC, but also for the manufacturers that are plentiful in Finland. I think mobile machinery manufacturing is 4th or 5th biggest industry, export industry in Finland. So that benefits the society in a very huge way when we can kind of attain this opportunity. So it's completely changing the whole landscape. And like you said, this is not a zero-sum game. There's business for everybody because the change is so rapid and huge. There's probably hundreds of foreign suppliers that their business is running down. It's basically going away because of electrification. Yeah. They are supplying something to machinery that is no longer needed. And new suppliers are taking the business.
Yeah, so I'm going to go into one avenue, then I'm going to circle back to Raina and his thinking about the value chain because it's valuable. But one thing that is also there for the power part and the flexibility part is resilience, and that's going to be a question also from a government point of view and for a kind of societal point of view. If we think about our capability of having a resilient grid, Jussi was talking about flexibility, and Shekhar, you're talking about the unknowns, and then having the capability of working with high power, and you're talking about vehicles and even forest vehicles. If we have flexible resources that are movable, what's better in a crisis situation than those movable resources which would otherwise be felling trees, being there, enabling crisis response? Yeah. So there's new kinds of innovations. So these are the kinds of things that get us into the value chain. So maybe this would be a nice segue to Raine, for you to talk a bit about how could we embrace all of this. Here, we just found a value chain link between these guys in totally different industries. How can we make that happen on a scaling level in a collaborative environment? What would you say, Raine?
Yeah, the challenge is that, we need to find and identify these like parts of the value chain that we need to depict, because otherwise we are trying to explain the whole world. When we are talking about energy transition, we are talking about the whole society, right? Because at the end of the day, the end users are households. And so in that sense, it's like a mission impossible. So that's why we need to define, we need to start with some specific projects that can really contribute in a way that we can really start talking about market penetration. Otherwise we are talking like this level and we don't achieve anything.
And that's really back to what Helena was talking about, not talking about technology innovation, but talking about business innovation. Business innovation, there's somebody who actually wants this and wants to pay for it and sees value in it. And that's something that should kind of link us all. But then circling back into kind of the governmental realm and how can we as a country enable these things to happen, and also about the resilience part. How can we ensure that we have a working society, and how could we leverage all of this for these points? So maybe Matthias, some thoughts about this.
Yeah, it's a great question. And in the last years, we have been in a crisis, and we have talked about resilience and about the networks we already have in Finland. We have corporations and business-driven resilience networks that work really well with the government. But that same style, at least, would work even better in the innovation and R&D policy. And we have been, we have those models in the that are business-driven platforms for like bigger companies like Danfoss or Wärtsilä, ABB, so on and so forth. We could also have same kind of models for universities that are more scientific and more science-driven models that take the business with themselves and build those resilient models, and the state's resources come into play. They can be from Business Finland, Finland's Academy, and different organizations, but the main point is that the ideas come from the business and the research and are driven from the local platforms and the regional platforms that are also global, of course.
Yes, that's a great point. And actually, yesterday, while we were talking with others also kind of preparing for all of this, one thing came up that even the university provides services which are not necessarily available from anywhere else. And from a resilience point of view, for instance, being able to analyze fuels and being able to kind of ascertain the quality of fuels which are available, let's say in a crisis situation, these things are kind of also a component of a resilient society. So part of the academic excellence, which can be then driven into services that can be provided to corporates in normal times, can then be part of a critical infrastructure when we go into a crisis situation. So I think it segues back to what you're thinking about. How do those networks that we already have for some previously critical infrastructure, how should those be redefined for kind of new infrastructure? Because we also heard, we don't know. It was from Jussi and it was from Shekar that, you know, things will happen, the grid is different. So who are the stakeholders? It's not going to be the big central power plant anymore. It's going to be everyone. So how do we then ensure that that is critically available? So services and everything. So I think government has a clear role in also fostering the development of all of this, because they will be making the decisions on how all of this works. Yes, Matthias, please.
And it feels natural in Vaasa, and it feels obvious that, of course, this is the way to work. But in Finland, it's not that obvious. It works in some places, like in clusters built around Nokia or different industrial sectors in Turku or Tampere. But it's not the way of doing things on the national level or in the whole of the Finland, and that's why we are a great example.
Then I want to go into something which was also kind of brought up by Helena earlier, the societal aspect. Now we're talking, and also Joachim was saying about the investment and everything. So we're creating all of these jobs and we're creating all of this innovation here in the region. But that has to do with people. Like Raina said, that it's about the home or the kind of end user. It's also about the people who actually work. And so they're going to bring their families, but how are we going to enable that? Because, okay, so yeah, there's the tech jobs, and there's kind of the core jobs of all of this innovation, but how do we get the spouse to say, yay, I want to move here, I want to be here? What can we do from a societal standpoint? And this is maybe, I'm kind of looking at you, Matthias, from a societal standpoint. What do you think? Any thoughts on that?
Of course, there's whole society to have a role, and we need groups that take people to our communities. In Vaasa we have long traditions, of course, we have hundreds of years of immigration, and we have better situation than in most of the Finland, but also in Vaasa it's quite hard, for example, to get to a language course and learn Finnish or Swedish if you move here, and it's even worse in different parts of Finland. And the language is quite foundational if you plan to be here longer than few years. So there are really practical questions to solve still, and we should maybe already we should stop discussing whether we want to have immigration or not. We should talk about how people can stay here, how they can enjoy their lives here and be part of the community. And that's, we are not yet there in policy-wise, although the world has been there like hundreds of years.
So basically, here in the region, we could really benefit from the high quality capabilities coming in by providing better integration services, but also then maybe looking into how can we do this. This comes into kind of societal development from the university, and I'll let Sekar take first, and then Raine.
I mean, a little bit want to go back because we had questions coming from you that, and thanks for not giving them before. Who are the key stakeholders, and how can we do collaboration? I think for me the key stakeholder starts from the school. This is long journey, energy transition. It's not going to end tomorrow. I think what we want to influence is the people who are coming from this, or today in the school, who are going to be the future workforce. So that's one, and everyone in between are the part of the value chain we have, including the universities. Then there is many times a discussion about the role of a government. I would say it's a role for all of us.
Yes.
Not just government. There is a role for industry. There is a role for academics. Many times we are very good in Finland criticizing ourselves. We say that we are conservatives, very famous mindset. We are not very good in collaboration. In my global perspective, when I roam around, and then when I look back about the collaborations we are taking place, maybe with the excuse of vettori, maybe because of the corporates being here. I give one example. We had a marine and electrification event where we had 100+ customers coming here in Finland for an event, and we took them to Wärtsilä, Smart Technology Hub, and they were hosting happily. Some of our customers were probably competitors of Wärtsilä, and I informed them that this company might be there, and we had no issues. I think we are a good example of how the collaboration is working. I think we are a good example of how we are talking openly with each other. Yes, of course, there is an improvement. So first thing what we need to do while making it happen is that let's not rate ourselves too low.
Yeah.
Let's think that we can do it. We are good in talking. We are good in communicating. We are not very conservative people, and we are good in collaboration. And we have all the complementary capabilities we have. We just have to come together and work. So I think this is one thing I see also is part of the missing piece, that we need to believe that we are not the one which world is telling us, but we are the one who we are.
That's a very, very important point, and it plays very well into the point that we heard from Helena also. She's been around Europe, she's been around the world, and she's seen the Finnish, hide behind the chair. We shouldn't. We are actually what you just described. So really head up high and really talk about this collaboration and work with it. But Raine.
So one way to start this, like real projects, is that we should have more joint laboratories, research laboratories that enable the participation of companies. Absolutely. And one great example of at the University of Vaasa is this new energy lab, where we have 2 vessel-sized combustion engines that are going to use hydrogen as a direct fuel. And there is a collaborative act between Wärtsilä, VTT, University of Oulu, and University of Vaasa. So the idea is that as a whole Finland, we are not big enough to start like doing everything in every city. We need to share our facilities and to bring in the best talents. and we need to get attraction even internationally. So interesting thing is that after we started building up this sort of joint lab, we also had a contract with Akko with smaller engines. And so the next phase is that we need to figure out together with our stakeholders which would be the next most important topics and like increments in these laboratories. Like in Freesilab, we have hardware in the loop, in power grid, and there are many opportunities. We can test new hardware in a way that there is like virtual background and we can emulate how that works in the bigger grid and things like this. So we can talk about, and we have been talking about like even pilot scale battery cell manufacturing with some foreign companies that are interested in investing in this region and so on. But we need to focus on something, and then we can specify the parts of value chain that are most critical for us as a nation and as a region and as part of the business community.
And that's a great segue towards our workshops, because that's exactly what we're doing in the workshops tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So please do join us and make sure that you take part and you know, head up high and work with all of that. We're running out of time, but I still want to give a couple of words to everyone. Now, Raina, I'm going to steal yours because you just talked. So I'm going to say, you know, the last 2 words of what should we do together to really make this happen, Shekar.
I would still pitch for the high power lab.
Yes.
Not just, don't consider it as hardware. I would pitch for its simulations. It would enable the AI-based technologies to be used for proactive maintenance as well. So it's about not just laboratory. It will be used for compliance and certification, which UC will sign off for. That is the biggest headache that many of our companies are going far away from here. It will be also additional asset for the EU. So,
yes.
And through that lab, we would test that it's a hybrid model where we need to collaborate with all the important elements of the society, including industry, academics, and the people.
The High Power Lab is really kind of a glue enabler that takes and glues together all of these things and becomes a concrete issue. And then we should take your stuff into that lab.
Yeah, of course. We can supply. But yeah, I think we need to run faster and do more and make more noise of ourselves, in general in Finland, but in Vaasa region as well, because the market is global, and if we want it not to be a zero-sum game, then we need the global market. So that is one concrete thing we need to do.
Very much so. Thank you. Matthias.
More the joint R&D projects like we have been discussing here, and more educated people and more people overall into the Vaasa region, and that means more education, bigger universities and universities of applied sciences, and also more people from abroad all over the world to Vaasa.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and thank you very much for all of our distinguished panelists. It's been a great discussion. I'm honored to have you all here, and I hope I didn't kill you by not sending the discussions beforehand, but that also meant that you actually had to think about these things, and it becomes a bit more dynamic. I at least think so. I like to think so. But thank you also to our audience over the streams. It's been great having you over, and the presentation has our contact details, so do feel free to contact us. You're most welcome to join us in our global effort. This is not Vaasa, this is global. This is Finland really, taking our head up high, and we're here to say we're there for you. So thank you for joining us today, and hope to see you in our future labs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hyvää elokuuta. Menestys ei ole avain onnellisuuteen. Onnellisuus on avain menestymiseen. Jos pidät siitä, mitä teet, onnistut varmasti. Tällä Herman Kainin ajatuksella tervehdin teitä Vaasa Future Festivalin osallistujat ja jaan ajatuksia siitä, mitä meidän on hyvä tehdä, jotta Suomi menestyy jatkossakin. Suomen pienen kansakunnan menestys pohjaa erityisesti laajaan sivistykseen, inhimilliseen pääomaan ja maailmanluokan osaamiseen sekä tahtoon rakentaa parempaa huomista ja kykyyn tehdä yhteistyötä. Erityisesti tässä ajassa meillä ei ole varaa keskinäiseen voimavaroja syövään kilpailuun, vaan meidän on yhdistettävä osaamisemme ja voimamme, uudistuttava ja kannustettava toinen toisiamme yhä parempiin suorituksiin. Kun aikanaan toimin Oulun kaupunginhallituksen puheenjohtajana, kannustin hakemaan yhteisiä teemoja ja toimia ja toteutimmekin Oulun seudulla silloin Suomen suurimman 5 kunnan yhdistymisen. Tapasin sanoa, että jokainen kunta tai toimija voi kilpailla toinen toisensa elinvoiman hengiltä, mutta tulevaisuudessa aidosti menestyvät ne, jotka tekevät yhteistyötä, vaikka sitten pahimman kilpakumppanin kanssa. Olen yhä reilu 10 vuotta tuon jälkeen samaa mieltä. Viime kaudella TKI-parlamentaarisessa työskentelyssä ja sen pohjalta yksi kehitettävä osa-alue oli nimenomaan yhteistyön vahvistaminen, joka on nyt ottanutkin hyviä askeleita kohti vahvempaa yhteistyötä. Julkisen talouden erittäin vaikeasta tilanteesta, eli jo päätetyistä noin 10 miljardin euron tasapainotuksista huolimatta, olemme Orpon hallituksessa tehneet päätökset historiallisen suurista tutkimus- ja kehittämistoiminnan lisäpanostuksista. Tämä on merkittävä arvovalinta ja sitä puolustan ja siitä aiomme pitää kiinni. Teemme töitä yhteisen tavoitteen eteen, että nostamme T&K-menot 4% bruttokansantuotteesta vuoteen 2030 mennessä. Työ on edennyt suunnitellusti. Oli ilo toimia viime kaudella molemmissa parlamentaarisissa T&K-työryhmissä ja kiitänkin silloista puheenjohtajaa, vaasalaiskollegaa Matias Mäkystä. Meillä on hyvät yhteiset parlamentaariset TK-työryhmien linjaukset ja valtion T&K-rahoituslaki. Niiden pohjalta on ilo ja vastuu nykyisenä tiedeministerinä toimeenpanna yhdessä sovittuja linjauksia. Suomen TK-järjestelmää kehitetään kokonaisvaltaisesti ja tasapainoisesti. Tavoitteena on nostaa T&K-toiminnan määrää, vaikuttavuutta ja kunnianhimon tasoa. Tarvitsemme kestävää talouskasvua, tuottavuuden kasvua sekä hyvinvoinnin vahvistumista. Pidemmän aikavälin tavoitteena on, että valtion T&K-panostukset tuottavat laaja-alaisesti uutta tietoa ja korkean tason osaamista. Yhdessä nämä luovat innovaatioita sekä ratkaisuja globaaleihin yhteiskunnallisiin haasteisiin, kuten ilmastonmuutokseen, luontokatoon ja sosiaalisiin ongelmiin. Jotta tavoitteeseen päästään, oleellista on osaavien työntekijöiden riittävyys. Myös siksi on tärkeää nostaa korkeakoulutettujen nuorten aikuisten osuutta kohti 50% ikäluokasta. Kevään kehysriihessä päätimme nuorille suunnattavasta uudesta opintosetelistä, jonka valmistelu on käynnistetty. Se tarkoittaa sitä, että yhteishaussa vaille korkeakoulupaikkaa jääneelle nuorelle tullaan tarjoamaan opintoseteli, jolla hän voi opiskella avoimessa korkeakoulussa maksutta 1 lukuvuoden ajan. Tämä myös purkaisi sitä tuhansien nuorten hakijasumaa, jotka haluavat korkeakoulutukseen, mutta eivät ole vielä päässeet. Opintoseteli myös mahdollistaa lukion tai ammatillisen koulutuksen jälkeen työnteon ja korkeakouluopiskelujen yhdistämisen sekä samalla lisää ja joustavoittaa mahdollisuuksia päästä korkeakoulutukseen. Lisäksi olemme joustavoittaneet avoimen korkeakoulutuksen maksusääntelyä, jotta avoimen korkeakoulutuksen tarjonta kasvaa. Korkeakoulut voivat jatkossa niin valitessaan periä enimmäismaksuja, alempia maksuja tai tarjota opetusta joissain tilanteissa myös maksutta. Tarvitsemme myös enemmän tohtorikoulutettua työvoimaa vahvistamaan korkeakoulujen, tutkimuslaitosten ja yritysten tutkimus-, kehittämis- ja innovaatiokyvykkyyttä. Tätä työtä tehdään tällä hetkellä hallituksen viime vuonna käynnistämässä tohtoripilottihankkeessa, jonka myötä Suomeen kouluttautuu 1000 uutta tohtoria. Käynnistin keväällä korkeakoulutuksen ja tutkimuksen Visio 2040 työskentelyn. Kevään aikana yhteistä tilannekuvaa on työstetty niin korkeakoulujen ja tiedelaitosten johdon seminaarin, sidosryhmätapaamisten kuin verkkokyselyssä saamamme vastausten ja datan pohjalta. Visiotyö vaatii meiltä kaikilta tulevaisuusvastuuta ja samalla se luo myös toivoa sekä innostusta tulevasta. On jo varsin selvästi nähtävissä, että esimerkiksi avoimet toimintatavat ja tekoäly vaikuttavat korkeakoulujen koulutukseen ja tutkimukseen. Näillä on iso merkitys myös luonnontieteellisen koulutusalan menestykseen, niin nyt kuin tulevaisuudessa. Otammekin ministeriössä mielihyvin vastaan näkemyksiänne visiokeskusteluun myös luonnontieteellisten alojen näkökulmasta. Ajatukset, ideat, kommentit ovat enemmän kuin tervetulleita. Tätä visiotyötä tehdään yhdessä. Luonnontieteiden ja matematiikan sekä tekniikan ja teknologian koulutus antavat laajat valmiudet ymmärtää ympäröivää maailmaa. Itsekin diplomi-insinööritaustaisena uskon luonnontieteiden ja tekniikan voimaan yhdistettynä inhimilliseen pääomaan. Ne ovat avaimia kestävämmän tulevaisuuden rakentamiseksi. Onkin tärkeää, että näiden alojen osaamista ja opettamista kehitetään. Luonnontieteitä ja tekniikkaa osaavat ihmiset ovat yhteiskunnalle tärkeä uudistusvoima. Ne haluavat ratkaista kaikenlaisia ongelmia niin yrityksissä kuin yhteiskunnassa sekä ovat osa osaavaa työvoimamme. Kyky seurata ja jäsentää tietoa ympäröivästä maailmasta lisää ihmisten osallisuutta ja antaa eväät elää osana yhteisöjä ja yhteiskuntaa. Lyhyesti rakentaa siis parempaa huomista ja kestävämpää maailmaa. Olikin kunnia tehdä esitys valtioneuvostolle Vaasan ammattikorkeakoulun tuotantotalouden koulutusvastuusta. Valtioneuvosto teki kesäkuussa virallisen päätöksen myöntää Vaasan ammattikorkeakoululle tuotantotalouden koulutusvastuu. Toivottavasti koulutusvastuun suunnittelu ja valmistelu ovat käynnistyneet ja etenevät myötätuulessa. Siten uudet opiskelijat voivat jo ensi tai seuraavana vuonna hakeutua ja aloittaa tuotantotalouden opinnot Vaasan ammattikorkeakoulussa. Samaa toivotan tässäkin yhteydessä menestystä Vaasan yliopiston ja Vaasan ammattikorkeakoulun yhteiskonsernille. Osaava, uutta luova ja kekseliäs Suomi menestyy maailman myrskyissä. Näillä ajatuksilla toivotan teille antoisaa seminaaria ja inspiroivia yhteistyökeskusteluja. Jatketaan työtä suomalaisen osaamisen ja koulutuksen puolesta sekä yhteisten tavoitteiden saavuttamiseksi. Hyvää kesän jatkoa kaikille!
Right, let's start the AI to Business session. My name is Marko Kohtamäki. I will run this workshop as a moderator. Welcome all. Welcome all. I'll just wait. I'll be quiet. I can wait forever. Yeah. So my name is Marko Kohtamäki and I work as a strategy professor at University of Vaasa, also as a board member, leading this together with Sanna Peltonen, this AI to Business project. So what we've been doing in this project, of which this seminar is part of, is focusing on artificial intelligence and the business applications of AI. So of course we all know, and AI has become part of our lives in the recent years. Everything is AI at the moment. Some still tend to say that everything is not about AI, but they tend to be wrong. So what we are seeing every day is that we get new applications, new technologies, new processing power related to AI, and AI is also becoming more real time all the time. And that will mean huge improvements, as we all know, in the coming years. It's not about 2040, it's about 2027. It's about 2025, 2027, 2030. And here at the region, we can't be 20 years late. So that's why we are focusing at the moment on the applications, although, of course, the technology is changing daily. So this seminar is part of that type of thinking process that we are doing. We come from strategy perspective. We are business model innovation researchers, strategy researchers, particularly keen on new technologies related to energy, related to AI, and so forth. Tens of years of experience in terms of manufacturing companies. We will have a wonderful panel. We will have Marko Komsi, senior scientist from VTT, developing AI applications. And this is particularly interesting because Marko is focusing on strategy and AI-related applications. So what Marko will bring in this panel is the interconnection between strategy, business model, and AI, and do it in as practical fashion as possible. Then we have Pasi Tuominen, who will join us a little bit later from Vapice, of course the founder, an entrepreneur, managing director of Vapice. And then Pekka Koponen from Infinite Capital, from our university. Pekka is working as a professor of practice at the University of Vaasa. And then, of course, the founder of, well, Pekka, you will tell more. You will tell a little bit more about yourself. Hugely interesting panel, and we are very thankful for having this panel here and the opportunity to talk about these issues. I could be talking about these issues forever, but to save time, I give the word to Sanna.
Okay, my name is here. Okay, my name is Sanna Peltonen, and I come from VAMK University of Applied Sciences, and I work as a project manager in this AI to Business project. And I will now share a very short overview of this project. So AI to Business is co-funded by the European Union. We have started the project in August 23, and we are ending the project this year. So we are taking the final steps during this autumn. What are we doing? We are doing the project in collaboration with VAMK University of Applied Sciences and the University of Vaasa. And what we are doing in the project, we are gathering the competence network for people who are interested in AI and want to learn more, want to discuss and want to share experiences about AI. And this is one event where we can collaborate. Then we are creating a training program where we see the AI from the business perspective. And also we have created 3 AI experiments which are identified from the company interviews. Next slide, thanks. And actually, this online course is now open for piloting. So if you are interested, please scan the QR code. You find more information about the course. It's a free course for everyone to join. And it's online material, so you can complete it in your own pace. Yes, that's about the project. Okay. Thank you and welcome.
Welcome.
One thing, we have the participation list there going around. Yes, please write your contact information there. That's very important for us.
Thank you, Sanna. I would have forgotten that anyway, so thank you very much. Let's give a big hand to our panelists, Marko, Pekka, and Pasi. And what I know of is that Pasi is in Vapice, ending the Vapice board meeting and will be here in a few minutes' time, but he will just join us the panel when he's here. Marko, Please tell us about AI-driven innovation in business and research, the interconnection between strategy and AI.
Thank you. First, great to see you here. Thanks for coming. And this helps. And thanks for the organizer, and especially Professor Marko Kohtamäki, who invited me to talk to you. Yes, and I'm pretty new to VTT. I've been working in software product companies, globally operating software product companies most of my life. For instance, I worked in the Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence organization at WithSecure and F-Secure. You probably know those cybersecurity companies. When I joined to VTT, I was given 3 tasks. The first one was that get us money, but also get some research money to companies as well. Build research consortia and let companies, enable companies to do AI research. Second, they say that your field is strategic foresight. Integrate AI into our existing service offering. And finally, they said, invent something new. And I love the last topic, invent something new. That was the key reason I wanted to join the VTT. And in order to invent something new in the field of strategic foresight, I started to meet CEOs, board professionals, and finally also I wanted to participate in every possible AI event in Helsinki area that I possibly could. And I went for every meeting that, tell me, how can I build something new? Tell me. Then I went there and they told that we have co-pilots that increase your efficiency. I say, no, it's good for productivity maybe, but that's not what I want. Tell me, how can I invent something new with AI? I went to another event, no, the same, and the same, and the same. I got so frustrated, I was like, come on. And I was so frustrated that I wanted to build simple model to myself and our AI investments. I'm a simple person, I'm a country boy, and I just wanted to draw, how can I show VTT's investment? How can I show it? How can I tell to myself and my colleagues what we are doing? Y-axis says that novelty for end customers. What's the new value proposition? What's the novelty? How to measure that we are doing something new? X-axis is the rest of the business model. That there must be something new in the business model, for instance, value delivery and so on. And I thought, okay, this is what I want. And what I hear from AI events is the left bottom. Some productivity topics. I kept on having meetings with CEOs. Then I met Luoto company CEO Tuomas Nousiainen, and we had our therapy sessions with AI. And just accidentally I showed this to him that, yeah, I'm frustrated and I did this. And he said, can I use this? He was just entering to a meeting of one of the largest companies in Finland. He didn't tell me the name of the company, but he said that it's a big financial company. Either it was an insurance company or bank, but big one. And all the leadership teams were there. And he showed this to them. And then after the meeting, we had yet another meeting, and he said, it was exactly the case in the company. All they did with AI was this. And it's even worse. All the C-suite members, all the leadership team members work in silos. And they all do some things. CFO do some financial improvement. CMO, marketing officer, do some marketing improvement with AI. But that's it. I was like, aha, That's interesting. Then I kept meeting people. Then I met Pia Rautakorpi. She's a board professional and also CEO of Arvova. And we had a discussion about the role between the CEO and board members, especially board of director. And she told me interesting thing, that everything is built on trust between the POD and CEO, everything. And when we kept on talking and asked that, what if CEO is bad? What if he or she is not honest, not open, and do bad things for the company and shareholders? And she said that only thing I have is trust. And if that's break, it can be a disaster. I was like, that's not good. Can we do something about it? And that was a moment, I think, I thought about. It was May 2024. AI CEO, that's a lovely topic. Everybody is talking that AI will replace book writers, translators, but what about CEO? What is he or she is doing? Working with data, working with uncertainty, a lot of data, changes, fast changes, and decision making. And I was thinking, what AI is doing? Exactly that. What if we have AI CEO in future? And I started to talk internally at VTT that we will develop AI CEO. That's the new thing. And people laughed to me that, come on, you are joking. In September last year, Harvard Business Review published this article. That's happening. It's not joke anymore. It's interesting article. Please read it. It's the funny thing about the article. They had a simulation that they compare CEOs, AI, and students, and it seems that students were the best, or at least the best students. They even outperformed the AI and CEOs. But anyway, AI did well already then. But that's where we are at the moment. And now here we are talking about AI in research, AI in business. I'm happy to talk with Petri Mäkelä, who is in the audience. He is my hero. We know from we are in the same city, and I have been his fan for years at Mäkelä, what he has done, and we have had now lately with AI, we have had interesting discussions, and I'm super interesting to see, and been also talking with Mäkelä what they are doing at the moment, and we always talk that give a chance or allow you a chance to succeed, and we have discussed for instance that Mäkelä can go for the right direction or up, and in the investments, and we never know that Mäkelä is at the moment they were aluminum company, then because of your discussions they become a service company, and next maybe they are AI company. But you have to give yourself a chance to succeed. And now how we are able to do something novel? The slide before was 2024 Gartner hype cycle for innovation practices. AI-driven innovation was there in 2024. It's not a surprise that it's there still. But what was surprising to me is jobs to be done. that's a 20-year-old practice. And it's even founded for 35-year-old practice. I was like, what the heck? But then I started to think, okay, I'm now working with, for instance, 2 leading AI software product companies that are leading in their field. They are Buzzware and Smartly.io. They are both recognized by Forrester. They are leading AI companies in the world in their field. And both of them, both companies, they are linking those 2 methods. They are linking customers' jobs to be done activities in their AI development, AI investments. They take holistic picture of their customers, and then they invest and develop AI to fulfill customers' jobs to be done. It can also be partners. Partners have similar jobs to be done. And that's how the best AI companies in Finland seems to work at the moment. And if you are investing in AI, I highly recommend that instead of investing in productivity and efficiency, it's good to invest in efficiency as well. But I would rather, in your strategic activities, focus on customers' jobs to be done and build, I would say, rather than building AI strategy, I would talk about building a customer value strategy first and then AI strategy. I was asked to say something about research. We can see that CEOs will be complemented by AI, but it's happening for science. Sakana AI has developed AI scientist, and it's fully automated already. And independently, just 4 months ago, AI scientist did a paper that was accepted by peer review. But what's the most surprising is that the title, you can see unexpected obstacles. I was like, huh? I studied more, and it published negative study. They made AI made an experiment that failed, and AI reported the failed experiment. How many researchers do that? You feel shamed, you don't publish the result, but AI did. And that's interesting. AI kind of think differently than human. She, I don't know, it saw the opportunity that I can publish negative thing. This is an example of static process. Typically, writing a research paper has certain phases and steps, and it's relatively easy to automate and make it with AI, agentic AI for that. But what's more difficult is when you don't know the process beforehand. And we have a team of Butterfly Effect here. This is a company called Butterfly Effect. It's a Chinese company. And they had a spin-off company. They are developing Manus, AI Manus. And if you want to follow one of the AI concepts in the world at the moment, I really recommend, please keep an eye on Manus. It's an super interesting concept. You can basically give any task to AI Manus, and then it builds 100. It builds kind of 100 agents that work for you. And they work as a swarm, collaboratively. And then they solve the problem together. And they can solve the problem dynamically. And it's a wild concept that is maybe first step towards artificial general intelligence. I have slides for VTT, what we are doing, but I think it's boring. But if I have very last, it's not boring, but I rather see something tangible. If I have 1 to 2 minutes left, I can show quickly one of the demos what we are working with. The first step of AI CEO. If I only can make it work here.
You're on time. Pasi, please join.
Now, for the audience, tell me a company, publicly listed company in Finland. Any company, publicly listed Finland.
Nokia.
Okay. Let's use Nokia.
Surprisingly.
And we have developed AI capabilities to validate Nokia's strategy, not just Nokia's, but any public listed company, to validate the strategy. And what I like the most is our bias checker setup. We can add roles, maybe we add strategy professor.
Now I got interested.
Okay, let's run the simulation. And basically, this is a concept that we can have any agent, they will start talking about the strategy. And it's like our studio in Finland, that there are a panel of people. We will be in panel, and we listen to each other, and then we have a round of discussions. And after a round of discussion, they will end up a conclusion. There is yet another agent that will make a conclusion out of the discussion. And then there is a bias results. And then board professional can, for instance, look that, guys, you have biases here. Sometimes bias can be good, but in many cases it's bad. And this can start a discussion. But I think my time is running out, but this is something what we are doing. I just wanted to show that we are doing actually something. But thanks for coming and
thank you, Marko.
Yeah, thank you.
Big hand. We will continue with you during the panel. Pasi Tuominen, welcome to our panel. Great that you made it. Pasi Tuominen, of course, most of you know, Managing Director, founder of WAPICE. We're really happy to have you here. AI, what does it mean for WAPICE? Thank you. Can we have the slides?
Okay. Vai tämä toimii. Okay, thank you. Pasi Tuominen is my name, and the company is WAPICE, established in Vaasa 1999. Quite a long time ago, 25 years ago.
No.
Can you put the...
Sorry.
It's very nice to see you all, so many people here in Vaasa Future Days Festival. This has been very famous and year after year progressing extremely well here in Vaasa. Vaasa's energy business is the main business here, and what WAPICE is doing is we start doing software to energy companies. We are waiting for the material, perhaps. I know there are quite many videos, so it takes time. And in '99, the situation was totally different. If we think about Nokia was the biggest company and biggest brand in whole Europe, if you remember that time. Okay, but also in '99 we established a WAPICE, and we are in the coast here in Vaasa, and the company is private owned. We have 130 owners in this company who are working in WAPICE, and our customers are industrial customers. So what we are doing is software, but nowadays we are doing IoT and IE systems to our customer. One slide related our company. My subject is artificial intelligence, and as you can see, the artificial intelligence is the middle of this presentation here. Not so high I can see now, but anyway, it's the middle of this know-how. And this blue area is tailored software. It represents tailored software, and this orange one represents our product what we have developed in our company. So it's we have 350 workers, and those are located there, so that some 70 people are doing those products, and other are doing this tailored software. If I go to the subject, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence segment has been established in our company 2019, 6 years ago. So it was before the ChatGPT, what we are talking about now when we are talking about IoT, I mean artificial intelligence. Before ChatGPT, we were doing neural network and all kind of artificial intelligence system what the industry was requesting. But when the ChatGPT came, everything changed. We all know what is IoT and artificial intelligence nowadays. Here is one example where we are using artificial intelligence. This is from Tampere, and you can see there's cameras, and we are describing, sorry. Here we can see that there's a rose growth, and sorry. Okay. Now it works. Okay, there's a cross growth, and you can see there's a green and a red zones. And we are calculating from the camera signal that what kind of situation we have those different zones. Is there some risks or some potential detection of risks, or there is some kind of safety problems? We can see it from this picture. We automatically collect the information from the camera signal, and we are able to follow all corners in this town, all crossroads in this town. And based on this information, the city traffic planners can work and do their work. Another kind of presentation and example is here, where for some reason this does not seem to work, perhaps. Okay. Other kind of example is here when where we are able to use camera is a different kind of crowded events in the city. When there are huge amount of people going around, we need extra guiding for them. And using our IoT and artificial intelligence system is extremely easy to do. And then another example, next example is related to guided selling. We are able to use large language model with guided selling tools, sales tools, and it makes it very easy for anyone to buy industrial products. It discusses with your own language, and you just describe what is the need, and the software and artificial intelligence system is able to communicate you using your own language. So this is one benefit of artificial intelligence nowadays, that you are able to control all kinds of systems using your own language. Here you are buying something, industrial products, and the artificial intelligence is discussing with you and asking questions, and you are answering those, and then you got the result as that result what you are like to have. And there's all material, and you are just pressing button, and you are able to order this. And this can be a very complicated industrial product what you are going to buy using this. Another example is one kind of way where we are able to detect and forecast that what is the people flow in different streets. We have cameras here, and we have artificial intelligence system that is able to get from open data network, open data platforms information. That's what's going to happen in town. And based that information and forecast based on the artificial intelligence, you are able to detect that how many people they are going on in a certain day and in certain time. And you are able to forecast this 1 month ahead. And here's an example how the business is using this information. I don't know, we have a voice here? There's a voice here, but okay, it doesn't come, but okay, we go with video. How the business is using this information, they are able to get the information to their own, so that how many people they are in the front of their company in certain time. And if you think about that, for example, when they are you have a, for example, restaurant, and you know that certain time there is 100 people or 1,000 people going around or ahead of your restaurant, you are able to optimize your number of your staff, you are able to order enough material and so on. So this helps remarkably your way to work. It is not surprise suddenly that suddenly your restaurant is full of people and you do not have staff there. Perhaps they have a holiday or something. So you are able to optimize whole work and whole operation 1 month ahead. So this is really what they are doing using artificial intelligence in one town at the moment. And those companies are, this is one example how companies are really using artificial intelligence nowadays. It's not, the information comes from those open databases there surrounding, and it is able to forecast that how many people are taking part to certain happening, and it's learning system. So it's continuously iterating and improving its focus. If we, okay, it is not 100%, for example, sometimes there is an Ilves and a sport game. It depends on situation in the Liga that how many people there are, but quite well they are able to forecast that. Then there's one other way where we are using artificial intelligence. This is in a way option at the moment. We do not have a product for this, but this is what you are able to do with artificial intelligence. Here, if you think about older people, home care or something similar, you are able to using this kind of algorithms that what is the situation there, and you do not need to send the video signal to anywhere. You just send this information that is this people standing up or is lying on the ground or what's the situation. Only the information is sent. So in a way it's protect personal information if we like to. Because you know it's quite complicated to have a camera in your home. Sometimes, even in older people do not like that. So this is one way, when we think about that there's a lack of people who are taking care of older people, we are able to use this kind of systems, and these systems are working even now. One other thing where artificial intelligence is used at the moment is a different kind of production lines. We are able to detect that what is the situation of those products. Are they okay, or is there some mistakes or something fails in these products? And this also is learning system. Actually, this is based on neural network. This example what we are using here, improving production line and productivity. Okay, here is voice, but we perhaps don't hear it. But the voice is some kind of different volume and so on. What this voice is, there are different frequencies and so on. But this voice, you have only microphone, and you are able to detect that is the situation normal or not. Only microphone. This is what artificial intelligence is able to do. All signals surrounding us can be used based on that. All signals. So here, for example, if you think about air-conditioned rooms, and in certain case when it's very hot, 30 degrees or less than that, the temperature outside, And then the air condition is different. But if it's very cold, the volume and voice in air conditioned room is and other kind of. So this is detecting that what is the temperature outside, what is the humidity inside, and detect that is this normal in this air conditioned room using artificial intelligence. So using only microphone. And this is we have customers who are using this kind of system. Same information can be used with a machine, diesel engines, electrical engines, whatever way you are able to get voice. So this is very simple solution using only microphone and artificial intelligence system. In this example, we are using large language models so that you are able to connect yourself to some controlled system. For example, in this we have a traffic lights, but it can be any kind. For example, this kind of, we are inside now, there is some kind of control system in this room, some home automation or some factory automation working on here. So we are able to connect anyone to this home automation system with your own language, using your own language. You can ask that how much energy we are consuming in this room at the moment, and it answers you. How much energy we are perhaps going to consume in next hour, it answers you. So you are able to discuss with the control system here. Before, you have to be some kind of automation engineers to get that information. Now you can use your own language, your own system, just like that. Here's one example what kind of information you should put there. What is this for you, this system? You are just putting question, and from the left you are able to see that what is actually the information what goes to the control system. You do not need to write this, you just put on one question, that's all. And this is a one, I would say, revolution, what's happening here, that we are able to control our surrounding systems using artificial intelligence and our own language. That is happening now, and this is not any future. This is now what we are doing, and what we all are able to do with artificial intelligence system. And other system is also, it helps sales and so on. This is one example related that. I go it fast through. And the last slide describe a situation where factory is working totally automatically. This has been our target almost 10 years, I would say. Somebody of you have not seen this picture quite a long time ago. And that's very usual for us, that we are defining that what's going to happen in future. But this is this is possible now, but this is also future. So that we are going to have automatic factories that are repairing themselves automatically using artificial intelligence. They are able to see that something is going to break without that it hasn't break, not yet. It's going to break. They are able to forecast it. And they are asking repair before those breaks. So in a way, these factories are working more reliable than present factories. This is our last slide, and describe where we have used artificial intelligence. This was very fast going on. I had 15 minutes, so it's not so much to go this through, but there are hundreds of systems and situations where we are able to use these artificial intelligence, but this example are some of those. Thank you.
Let's give a big hand. Wonderful ideas, wonderful actual products, also ideas, prototypes. A lot of things to discuss also in the panel. Our next panelist, Pekka Koponen, I would say inventor, founder, entrepreneur, professor of practice. Welcome to our session.
Thank you, Marco, and good morning still, everybody. Yeah, so as said, yeah, I'm a man of many titles. Maybe it's so I can't focus or something, but it's a continuum. Topic, when Marco asked me to speak here, we agreed that I'm going to talk about AI in education. And when I familiarized myself more to the AI to business approach, where you are kind of developing AI competencies in the companies around, and then I looked at the other speakers, and I decided to change the title. And why is that? So I was hired as a professor of practice in industrial transformation a year ago here, and I think the main task was for me has been to think about the industry interface, how industry changes around the university, but also help internally to the management rectorate, these different leaders to develop the university. And that's why I started to think, how do we need to change as a university, but also in a bigger scale for the Finnish education system. I'm talking about entry-level jobs. So my entry-level job, I was very, very lucky. I did my computer engineering and computer science degree, and I did my master thesis at Nokia, where I wrote smart card interface software for the first Nokia GSM phone. And that software actually went in the next decade to 500 million pockets. So I'm very proud that my kind of entry-level job created something of value. Not everybody is as lucky, but for me it was actually a stepping stone. I stopped coding in just 2 years after that, and then I became first a sales guy and then a director in strategy, and I was also a partner in a venture capital fund. But main point is that coding skill was my entry into the Nokia at its most rapid growth. And how do we enable people to do that for the next decade? I'm also currently a chair of Higher Ed Hub Finland. It's a company owned by 35 Finnish higher education institutes, so basically practically all universities and other higher education institutes, which creating a joint digital platform. You can all check it at opin.fi. It has just launched, so there are thousands of courses of different universities. And also I see it as a big form of renewal of education. Privately, I was 20 years entrepreneur company that I built with my wife, who is here in the audience. Spinverse, we has raised 4 billion euros of EU money, including a lot of in the energy for its customers. But we sold it 2 years ago. Now we invest in mostly in education. 7 companies at the moment. 2 main AI companies. One is doing material platforms for simulation learning for vocational education and so on. But so then about the presentation. So I started to look at the problem of how does the entry-level jobs change. There has been a lot of discussion about that. So I did the research. So I went through close to 200 articles, scientific ones, 85% peer-reviewed, and I created the 20-page research paper that if somebody is interested, I can share. It's not published yet. And yes, I used AI. It took me about 4 hours. And so here are the results. So first of all, what is happening in the jobs at the moment? So we have what I call a great reconfiguration. So there are 3 main forces ongoing. First one is automation. So a lot of the stuff that people, but I give examples later, when you started at your first job in the past, are going or gone. So they are being automated. There is another force which is augmentation. So you are able to use AI skills to enable new features on you. Like for myself, I wasn't a researcher before, but I was able to create a 20-page pretty good research paper with AI. So you are able to grow very quickly to a new direction. And then redefinition, our experience and kind of how it works, it's changed. There will be new hybrid roles that this creates. For the company's point of view, initially it sounds good, great that you don't need to hire so many people anymore, and you don't need to have those young people who need all those babysitting, and you can kind of get people more out of the people what you have. But the problem is that you are breaking the ladder that has got you the young people in. So if you don't enable these new people some way to come in a few years you will be in trouble. And that's why this kind of ladder, it needs to be rebuilt. And I'm coming to that in a minute. So there is an interesting paradox what this augmentation creates. So there is kind of individual productivity. You can get more out of people which you have. In average, 14% more productivity for along the line, 34% for the least experienced workers. So one part of the paradox is that the less experienced you, the faster you grow. At the same time, you need fewer jobs. So there is now, especially in software, and I'm happy to discuss in panel Vapi's experiences, but how we can see that teams are being replaced with one individual with the augmented AI. And for every new AI-related jobs, 2 to 3 junior positions may be eliminated. And so there is also interesting phenomena that everybody of us have in some way who has used AI has seen. It's called brittle expertise, which means that when you create something with AI, you don't fully understand the process. And that's why kind of you sound more credible than you actually are, or you're capable than you actually are. And then it's up to others to understand whether he or she actually knows what he's doing. Applies to me as well. Let's test. Numbers about, here are US statistics on what is happening in the job market. So close to 6% graduates are unemployed, has grown rapidly. Actually a little bit longer than the AI has affected. There is something else in game as well, but it's definitely increasing. Then there is 15% less jobs available. Again, in US, there is no decline in the job market in general. It's mostly here, and then more competition, so of course more people for the jobs. Finnish numbers are pretty similar, and actually the global numbers, the trend is there everywhere. So now coming to what should we know, and what are the new skills? There are kind of 4 main areas that there is nothing new here, but I still think that as an education system, we haven't really thought about it. We are still in the moment of transition. So we have had a very silo-based, very discipline, curriculum-based learning. So if you become a Master of Science in Engineering, you read certain kind of things, and there are different ways how to do that. But in the future, more and more jobs need kind of transportable skills. So analytical and critical thinking is something that we should teach. Here also, I'm not talking about solutions this time so much. I'm happy that Vapise had a clear examples about AI as well as Marko. I chose not to talk about the solutions because I wanted to talk more about the need. Solutions are there. Actually, technology is very advanced, but the education industry is not the quickest one to adapt them. But here, for example, analytical and critical thinking, traditionally for engineers, it's maths. So you calculate, you integrate, you derivate. And still, in many universities, pen, paper, and calculator, and you cannot even use the same tools that you have used in high school these days. They have this different applications for that. I claim that there are more efficient ways to learn analytical and critical thinking than integrating with pen and paper. Creativity and innovation, and here the kind of how to create the discipline that has more skills for that. Definitely a lot of room to grow there. Social and emotional skills, this is my favorite. It's really, this is the area which is the last one that AI can take away from us. So even if I respect that there is a lot to do in helping to do B2B sales over the internet, still especially for new companies or new products and so, there has to be somebody who goes and convinces the person on the other side. After those ice is broken, after you have built the credibility, then the machines take over. But so we need more and more, still more kind of group works, case-based studies, and training for this. And finally, AI literacy. This is that everybody of us needs to learn. In the degrees, in the people training them for the first jobs, we need to get them access to the most important tools. I know many universities are currently kind of going back and forth with this, that kind of how to, there are ethical problems, there are worries about the security of the data. Often security of data risks are over-exaggerated. Security of data is often used as an excuse for not to move ahead on something that you are afraid for otherwise. It's serious, but you need to have data and numbers to justify the risks. Finally, I say that there is a little bit of hype on this. A lot of things that we say about AI today, we have said about digitalization. We have just now replaced the digitalization with that. So, and it's a good news. We have learned to use, say, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Python, different kind of tools. Now it gets one level easier, but there are still the same things. We need a digital tool curriculum. So, building on these, there is kind of I'm running soon out of time, but in a cross-industry kind of transformation, there are interesting examples that I couldn't fit into the 15-minute presentation, but what is happening in each one of these industries, how these jobs are really vanishing. Kind of, for example, in legal, junior associates who come in, they have used to proofread contracts. They have gone through thousands and thousands of previous cases to try ways how to justify build the case for the court and so on. All of this now with the AI snap in a snap of fingers, and here the other areas in marketing, there are different kind of proofreading of websites, adding tools that is being automated. Software, huge improvements there, and same thing in finance. So going to the conclusions, so what is the implication, to summarize the previous and build on that? So we need universal AI literacy. Everybody needs to be able to understand how they augment themselves. We need to prioritize durable skills, how people, things that kind of a more horizontal transversal skills, what I mentioned. And then coming to the, also for the Vaasa University and whole education world, we need to build deeper and deeper industry partnerships. And I'm very happy that the whole rectorate repeated the importance of this and the commitment of Vaasa University for doing this. Because we need to co-develop the curricula, we need to be able to understand better and better what is the first job. We are mostly enabling the first job for the company, for our students. So what do the companies need? And develop on the skills rather than knowledge transmission. Digital tools transfer knowledge much faster than any professor, so that's why it's more skills that we need to focus. And so finally, final slide. So for individual, I talked about the first job, but most important is that we have to embrace lifelong learning. We need to have different kind of tools to do that. T-shaped profile. There is still room for, you need to have a degree, you need to become good in something, while you need to have a horizontal set of skills. And like Tanja said, that we are the largest producer, biggest producer of business administration graduates, and the best in the Shanghai list in Finland on that as well. And that is a good discipline to have, but then you need to be ready to that a lot of that will change. So that's a T-shaped profile. So educational institutions, we need to integrate AI literacy, we need to have durable human skills, we need to partner with the industry, and we need to question our teaching. Still a lot of teaching is done with the discipline that is hundreds of years old. The professor is speaking in the front, like I'm doing right now, to people who are in the audience, who are taking notes. I can't see many people taking notes, but that's because you can see the recording afterwards. This is kind of, it's time to get out of it. And everywhere where we see that, we need to think how it can be more efficient. Corporations, if they don't rethink their entry roles, if they don't start hiring young people again, they will be in trouble in just a few years. And that's something that we need to pay attention now. Invest in upskilling. Corporations also, the current government of Finland has cut from the lifelong learning funding close to 500 million euros. And it's more and more important that the corporations and individuals themselves are in charge of their lifelong learning. So this is also something that corporations need to do themselves. And finally, for government, I'm happy to see that we have a member of parliament, Matias here, and Matias Mäkynen, and here I think the very important part of it is that we need funding for this development. Now there is cuts being proposed again for the universities in Finland. However, and even if they would be fought away, we need to be able to more efficient with the money what we have, and that means cooperation. So that means, for example, that we shouldn't avoid that every university to making their own AI decisions, but there are good platforms like DigiVision for the cooperation on that already. And this is something we need to catch up for the other countries, competing countries around us. We need to fund lifelong learning, which this is something that we have a big gap now in Finnish funding. And also here to engage the whole private sector educators and edtech startups, everybody to innovate better ways to do the education. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a big hand. So we have a panel, and not to do it in a way where we have experts and audience listening, we want to participate the audience as well to ask questions. So we will give also an opportunity for you to participate to the discussion, and Tanja and Sanna may be circling around with the microphones, so we can use also the mics for the discussion with the audience. But we start by a simple question in terms of the evolution of AI and what the evolution means for managing companies and public organizations. So how do you see that? What will be the next phases in this evolution in contrast to the past, and how that is changing the existing reality of organization and top management. Because for me, as a university board member, I see that this AI is kind of changing the whole landscape and interaction between the university top management and then the actual workers in the process. So how do you facilitate the change so that also our top management teams start adapting the AI and understand exactly that what is happening? Because this is not something that we can't wait for 5 to 10 years. It has to happen now. How do you see this? Who would start? Pasi, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. Good question. And
tough one.
I would say that really revolution is going on. Revolution at the moment. And okay, in our company, we have started this AI activity actively now 6 years ago. Then neural networks and machine learning and those were on the table. But when the ChatGPT came a couple of years ago, everything was, I would say, explode. And everybody, also we are using it very actively nowadays. So it's changing everything. It changed how we are working, how each one of our experts are working, and also it makes everything more effective. But in a way, anyway, if you think about Finland, because there's a question, is Finland, the problem is in a way that we do not have enough resources to develop IE engines. In 1 year, we put or a couple of years, we put 500,000 invest in our company to that. But when we noticed that our competitors in USA are putting billions, so we noticed that perhaps we are making application over those systems, not to develop ourselves own, because it takes so much money. So I would say that what we are doing in Finland now, we are making applications over those present AI engines. And it's a very interesting situation that something comes from China. Most of those come from USA. And I would say it's very important in Europe to develop something similar, what they are doing in China and what they are doing in USA. That's where Finland also needs to be somehow take part. Is it universities or some big companies together or so on? I would say that's what is needed. But we are doing application over those and the revolution is going on.
Exactly. Pekka.
Yeah, very much aligned with the findings. I think that in Finland it depends. We have very big differences in different organizations, different industries. I would say that the general understanding of and awareness of AI importance is there, and you cannot basically find any relevant person who hasn't tried it. A lot of us are using it more and more frequently on a daily basis. I still say that in general the company adoption of using AI is lagging behind. There are a lot of, like in any digitalization, as I said earlier, it depends on, there are different forces of the history that are blocking it. I'm worried also about the EU competence gap between the US and China. We need to catch up. At the same time, I still would while there is, I still encourage companies and individuals to using US and Chinese tools and learn them to use them as long as the European competition is not there. It's we cannot start stopping using the best technology available just because it's not developed by us. We should find Finland our niches where we grow. First, we should be in our industries, should be quick in applying it. And now here in Vaasa, for example, I would love to see here the world-leading research and products in the energy transition AI solutions. And here now the energy transition valley, and the whole industry around us enables it.
Many of us often, I give to Marko, but many of us often are talking about company cultures. We all understand that strategy and culture has some importance, and then we think that, okay, our culture should be entrepreneurial, or it should be communal, or it should be innovative, and it should be encouraging these good things. We want to emphasize customer needs or something. These are those labels that we use in our strategies and descriptions of our organizational cultures. I would be adding or thinking that what does AI mean in terms of our organizational culture in my own organization with every one of you? So if you would ask that what AI-enabled culture would mean for my organization, that would be the question now. Because without that, our employees will not adapt to AI, and for that to happen, it means that top management understands exactly what is happening in terms of AI and how radical this change is. So, of course, for me, it's clear that it means that our top management and our board levels in companies have to understand that this is changing everything in our manufacturing or whatever company or organization in the coming years. That this will not be the same in 5 years' time. And it's a great chance, but for those who are not part of it, it will be devastating. So the question would be that how do you create AI-enabled culture in your organization with people who may not be used to the idea of using AI in everyday tasks basically all the time, like at least in university researchers should. All the time in everything. Marko.
Yeah, if we talk about the evolution of AI competencies in the companies, I represent, because my background is in global software business, I see every solution as a software solution or AI solution. And I have been talking with software companies mainly, and there is a huge shift. Now you can use AI for AI. But basically, software development is changing so fast, and I have heard examples from the companies that they can develop from the scratch totally new systems just in a super short period of time. Of course, there could be a problem that you can write automatically a lot of code, and then you have maintenance and other problems. But what's the evolution? What is the evolution? I see that software coders will become architects. They have to understand. The evolution is that you have to understand the big picture: data, AI, software, other integration with hardware, whatever it is, the context. And the second is classic, in my area, requirements engineering. You have to learn to understand customer process. And that is the future of AI-driven business, that instead of coding, you become an architect and customer understanding person. But that's how I see, at least from the software development perspective.
So you would start from AI-driven customer solutions, develop customer-driven AI solutions?
Pretty much so, and also including that you have to have a capability of be an architect if you are in the software business, that you have to integrate many things and maintain them.
How do we get these software architects to our organizations, which are not software companies and don't have that many software developers? Many of our regular companies or organizations, we don't have software development units. So how do we bring them in? Because just bringing in external coders or external software doesn't do it, because people actually have to adapt. So they need the support within the organization. And all these types of working models are somewhat what Vaasa has been using forever, right?
Yeah, I don't think that people need to be software engineer later on. I mean, okay, everyone is in a way software engineer in the future, but in a way. But I mean that it's so easy. It's going to be so easy to use those systems that you do not need to be software engineer in order to use those. Instead, you should know your own business area, the subject and content of your own area. If you are building something or making motors or engines or etc. or food, you have to be expert in that, and you are able to use artificial intelligence and those systems. I think it was true that the architect, there's two sides where this development perhaps is going on. You have, because all the time there's something to research, something new information. You are all the time you are able to study more. Perhaps something even smaller and more focused research that's increasing in order to produce more information. On the other side, the global view is increasing the need of that. The middle part is going to be handled by artificial intelligence. So I think those two directions at least are growing. And there was in material that amount of needed people is reducing. I personally don't believe it. Because
Never happened before.
Yeah, because there are more and more what we can do. So that's why when I have said once that people are afraid about artificial intelligence, but they were also very afraid when car came instead of horses. It's very same situation. Okay, we don't need so many people who are taking care about horses, but there's much more what we do need with cars, and much more opening is going to open new kind of tasks. We don't know perhaps those not yet, but good for records perhaps no.
Yeah, about jobs being lost. I was just watching a historical series on Netflix called Gilded Age, and there was it's based on 19th century US, and electricity was just invented and then there is kitchen people in the cook and the people around, they are talking about electricity, and they say there is a prediction that 50% of all jobs are going to lost because of electricity is founded. And okay, we know that it didn't happen that way, and I believe here, talking about how software will be done, there is a small crisis. We can see all the publicly listed companies in software consulting currently have a decline. I see that it's just like Pasi, you said, that it's just that they need to reinvent themselves to do better in the new environment. But it's really how coding has changed. I have a friend who just published, I think in ChatGPT 5.0 vibe coding, he was looking for, true story, he was looking for a free doctor time in Tampere, and he was looking for different companies, and he found it so difficult to find that he actually, using AI, in one afternoon, he wrote a website that reads all the doctor time schedules in Tampere, and there it books for you if you choose where do you go. Nobody had done it before. He, without coding experience, did it in 4 hours. How much would Vapais would charge for that kind of project 2 years ago? You don't need to answer. But that is, so we need to just move ahead and closer to the real customer problems.
But it's also so in our smaller SMEs, smaller organizations, that they don't have development resources. So often what we see is that there is no time. And when your technology is changing on daily basis, last week we had GPT-5 coming out, which is totally, okay, it works more or less same, but you can't use it the same way. You have to know how to use it in order to get the value out of it. So it means for our workers, for your workers, that people need time to learn and adapt to this stuff. And for me, it means 20% of work time per day or per week, whatever. 20% is huge money. So if you can't get 20%, can you manage it with 5%? In an SME where you don't have actual development resources, but you're just selling and producing and buying. Selling and producing and buying. You don't necessarily have even time for proper strategy development, talking about revolutionizing your culture. If we are talking about 50 to 150 employee companies. Very little resources. So how do we make it happen?
Now, if I can little bit come back to the last question and also Pekka's topic about the entry level and how we are changing, for instance, our education and everything. I think I have worked with university students lately quite a lot with these topics I'm currently doing, and we shouldn't underestimate them. Instead, I think they have a different culture or mental mindset in their head. They are not learned to use COBOL for software development. They already start with AI-driven development from the scratch. That's how they think. And I have very good experience with so-called entry-level students. They learn so fast. And however, the universities and education needs to be changed. We can learn from we can learn from house building. Who designed those? We call them architects. There is a curriculum for architects. Why don't we have the same for software and AI? Architects. Then they are labeled architects and that's how I see that I believe for our talented students, we just need to have a different education in the new world.
But the positive note about SMEs, we're kind of trying to answer the question that we talked about the augmented individuals and how kind of one person can do a job of a team. Same way, the SMEs may be the biggest benefactors of use of AI. 100%. A small company can do the similar kind of augmentation around it, and it can become much more competitive if it chooses its assets right. If it's positioned in the right place, if it had a good customer base, for example, to start with, or good product to start, it can really make big changes. So I see it as a big opportunity. And also the beauty of it is that there is so much to gain in the beginning without large investment. It's investment of time, investment of acquiring knowledge, how to use the tools, how to build it to the systems. Finally, in a small SME, which is, for example, still owned by the founder or kind of a very strong individual, also this change management process can be much more efficient than in bigger organizations.
So true. Pasi, you want to add?
Yeah, this kind of revolution is easier to be young. You do not have so much to forget. And I think this is one way those who are experienced already, how they are able to orient themselves to accept this new way to do. I underline this, that talent. It's very fruitful to work with talent and follow how they are working. They are not afraid doing something, they are not afraid testing something, and they are very effective. But there's still something what the experience will do. I mean, if we think about artificial intelligence, you cannot trust everything what it produces. You have to know that what is the scope of that. And I think this kind of combination is now what we are trying to solve very much, because we are working with the industry. Those systems have to work. There's no any questions about that, how to make those reliable. And that's what we are recruiting continuously talent people. Every year we are taking some 20 or something. And we are very happy how they are managing and the combination, how to combine those young talent people with those experienced people is what we are trying to do now. So, yeah.
Let's take one or two questions from the audience, please.
Oh, thank you. I have a question for the panel. I'm so happy Pasi talked about reliability, because are you not concerned about that AI might be staying at an assistant tool level? We have some evidence that we have been trying to have cars driving by themselves for many years now, but we cannot rely on critical decisions, critical kind of, we can't even have them, we have large language models for a few years now. We cannot rely on them for customer refunds and stuff like that. Is it possible that the AI might stay like a very good tool, a very good assistant, but like very good CEO, but sometimes he drinks and makes bad decisions like an AI? Or what should you say? But anyway, what do you think about this concern?
It's a good question.
Now with the ChatGPT 5 game, you are able to build agents that are working in network, and the problem with AI is the hallucination that you cannot rely on that, but it's decreasing continuously the problem, and the usability is increasing and the reliability is increasing. So I think it's going to disappear, the unreliability. Later on, you can rely on that. They have said that the ChatGPT 5 is you are able to use with lawyer and a little bit medical. So in a way, okay, I think I can trust doctor more, a living doctor, but that is the next level what's now happening, medical and lawyer, that level. And every week is something happen. Every week almost is something new is coming. So the change is so fast. If we take a look to this time after 10 years, we can see that then it's happened. Now it's happening. Within a couple of years, I was today in one meeting in the morning, and the one said that we cannot trust AI because it's making so much mistakes. At the moment, in some cases, it do, but the level of that is decreasing continuously so fast that, okay, there is some kind of mistake. If you think about the curve 1 over x, it go like this. It decrease continuously, and after a couple of years, you really can trust it.
Very good. I expand that with to some examples. I was listening this morning in a gym podcast by Google CEO, who was asked that, why were you late in the beginning? Why Google didn't be ChatGPT? And he said that we have reliability to protect. Kind of, we must be seen as a reliable company, and we couldn't launch Gemini when, for example, a parent in the middle of the night asks, how much Tylenol should I give to my sick child? And she needs to be sure that the information is right. And apparently they believe that the Tylenol recipe is right at the moment. He also said that in San Francisco, Waymo, Google subsidiary of self-driving taxis, they have now 200,000 drives per month. No accidents, no serious accidents by now. There is also this prediction that our grandchildren will never drive a car because it's prohibited by people, because people are more dangerous than AI is. Finally, about trusting a doctor, I think the real answer is also in this augmentation. So I would like to have service by a human doctor who I know is using the best AI tools to support his diagnosis, but being a reliability layer between. But I don't trust an old-fashioned doctor who doesn't believe that he knows his stuff. So that's how the reliability comes from the human AI interface.
final word from the panel. Marko.
Yeah, the doctor topic. I think already now I'm in the level that I almost believe more AI than doctors in general. That is happening. Also, Bill Gates just recently said that AI will replace soon doctors. In general, your question about security, I have had very good discussions with the lead data scientist of Cinia, Teppo Ahonen, and he just said to me that those big corporations, Google and others, they invest so much in large foundational models, that so much, like huge amount of money, that improvement will come, that they will be reliable very soon, because the investment level is absolutely crazy at the moment. Also, I introduced the concept of Manus, yes, which is a concept of swarm AI, and I think that's also another approach that we can use AI for testing, that we can have a different AI to test it and even question the solutions of other AI agents. I think this swarm thinking is also solving the problem. Of course, then there is AI pollution and there are bad actors who can do bad things, but that's another problem. Let's not open that worm of cans now.
Okay, let's give a big hand to our panelists. And for the audience, I'm sorry that we are out of time. We have to end the panel, we need to move forward, and when we are ending the panel, I want to thank you for being here and for us to have this wonderful discussion with you. We would have needed more time, but perhaps another time we will have more. Thank you so much. Sanna.
Thank you. Wow, what a discussion, so inspiring and exciting. Can you put us next slide? And if you want to stay on board with AI to business, so please, you can scan the QR code for Competence Network mailing list. We are informing there the next event and also the results of our project. So if you want to hear the news, so you're welcome. Thank you very much for your time and participation.
No niin, aloitellaan seuraavaa sessiota. Tervetuloa istumaan. Ja siellä porukat varmaan lounailta vielä valuu, mutta aloitellaan, niin pysytään aikataulussa. Eli tervetuloa tosiaan kaikki tähän resilientti-yhteiskuntasessioon. Ja meillä nyt homma menee niin, että meillä on 2 paneelia tässä. Meillä on aika tiukka aikataulu. Ja ensimmäinen käsittelee tutkimusyhteistyön teemaa. Mun nimi on Helka Kalliomäki, toimin aluetieteen oppiaineessa apulaisprofessorina ja vedän tämän ensimmäisen paneelin. Ja kollegani Petri Uusikylä, kuka on varmaankin vielä syömässä, tulee sieltä sitten vetämään tämän seuraavan paneelin ja siirrytään sitten sujuvasti siihen varautumisen tematiikkaan sitten toisessa paneelissa. Mutta aamupäivällä ollaan puhuttu yhteistyöstä, ollaan puhuttu resilienssistä, luottamuksesta. Jatketaan samoilla teemoilla ja tosiaan nyt tässä sessiossa niin nostetaan esille 2 näitä teemaa tosiaan liittyen niin yliopiston uusiin tutkimusavauksiin, joista kaupunkitutkimuksen kehittäminen on toinen. Tosiaan niin mennään suoraan asiaan, eli meillä on ensimmäisen paneelin otsikkona yliopistokaupunkiyhteistyö kestävän kasvun tukena. Ja tässä oikeastaan taustalla meillä on niin se ajatus ollut, että Vaasan innovaatioekosysteemissä tehdään todella kunnianhimoista tutkimusyhteistyötä ja ylipäätään sen ekosysteemin vahvuutena ja myös niin kuin resilienssin lähteenä, niin kuin me ollaan tässä aamulla kuultu, niin on pitkälti just se yhteistyö ja nähdään, että siellä on se hyvin toimiva yhteistyö siellä taustalla, mutta kuitenkin toistaiseksi se sijoittuu enemmän sinne yliopiston ja yritysten rajapintaan. Ja Vaasan yliopiston tässä uudessa kaupunkitutkimusavauksessa me halutaan oikeastaan nostaa myös se kaupungin kehittäminen itsessään strategisen ja pitkäjänteisen tutkimusyhteistyön keskiöön. Ja me ajatellaan, että kunnianhimoisten kasvutavoitteiden äärellä yksittäiset toimijat, oli ne sitten yrityksiä, organisaatioita, klustereitakin, ne tarvitsee tuekseen sen toimivan ja kilpailukykyisen kaupungin, missä ne asukkaat voivat hyvin ja haluavat elää ja voivat elää hyvää elämää. Ja me oikeastaan tiedetään myös aikaisemman tutkimuksen perusteella siitä, että kun me pyritään houkuttelemaan osaavaa työvoimaa, opiskelijoita, niin sillä nimenomaan sillä houkuttelevalla kaupungilla ja toimivalla kaupungilla on aika tärkeä rooli niissä valinnoissa. Ja tällä hetkellä, kun me puhutaan tästä yhteistyöstä, niin yliopistossa tehdään jo paljon kaupunkia koskevaa tutkimusta, mutta se on aika yksilövetoista, se on pirstaleista, me ei nähdä sitä kokonaiskuvaa kauhean hyvin. Ja myös yhteistyörintamalla tapahtuu todella paljon ja se on nosteessa myös monessa mielessä. Esimerkkeinä Vaasan kaupunki tekee todella kunnianhimoista ilmastopolitiikkaa yhdessä sidosryhmien kanssa. Meillä on uusi Vaasa Climate Commitment-hanke, missä yliopisto on keskeisenä partnerina. Ja vastikään saimme myös tällaisen ison EUn kaupunkikehittämishankkeen European Urban Initiative-ohjelmasta, eli Nordic Energy Capital-hanke alkaa lokakuussa, eli paljon jo tapahtuu. Mutta me halutaan tietenkin tehdä vielä enemmän ja nostaa tätä kaupunkitutkimusyhteistyötä uudelle tasolle. Aamulla Minna mainitsi yritysintegraation strategiassamme. Me halutaan myös sitä kaupunkiintegraatiota ja alueintegraatiota myös nostaa sitten tässä tematiikassa esiin. Ja pakko sanoa myös siitä, kun aamulla puhuttiin, että Vaasan yliopisto on suurin kauppatieteiden kouluttaja, niin meillähän on myös suurin sisäänotto hallintotieteissä tällä hetkellä. Eli olemme hyvin täällä julkisen puolen tematiikoissa myös peleissä mukana ja siihen tosiaan nyt fokusta sitten tässä. Eli meillä on paneelissa nyt keskustelijoina Vaasan yliopiston rehtori Minna Martikainen, kaupunginjohtaja Tuomas Häyry, strategiaprofessori Marko Kohtamäki ja uusi työelämäprofessorimme Sampo Ruoppila. Sampo aloittaa virallisesti syyskuun alussa ja lähdetään liikkeelle nyt siitä, että Sampo kertoo meille ensin vähän siitä, että miksi kaupunkitutkimusyhteistyö ja yliopisto ja kaupungin välinen yhteistyö on tärkeää ja sitten, että mihin työelämäprofessuurissa tullaan keskittymään. Toivotetaan Sampo ja koko paneeli tervetulleeksi. Lähdetään liikkeelle.
No niin, nousen ylös, helpompaa puhua seisoiltaan kuin istuiltaan. Joo, tosiaan tervehdys kaikille. Mun nimi on Sampo Ruoppila ja kuten työelämäprofessorit yleensä monen hatun mies, on osakkaana sellaisessa firmassa kuin Spin Unit Lab Oy, joka tekee erilaista kaupunkitutkimuksellisia asiantuntijapalveluita ja myös tekoälyavusteista osallistuvaa kaupunkisuunnittelua. Et kuuntelin mielenkiinnolla myös edellistä sessiota siitä näkökulmasta. Ja sitten on myös vanhempi tutkija Helsingin yliopistolla myös osa-aikaisesti ja sitten tämä päälle. Monta asiaa. Tätä ennen toimin pitkään Turussa, Turun yliopistossa ja Turun kaupungissa johdin yhteistä kaupunkitutkimusohjelmaa näiden kahden vielä Open Academyin ja sisälsi myös kaikkia muidenkin yliopistojen kotimaisten ja ulkomaisten kanssa yhteistyötä. Ja myös siinä oli vähän niin kuin erilaiset hatut päässä vähän siitä riippuen, että millä tavalla siitä tutkimusohjelmaa katsoi. Joo, pahoittelet vähän oudot fontit, tuossa Mac-fontit kääntyi PC Microsoftin ihmeellisellä anti-midas kosketuksella tähän, mutta kuka vaihtaa diat? Onko tässä painelet vaan sieltä. Niin. Tosiaan miksi ylipäätään yliopisto-kaupunkiyhteistyötä tehdään? No, tavallaan ennen kuin edes yliopisto ja kaupunki kuin instituutioisesti tekee varsinaisesti yhteistyötä, niin yliopistokaupungit itsessään on jo instituutio, niin se tarkoittaa kaupungeissa kaikenlaista vuorovaikutusta, väestön syklistä kertymää, niin joka syksy kun opiskelijat tulee hommiin, tapojen tekemisen uusiutumista sitä kautta, mitä yliopisto ikään kuin tuottaa välittömään ympäristöön, kansainvälistymistä eri tavalla kuin kaupungeissa, joissa yliopistoa ei ole, ja kaikenlaisia elinvoimavaikutuksia hyvinvoinnin ja kulttuurisen tekemisen kautta. Mutta sitten kun mennään lähemmäs tätä itse kaupunki-yliopistoyhteistyötä, niin siinä voi oikeastaan jakaa se melkein kolmeen. Yksi on tämä, missä Vaasa on tosi vahva, niin kuin tiedetään ja on kuultu, eli yliopiston ja yritysten välinen yhteistyö, ja sitä kautta kaupungissa erilaiset elinkeinopoliittiset toimet, joilla pyritään edistämään tällaista tutkimuslähtöistä innovoivaa taloudellisen toimeliaisuuden uudistumista. Mutta sitten toinen on tämä itse niin kuin kaupungin kehitykseen vaikuttava tutkimusyhteistyö, eli kaupunkipolitiikan uusiutuminen, jota nyt tämän mun työelämäprofessuurin kautta pyritään nostamaan ja tavallaan asettamaan uuteen uskoon. Ja sitten on erilaisia muita juttuja, kuten kaupunkimarkkinointi tai edunvalvonta, jossa kaupungilla ja yliopistoilla on yhteisiä intressejä ja myös yhteistoimintaa. No, tämä kaupunkikehitystä tukeva tutkimusyhteistyö, niin sen keskiössä on oikeastaan kysymys siitä, että mikä kaupunki on nykyään ja mikä kaupunki on tulevaisuudessa. Mitä kaupungilta oikeastaan odotetaan, mitä kaupunki voisi olla, minkälainen kaupunki palvelee tällä hetkellä yhteiskuntaa. Tai ylipäätään niin kuin ihmisten tapaa tehdä ja olla ja tavoitella unelmiaan ja hyvää elämää. Ja niin kuin ajatus, niin kuin ikään kuin kaupungin idea on, niin kuin tiedätte, hyvin vanha, ja se uusiutuu yllättävän hitaasti ja yllättävän jotenkin reaktiivisesti suhtaudutaan siihen, että paljon rohkeammin voisi miettiä sitä, että mikä se kaupunki nyt oikein on ja mitä se voisi olla, mikä on alue ja niin poispäin. Ja pitkälti kysymys on tästä niin kuin kaupungin ideasta, sitä tekemisen ja olemisen tavoista, mutta totta kai se heijastuu lähes välittömästi fyysiseen kaupunkiympäristöön, minkälaisena kaupunki kehittyy ja kasvaa tulevaisuudessa. Ja niin kuin tiedetään, Vaasa tavoittelee suurta väestönkasvua, Vaasa tavoittelee tämän Tampereen tekemistä ikään kuin vähän pienemmästä mittakaavasta, eli täysin niin kuin uuteen liigaan nousemista, joka tarkoittaa paljon uutta fyysistä kaupunkiympäristöä, joka tarkoittaa hetkeä miettiä aika aktiivisesti sitä, että mitä se kaupunki on ja mitä se kaupunki ennen kaikkea voisi olla tulevaisuudessa. Tiede ylipäätään on analogioiden taidetta. Ikään kuin aina kun keksitään jotain uutta, niin se perustuu johonkin vanhaan tai ainakin jollain tavalla verrannolliseen vanhaan. Ja samalla idealla myös kaupunkikehityksessä voi paljon oppia siitä, mitä muualla tapahtuu tai mitä vähän niin kuin samankaltaista muualla tapahtuu. Ja tämä on yksi, millä tavalla sitten tiede voi hyvin monipuolisesti käsitellä niitä ilmiöitä, uusia ilmiöitä, jotka kaupunkikehitystä koskee, ja toisaalta esimerkiksi sitä, että minkälaisia poliittisia avauksia muissa kaupungeissa kautta maailman on tehty joillain kiinnostavilla alueilla, jotka sitten koskevat myös Vaasan kehittymistä. No, tämä yhteistyö on tietenkin molempia hyödyttävää, lähtökohtaisesti sen pitää sitä olla. Kaupungille tämän tyyppinen tutkimusparraus tarkoittaa ennen kaikkea strategisen kehittämisen tukea, kehityshankkeita tehdään niin kuin riittävällä kunnianhimon tasolla niitä pohditaan riittävän juurta jaksain, että mikä oikeastaan on tavoittelemisen arvosta ja minkälaiset keinot toimii, minkälaisilla teoilla saadaan ehkä jonkinlaisia vaikutuksia. Yliopistolle tämän tyyppisessä yhteyksissä toiminnan on tavattoman hyödyllistä, koska se joutuu pohtimaan ihan eri tavalla kontekstia. Yliopisto aina yrittää miettiä niin kuin yleistä roolia, mutta kaikki yleinen tietysti tapahtuu aina spesifissä kontekstissa, ennen kaikkea kun tässä paikallista asioista puhutaan. Tämän niin sen kontekstualisoinnin kautta pystyy sparraamaan niin kaupunki yliopistoa puolestaan niin kehittämään niitä tutkimusasetelmia sellaisiksi, että ne kestää vettä paremmin tulevaisuudessa ja kantaa ehkä mielenkiintoisempia jatkokysymyksiä siitä eteenpäin. No, niin kun nämä kaksi toteutuu, niin se melkein väkisinkin johtaa siihen, että tiedon hyödynnettävyys paranee ja myös aiheiden ikään kuin osuvuus paranee siihen, tai just sen kontekstualisoinnin kautta, mitä täsmällisesti se on sitten niin kuin Vaasa-nimisessä kaupungissa. Ja tämän kautta kasvaa sitä kaupungin kyky toimia alati muuttuvassa maailmassa, ja sitä kautta niin sanottu resilienssi, eli asiat ei ehkä tulekaan niin yllättäen, vaan niihin pystytään varautumaan ja pohtimaan miten niin kuin nopeastikin muuttuviin tilanteisiin, miten niistä voidaan toimia. Ja myös tietysti johtaminen, luottamus vahvistuu, verkostot vahvistuu nimenomaan sen tekemisen kautta ja vuorovaikutuksen kautta, paremmin ymmärretään tarkoituksia ja toimia, niin poispäin. Ja luonnollisesti tätä sitten vielä nopeasti tullaan kumppanuuksiin. Vaasan yliopisto on melko pieni yliopisto, vahva tietyillä alueilla, mutta on paljon kaupungin kehitykseen ja ilmiöiden jäsentämiseen liittyy paljon kysymyksiä, joita täällä olemassa olevilla aloilla ei ratkaista, joten pian tulee se kysymys, että miten sitten niin kuin suhteessa muihin yliopistoihin Suomessa tai muualla maailmassa, joka taas puolestaan antaa myös yliopistolle saumoja, koska näitä Vaasan yliopistolle keskeisiä kysymyksiä voi käsitellä yhdessä muiden tieteenalojen kanssa yhä uusilla alueilla, niin ollaan niin ikään kuin levittää sitä, miten ja missä Vaasan yliopisto toimii. Ja tätä kautta tietysti kasvaa myös tutkimuksen yhteiskunnallinen vaikuttavuus, eli se, että tutkimustietoa käytetään hyödyksi käytännön kehittämisessä. No, mitä sitten tapahtuu tämän työelämäprofessuurin aikana? Mä olen tosiaan Vaasan yliopiston palveluksessa 20% seuraavat 2 vuotta. Ja käytännössä aloitan siitä, että kartoitan nykytilannetta Vaasassa, minkälaista tutkimusyhteistyötä on tässä yliopistokaupunkiakselilla, mitä kaikkea on tapahtunut vuosien varrella, minkälaisia ajatuksia sen kehittämisestä on. Ja samaan aikaan sen tsekkaan erilaisen niin kuin, legion erilaisia kansainvälisiä malleja, miten kaupunki-yliopistoyhteistyöt tehdään. Ja tässä mielessä kansalliset mallit, jotka tuohon lisäsi myös, on niin kuin hyvinkin tuttuja, koska tosiaan johdin tätä niin kuin Suomen ykköstä Turun kaupunkitutkimusohjelmaa viimeiset 15 vuotta, mutta sen lisäksi on arvioinut Helsingin ja pääkaupunkiseudun 2 edellistä tutkimusohjelmaa ja mielelläni myös tsekkaan sen uusimman vähän tarkemmin. Näiden pohjalta johdan ehdotuksen kehittämisvalinnoista, mikä on se tapa, jolla Vaasassa voisi edetä, ja sitten erilaisen yhteiskehittämisprosessien kautta sitten päästytään toivottavasti maaliin, eli tähän niin sanotun Vaasan malliin, miten hommaa täällä tehdään, mihin se keskittyy, mitä kuka miten, niin poispäin. Ja toivottavasti tämän 2 vuoden päätteeksi sitten kaupunki ja yliopisto allekirjoittavat sopimuksen, jossa kerrotaan, että miten nyt sitten tästä eteenpäin. Mutta ja vaikka tietenkään, kun tässä vaiheessa kun duuni alkaa ensi kuussa, niin ei tietenkään ole vielä sitä ohjelmaa tai edes minkäänlaista aiheota, mutta voi sanoa, että suuntaviivoja tietenkin on mielessä totta kai tämän kokemuksen kautta. Se menee suurin piirtein näin, että kaupunki kertoo strategiassaan, mikä kaupunkia kiinnostaa, eli minkä tyyppinen temaattiset asiat on mistä oikeastaan niin halutaan tietoa, minkä johtamiseen tarvitaan tukea. Ja yliopisto puolestaan katsoo erilaisia tutkimusaiheita tutkimuskirjallisuuden ja tutkijoiden omien intressien kautta. Eli se tulee kuitenkin se pohja, niin kuin mistä perspektiivistä se tehdään, niin se tulee sieltä akateemisesta kirjallisuudesta, jossa tutkijat jatkuvasti uija yrittää löytää punaista lankaa. Ja sitten näiden niin kuin yhteensovittamisesta syntyy se, miten tutkimusyhteistyötä tehdään tavalla, joka on molemmille hedelmällistä ja antaa kummallekin asioita. Ja samaan aikaan kummatkin tietysti hyväksyy se, että erilaisia instituutioita ollaan ja vähän erilaisia asioita tavoitellaan, mutta kuitenkin aika paljon ja hyvin paljon riittävästi siinä on yhteistä. Sitten tietenkin tavoitellaan systemaattista mallia, eli sellaista, mikä ei palaudu henkilöihin, on hyvin selkeä prosesseiltaan, ja vuorovaikutuksellisuus on se, mistä syntyy vaikuttavuus, eli keskustellaan niistä asioista, opitaan toinen toisiltamme. Laaja vaikuttavuus on tavoitteena, eli ei vaan niin kuin pysäytä niin kaupungin kammareihin, vaan ajatellaan, että kaupunki on alusta kaikenlaiselle toiminnalle, jota kaupungissa tapahtuu, ja näin ollen esimerkiksi yritysyhteistyö tulee sitten mukaan niin kuin erilaisissa konteksteissa, niistä mihin se likemmin kuuluu. Ja tietenkin tavoitellaan mallia, jossa pienellä panoksella saadaan suuri hyöty. Kiitos.
No niin, kiitos Sampo. Aika paljon tuli ajatuksia. Tässä lähdetään liikkeelle sille, että otetaan ensimmäisiä reaktioita meidän panelisteilta. Aloitetaan Tuumas kaupungin näkökulmasta. Miltä tämä kaikki Vaasan kaupungin näkökulmasta kuulostaa ja millaisia ajatuksia ja ehkä odotuksia myös sille yhteistyön tiivistämiselle, kenties haasteita, mihin pitäisi reagoida tässä 2 vuoden aikana?
Kiitos Helka ja kiitos kutsusta tänne. Mä ajattelen, että mä olen 3 osaan jakanut tämän mun hyvin pitkän esityksen 5 minuuttia. Yritän tiivistää 3 eri pointtia. Mikä on niin kuin hyvää tänä päivänä? Anna niin kuin tästä päivästä tavallaan nykyisen tilannekuvan. Sitten minkälaisia haasteita on olemassa ja sitten myös odotukset, jotka ovat hyvin suuria kyllä tämän osalta. Se, mikä on hyvä, on se, että yhteistyö kaupungin ja yliopiston välillä on tiivistynyt aivan hurjasti viime vuosina. Ja se on niin kuin ollut nimenomaan tämän nykyisen rehtorin aikana ja paljolti ansiostakin. Se näkyy energiaklusterin kehittämisessä, siinä yritysyhteistyössä kehittämisessä. Se näkyy EU-tason vaikuttamisessa. Helka kertoi tuossa alussa tästä climate commitmentista ja meillä on Green Leaf tulossa ensi vuonna. Ollaan Green Leaf-kaupunki ja siinä on paljon tekemistä ja EU-initiative, joka nyt lähtee pyörimään. Mutta sen lisäksi, kun me aiemmin jouduttiin vähän pyytää audienssia sieltä Brysselistä, niin tänä päivänä meidät kutsutaan sinne puhumaan. Nimenomaan tästä yhteistyöstä, ja sillä on kyllä isoja vaikutuksia. Me ollaan hirveän paljon hankerahaa kotiutettu sieltä viime aikoina. Mun mielestä se, mikä on hyvä kans, on se, että yliopistolla on aito ja kova tavoite tulla tai yritysintegroiduksi korkeakoulukonserniksi. Se näkyy myös tämä yhteistyö siinä itse asiassa ton itse korkeakoulukonsernin muodostamisessa. Sekin on vaatinut paljon yhteistyötä yliopiston ja kaupungin välillä. No sitten jos mennään haasteisiin, niin Sampo on ihan oikeassa siinä, että tämä on aivan liian henkilösidonnaista. Se on ad hoc-pohjaista, se on hankepohjaista, eikä systemaattista tekemistä, ja siinä meillä on paljon tekemistä. Toinen haaste, mikä meillä on ehkä kaupungin päässä enemmän, on se, että me emme ole osanneet hyödyntää sitä tutkimusta, mitä tehdään hallinnon alalla, eli governancein puolella. Me emme ole myöskään osanneet hyödyntää sitä kaupunkitutkimusta, mitä tehdään. Mutta siinä mielessä haastan siinä, että onko se niin kuin tähän asti tehty tutkimus ollut relevantti kaupungin kannalta. Ja tässä meidän pitää varmaan yhdessä niin kuin jatkaa tuota vuoropuhelua niin, että myös se tutkimus saadaan semmoiseksi, että sitä pystytään hyödyntämään kaupungin puolella. Kolmas haaste kaupungin puolella on ehdottomasti se, että se tavallaan ajallinen resurssi. Meillä on aikamoinen tehtävä hoitaa näitä peruspalveluita. Ja kuinka paljon resursseja sitten riittää siihen kehittämiseen. Niin siinä on aina se kova. On tavallaan se ilmiö, että me koko ajan juostaan pyörän vieressä eikä ole aikaa nousta sen pyörän selkään. Et siinä haasteita, mutta sitten odotuksista vielä lopuksi tässä. Ne on todella suuria, Sampo. Mä voin sanoa, että se uutinen, että sä tuut tänne työelämän professoriksi, niin aiheutti aikamoisen kysymysmyrskyn meillä. Aika moni oli muuhun yhteydessä, sanoi, onko sä nähnyt sen uutisen? Mahtava juttu, mitähän tämä tarkoittaa? Niin hyvät edellytykset on ainakin tälle yhteistyölle. No odotukset on tietysti, niin kuin mä tuossa jo aiemmin mainitsin, systemaattisia yhteistyömalleja, hallintotieteiden ja kaupunkitutkimuksen parempi hyödyntäminen. Ja sitten ehkä siihen edelliseen paneeliin viitaten, ja nimenomaan KOMSin puheenvuoroon siellä, mä tykkäsin erityisesti siitä. Kyllähän me ollaan otettu tekoäly haltuun, joo, mekin tehdään tehostamistoimenpiteitä ja me käännetään tekstejä eri kielille ja me tehdään kaikkea tämmöistä. Mutta mitä se AI tulee tarkoittamaan oikeasti kaupunkikehitykselle? Miten yhteiskunta tulee muuttumaan sen myötä? Miten meidän pitää strategisesti reagoida siihen jo tässä vaiheessa? Sitä kuvaa mulla ei ainakaan, mä voin ihan suoraan sanoa, mä en tiedä onko monilla muullakaan sitä kuvaa vielä. Ja se varmaan kasvaa tässä, kun tekoäly kehittyy. Siinä oli oikeastaan kaupungin odotukset. Itse mä uskon kuitenkin, että teen paljon niin kuin verkostoissa töitä ja yhteistyötä eri sidosryhmien kanssa. Ja oman kokemuksen perusteella se kestävä yhteistyö syntyy vain niissä tilanteissa, joissa molemmat niin kuin kokee hyötyvänsä siitä. Eli lopetan kysymällä, että what's in it for you? Yliopiston suuntaan. Kiitos.
Kiitos. No, se oli aivan oiva aasinsilta sitten Minnan reaktioihin. Eli tosi paljon asioita, mistä toivottavasti ehditään ottaa vähän kiinni vielä tässä keskustelussa. Mutta Minna, miltä yliopiston näkökulmasta tämä yhteistyön tarve näyttäytyy ja toisaalta millaisia haasteita meillä on, että me päästään sitten eteenpäin?
Kiitos. Kiitos ensinnäkin paneelin järjestämisestä ja sitten pyytämisestä ja tämän oikeastaan kysymysten herättelystä. Ja positiivisena ihmisenä mä sanoisin, että mä aloitan ensin kyllä niistä uskomattomista positiivisista asioista. Ja sitten heittäisin kyllä meille palloa paljon kauemmas, mitä niin kuin ajattelisin kaupunkiyhteistyöllä niin kuin pelkästään tässä Vaasa-spotissa. Eli kyllä yliopiston näkökulmasta ja käytännössä ehkä akateemisena niin on ollut useissa paikoissa aikaisemmin, Lappeenrannassa, Aalossa ja Hankkenilla ja sitä kautta niin kuin useilla paikkakunnilla. Ja kyllä mun täytyy sanoa, että Vaasassa tämä yhteistyö ja Vaasan kaupungin kanssa on aivan uskomatonta. Ja uskomattoman hyvää. Me ollaan todella pitkällä. Ja käytännössä se on oikeastaan tämä klusteritoiminta, jota voisi sanoa, että kuka vetää. Sitä vedetään yhdessä. Ja se menee sitä kautta, että mikä pitää saavuttaa, niin ikään kuin konstellaatio, kuka tekee, rakennetaan sen mukaisesti. Ja kyllä mä näkisin, että tässä Vaasa ollen niin kuin paikka, jossa driverit, vetäjät, innovaatiot ja spirit kohtaa, niin me ennen kaikkea voidaan olla malli muille. Ja kyllähän Energy Vaasa, Energy Sampo, energiaklusteri, se yritysympäristö, minkä Vaasa tarjoaa yliopistolle, tieteentekijöille, hankkeille ja kansainvälisille hankkeille, kansainvälisyydelle, niin se on aivan uskomaton. Ehkä sitten Thomas mainitsi tässä ehkä sillä tavalla, niin kun, jos me ajatellaan, että se on henkilösidonnaista ja miten sen periyttää, miten sitä laajentaa, niin käytännössä se on varmaan yksi sellainen, mitä pitää pohtia, mutta jo tänä suhteellisen lyhyessä aikana, mitä mä oon ollut nyt Vaasan yliopistolla ja Vaasassa takaisin, mä oon ollut täällä 25-6 vuotta sitten aikaisemmin, niin se on kyllä kehittynyt. Eli se kehittyy, kun meillä on vetureita, meillä on tekijöitä, niin se kehittyy kyllä. Ja nostasin tässä, koska annan seuraavaksi sit pallon meidän strategiaprofessori Kohtamäelle, niin mä näkisin, että avain siihen on strategia, yhteinen strateginen ajattelu ja tekeminen. Ja sitä me ollaan tehty. Alueella tehdään strategioita, yhteistä strategiaa ja myöskin katsotaan, että eri toimijoiden kautta strategiat kohtaavat. Ehkä hyvä yhteisyyden esimerkki on se, että kun rakennetaan tätä korkeakoulukonsernia, me keksittiin sinne aivan tärkeä uusi ulottuvuus, joka on neuvottelukunta, joka eri toimijoista käytännössä vastaa ja tarkastelee korkeakoulukonsernin yhteistä kehittämistä. Ja siellä on eri osapuolia, kaupungin, yliopiston, korkeakoulujen ja yritysten ja sidosryhmien edustajia. Mun mielestä se on esimerkki siitä, mitä voidaan ajatella koulutussektoria tutkimuksen yhteiskehittämiseksi. Pieni asia, mutta konkretiaa. Näillä ajatuksilla mä heittäisin pallon paljon pidemmälle. Miten tämä kaupunkiyhteistyö, tutkimus, yhteistyö monistetaan niin, että me puhutaan oikeasti Nordic-kaupunkiyhteistyöstä, Kvarken-yhteistyöstä ja eurooppalaisesta mallista sen asian ikään kuin vientituotteena. Siihen meillä on todelliset mahdollisuudet.
Kiitos. Todella mielenkiintoinen ja kunnianhimoinen nosto tähän loppuun, mihin ihan pikkusen vaan pitää nostaa tätä hommaa tässä, mutta hypätään ensin siihen Markolle heitettyyn palloon. Eli Marko, sä oot ollut pitkään tässä kaupungin strategiatyössä mukana ja toisaalta strategiaprofessorina tunnet hyvin tämmöisen yhteisstrategiointiin liittyviä kysymyksiä ja haasteita myös, niin miltä tämä kaikki sulle kuulostaa?
No, kuulostaa kyllä. Kiitos kutsusta ensinnäkin paneeliin. Mahtavaa, että on tällainen paneelikeskustelu saatu aikaiseksi ja tietysti, että siihen on saatu Minna ja Tuomas mukaan ja Sampo tietenkin avaamaan, niin on mahtavaa työtä Helka. Tosiaan mä oon ollut 10 vuoden aikana Vaasan kaupungin strategiatyössä mukana 3 valtuuston kanssa ikään kuin vetämässä sitä strategiaprosessia ja kiitos Tuumakselle ja kaupungin johtoryhmälle ja valtuustolle yhteistyöstä pitkällä aikavälillä. Se on ollut mahtavaa ja tietysti se on ollut mulle tärkeää ja arvokasta sen takia, kun mulla on hallintotieteessä aikanaan, mä oon opiskellut myös hallintotiedettä ja mulla on siellä perusta, niin se on ollut niin kuin hieno nähdä, että mitä tällaiselle yrityskehittäjälle ja konsultille ja strategiaproffalle ikään kuin se kaupungin strategiointi ja strategioiden implementointi oikeasti tarkoittaa ja se, että se on ollut pitkällä aikavälillä, se on ollut hyvä juttu. Ja nyt sitä on jatkettu Minnan johtamana sit yliopistolla, eli mä oon ollut yliopiston strategiaa fasilitoimassa ja siinä on tavallaan nähty aika syvälle, että mitä ne haasteet niin kuin strategian implementoinnissa myös on ja Minna on tietysti saanut yliopiston sellaiseen lentoon, mitä ei ole nähty ikinä Vaasan yliopistossa ennen tätä. Ja saavuttaa ikään kuin tekee uusia ennätyksiä kvartaaleittain ja nostaa ranking-positiota. Nämä vaan niin kuin taustana siihen, että se on mahdollista. Mä niin kuin näen sen yliopiston hallituksen jäsenenäkin konkreettisesti koko ajan, että se on mahdollista. Eli Vaasassa julkinen organisaatio, kuten yliopisto tai tässä tapauksessa lähitulevaisuudessa ja tällä hetkellä jo tämä konsortio, niin tulee nousemaan niin kuin kohti sitä eurooppalaista niin kuin kärkeä, missä meidän pitää olla sekä erityisesti kauppatieteen, mutta myös energiatekniikan osalta. Ja se mahdollistaa sitten ekosysteemin kehittymistä tavalla, mitä ei ole ennen nähty. Ja on tietenkin selvää, että kun me verrataan, niin kuin esimerkiksi vaikka otetaan esimerkkinä se meidän lähikaupunki tuosta Uumaja, niin 30 000 opiskelijaa yliopistossa kaupungissa, 90 000 asukasta. Eli yliopiston merkitys ja tämän konsortion merkitys voi olla kaupungin kasvulle valtava, suora impact voi olla valtava. Sen epäsuorat vaikutukset teollisuuden ja yritysten houkuttelemiseen alueelle, ikään kuin vetovoiman kasvattamiseen on ollut valtavia. Ja nämä kaikki on otettu huomioon silloin 2013 valtuustostrategiassa ja tietenkin jo ennen sitä pitkälle, kun Vaasassa on tätä energiaklusteria rakennettu. Mä ottaisin tässä vielä tähän kumppanuusmalliin ja verkostoihin liittyen niin kuin 4 dimensiota, millä mä ehkä niin kuin miettisin sitä kumppanuuden rakentamista. Ja mun mielestä ne dimensiot voisi olla niin kuin viitaten emeritusprofessori Vesalaisen malliin kumppanuuksien rakentamisesta, strateginen, rakenteellinen, vaihdannallinen ja sosiaalinen. Ja niistä tuossa näkyy jo aika paljon elementtejä. Minna nosti tuossa esiin tämän yhteisen strategioinnin ja tämän ikään kuin paitsi yliopisto ja kaupungin välillä, niin tämän ekosysteemin kesken sellainen strateginen ajattelu, joka johtaa tämän Energy Vaasan ikään kuin jatkuvaan kasvuun, joka tapahtuu yliopiston ja ammattikorkeakoulun ja ammattikoulun fasilitoimana. Ei pidä unohtaa ammattikoulua, jolla on myös niin kuin merkittävä rooli. Ja nyt siihen se ikään kuin, jos katsotaan sitä vaihdannallista sidosta, mitä me vaihdetaan ja mitkä on niitä sen vaihdannallisen sidoksen keskiössä, niin tämä AI on sellainen komponentti, mikä me tarvitaan tälle alueelle, ja nyt me mitataan ikään kuin lähiaikoina niitä investointeja tekoälyyn käytännössä. Ja mitä ne tekoälyinvestoinnit tarkoittaa, niin ne voi tarkoittaa erilaisia tekoälyä kehittäviä ja applikaatioita kehittäviä yksiköitä ja instituutteja yliopistolle. Ja se vaatii yhteisinvestointeja. Ja tämä yhteisinvestointi on tyypillisesti sellainen strateginen elementti, mikä tietenkin näitä kumppanuussuhteita ja verkostoja kasvattaa. Ja tätähän yritykset tekee. Voidaan mennä yli rajojen, yhteiset hallitusten jäsenyydet, yhteisinvestoinnit, yhteiset kampanjat ja niin poispäin. On sellaisia strategisia elementtejä, mitkä vie tavallaan nopealla aikavälillä, lyhyellä aikavälillä mahdollisesti eteenpäin, mutta se skaalautuminen tässähän on niin kuin tärkeää. Ja nyt kun tämä AI tulee, niin kuin ollaan tässä keskusteltu, niin tähän skaalautumiseen ei ole aikaa 10 vuotta, vaan meidän pitäisi niin kuin päästä paljon nopeammin eteenpäin. Tämä sosiaalinen, minkä Minna nosti esiin, tämä luottamus on aivan keskeistä ja juurikin näin, että tässä niin kuin Tuomas sanoi, että tässä muutaman vuoden aikana on tapahtunut valtava kehitys tämän ekosysteemin sosiaalisen pääoman ja tämän niin kuin ekosysteemimallin ikään kuin oikeassa kehittymisessä. Mun mielestä kaikki edellytykset olemassa, mutta nyt pitäisi vaan pitää vaan niin kuin vauhtia lisätä tässä koko ekosysteemin tasolla, ei ainoastaan kaupungilla ja yliopistolla.
Kiitos. Tosi taas monta hyvää pointtia, mihin toivottavasti ehditään tarttumaan. Mä tartun nyt ensimmäisenä siihen, mitä Tuomas nosti esille. Se vähän liittyy myös tuohon vaihdonnan näkökulmaan, muun muassa siitä tutkimuksen hyödynnettävyydestä ja siitä, että miten me voidaan sitä myös parantaa jatkossa. Ja Sampo, sulla on pitkä kokemus Turun yliopistosta, missä tätä on työtä pitkään tehty ja kehitetty malliin nimenomaan siitä näkökulmasta, että sitä win-win-asetelmaa saataisiin siellä niin kuin parannettua. Niin millaisia ajatuksia sulla on siitä tutkimuksen hyödynnettävyydestä ja mitä me voidaan sillä osa-alueella tehdä? Ja myös saa reagoida, jos tuli jotain ajatuksia, varmaan paljonkin näihin edellisiin puheenvuoroihin.
Niin siis mä kysyt sitä, että what is in for you, että mitä niin kuin yliopisto saa tästä. Mutta kyllä se on nimenomaan se, että yliopisto on itse asiassa huikeaa sparrausta yliopistolla siitä, niin kuin kaikki niin kuin yliopiston ja muun maailman välinen yhteistyö, että ikään kuin ymmärtää niitä erilaisia konteksteja, joissa asiat tapahtuu. Ja kun niitä konteksteja ymmärtää paremmin, niin itse asiassa muuttaa vähän sitä tutkimuskysymystä ja niin kuin kehittää sitä eteenpäin. Siitä tulee paljon niin kuin syvempi. Siinä ikään kuin kontekstissa niin ajatellaan helposti, että on niin kuin erilaisia spesifejä asioita, mutta niissä spesifeissä asioissakin on niin kuin paljon toistuvia ja tavallisia asioita. Ja itse asiassa vaan niin kuin tavallaan kasvattaa sitä finessiä, että miten voidaan niin kuin jotain yleisempää ilmiötä ymmärtää ja ymmärtää just sen yleisen ja erityisen suhdetta. Se ikään kuin muuttuu siinä mielessä niin kuin akateemiseen, tai jalostuu akateemisesti myös se tieto siitä eteenpäin. Että kyllä siinä yliopistolla on itse asiassa todella paljon saavutettavaa ja siis yliopiston 3. tehtävä, yhteiskunnan vaikuttavuus, joka syntyy siis tutkimuksen ja opetuksen kautta, niin tietenkin tulee tällä tavalla sitten niin kuin todennettua, että sen viedään maaliin, ja kun se onnistuu yhdessä paikassa, niin totta kai se onnistuu myös muistakin, että siinä tietenkin tämä niin kuin malli on, totta kai yritetään tehdä sellainen Vaasan malli, että se on vientituote, ja sitä kautta sitten voidaan just keskustella vaikka, että jos on halukkuutta lisätä kvarkkeniyhteistyötä, niin sitten voidaan miettiä, että voisiko tällainen malli olla se tapa, jolla sitä lisätään sitä kvarkkeniyhteistyötä, eli sitten keskustella Uumajan kautta tai lavempien alueiden kautta, että mikä kiinnostaa, ja sitten tällä samalla what is in for you hengessä, niin mietitään, että mikä on se kysymys, joka on molempien kannalta niin kiinnostavaa, että sitä kannattaa tehdä kimpassa.
Ehkä jatkaisin tuosta kysymällä Minnalta vielä sitä että sanoitkin jo, että tätä kunnianhimon tasoa pitää tässä vielä kasvattaa ja lähteä sitä Vaasan vientituotetta rakentamaan, mutta osaatko sitä vähän pilkkoa vielä, että mikä se on se Vaasan juttu tästä, kun me lähdetään tätä kaupunkitutkimusyhteistyötä ja kaupungin ja yliopiston välistä yhteistyötä tiivistämään, niin mikä on se Vaasa-spesifi komponentti tässä, miksi täällä asiat toimii niin hyvin ja mitä me voidaan lähteä sitten toisaalta viemään?
Jos mä vastaan hiukan pidemmän kautta, mutta yritän olla tosi napakka, niin mä näen, että Vaasa-spesifi juttu on kyllä oikeasti yhteinen integroitu strateginen ajattelu. Ja sen toimeenpano. Me voidaan puhua strategioista vaikka kuinka paljon, jos ne strategiat ja tekemiset kohtaa niin, että ne toimeenpannaan, niin käytännössä ei niillä ole juurikaan merkitystä. Mun mielestä tämä tapahtuma, Vaasa Future Festival, on yksi oiva esimerkki siitä, että joka kerta pyritään sopimaan, mitä tapahtuu seuraavan vuoden aikana. Strategisessa ajattelussa alueellisesti jokainen strategia on omilta toimeenpanopisteiltään ikään kuin integroitu. Ja puhutaan siitä, että mitä yliopisto tekee. Meidän strategiassa on käyty yhteiskeskusteluita, ihan sessioita kaupungin kanssa, mitä halutaan saada aikaan tietyllä aikajänteellä. Ja tietysti oikeaoppisesti niitä pitäisi koko ajan päivittää. Eli meidän täytyy siinä kohtaantua. Ja sitten meidän rooli, me ollaan niin kuin yliopistona ja nyt sitten konsernina vastataan siihen, että jo yli 10 vuotta sitten maassa haluttiin, että kukin yliopisto ja korkeakoulu profiloituu. Silloin nyt viimeisen, sanotaan 2,5 vuoden aikana, silloin kun me rakennettiin meidän tämä nykyinen tiivis strategia, niin me rakennettiin sen nimenomaan energiatransitio, business renewal, eli energia, liiketoiminnan uusiutuminen, kestävä yhteiskunta. Me ollaan oman strategiamme rakennettu todella tiiviisti sen ympärille, ja nyt halutaan vastata siitä, että tämä tapahtuu. Tämän tyyppistä tutkimusta yhteistyössä tehdään integroituneesti ja tähdätään sillä oikeasti niihin asioihin, jotka on maailmassa uutta ja vie maailmaa eteenpäin. Eli omalta osaltamme vastataan siitä, että kasvatetaan näitä osaajia. Helppoahan se ei ole, mutta kyllä se tapahtuu yhteistyössä.
Kiitos. Tuumas, sulla oli ajatuksia.
Tuohon samaan kysymykseen, että mitä on Vaasa-spesifiä, niin kyllä yksi uniikki asia täällä, kun olen keskustellut monen muun paikkakuntalaisen kanssa, on se, että täällä niin kuin eri ammattiryhmät, eri toimijat kokoontuu keskenään, miettii yhteisiä aiheita, kehittää sekä kaupunkia että sitten tätä energiaklusteria tai mitä tahansa. Että se on hyvin spesifiä, ja jos mä muutan sen tavallaan tutkimuskieleksi, niin se tarkoittaa kyllä sitä, että melkein jokainen semmoinen tutkimuskysymys, mitä me voidaan kaupungin sisällä keksiä, niin se on poikkitieteellinen. Eli tavallaan semmoisia tiimejä soutamalla kasaan, niin sitten saadaan niin kuin tosi mielenkiintoisia tuloksia myös kaupungin kannalta. Et se, niin kuin mä oon joskus heittänyt Minnalle, että esimerkiksi tuotantotalous. Miten saadaan tuotantotaloutta hallintoon? Siis mä oon ollut tässä Paras-prosessissa, mä sanon, että mä oon paras veteraani, mä oon ollut niin pitkään mukana yrittämässä näitä kuntaliitoksia ja kaiken maailman juttuja, aina sinne ladotaan sitten pitkä rivi hallinnon tietäjiä. Mutta mikä se on, mihin tavoitellaan oikeasti kuntataloudessa, jos mietitään niin kuin vaikkapa yhdistymisiä? Ei se ole se, että yksi kunnanjohtaja tippuu pois, vaan se on se, että saadaan siihen palvelurakenteeseen järkevyyttä, ettei rakenneta kouluja molemmin puolin rajaa kivenheiton päässä toisistaan. Siinä se iso juttu on, jos miettii kansantaloudellisesti. Eli tämän tyyppisiä kysymyksiä, niin kuin asetteluja varmaan tulee.
Kiitos. Markolle ehkä heittäisin vielä, jos tulee jotain reaktioita, mihin haluat tarttua, mutta myös ehkä pohdin tuossa sitä, että sä vedit juuri tekoälypaneelin tuossa ennen tätä meidän keskustelua, ja tuossa yhtenä sellaisena ehkä tulevaisuuden keskeisenä teemana nousikin tuumaksi ensimmäisessä kommentissa tämä tekoäly ja miten se vaikuttaa kaupunkikehitykseen sen jatkossa, niin jos sulla on jotain reflektioita näiden paneelien välillä tähän tematiikkaan, että miten tätä teemaa voisi lähteä viemään eteenpäin, teilläkin on hankkeita siihen liittyen, niin olisi kiinnostavaa kuulla.
No ehkä tätä tavallaan arvon panelisteja, kun tässä kuuntelee ja moderaattoreja myös, niin pohdin, tulee mieleen niin kuin kausaalimalli. Mä mietin tätä tavallaan niin kausaliteettien näkökulmasta, ja tavallaan niin kuin tämä on mun mielestä kannattaa ajatella tätäkin asiaa yksinkertaisesti ensi alkuun niin, että pystyy niin kuin mallintaa tavallaan päätöksentekotarpeita ja päätöksentekohaasteita. Jos me ajatellaan, että mihin meidän pitää päästä, niin meidän pitää päästä kaupungin merkittävään kasvuun. Kasvuprosentit pitää saada riittävän ylös. Ja se vaatii osaajien houkuttelua, se vaatii yritysten houkuttelua. Millä me saadaan yrityksiä ja osaajia houkuteltua, mitkä on sitten ne mediaattorit, jotka siinä mallissa on ikään kuin välissä, niin mä näen sen niin, että investointien näkökulmasta meillä on tässä niin kuin 4 sellaista ainakin keskeistä dimensiota tai elementtiä, joihin pitää investoida, jotta me pystytään saamaan aikaan outcomea, joka on sitten kaupungin menestyminen ja kasvu. Ja ne liittyy mun mielestä niin kuin meidän bisnesosaamisen ja yritysten kehittymiseen tällä alueella. Ne liittyy niin kuin energiateknologian kehittämiseen tällä alueella ja ne liittyy digitalisaation kehittymiseen tällä alueella. Ja ehkä 4. sellainen elementti, mikä liittyy energiaan, mutta se voidaan nostaa niin kuin myös erilliseksi, ja se on kestävyys. Se on tavallaan tämä hiilineutraalisuus, hiilineutraali ekosysteemi 2030, tai on se sitten 2035, se on toivottavasti 2030, eli ekosysteemissä niin kuin kierrätysasteen esimerkiksi kehittyminen ihan toiselle tasolle kuin millä se on tällä hetkellä. Nämä on sellaisia keskeisiä elementtejä, jotka johtaa kaupungin kasvuun, ja jotka pitää saada ikään kuin kondikseen. Ja mitkä siellä on sitten antecedentteina, eli selittäjinä, niin siellä on investoinnit ja osaajat. Eli me tarvitaan, niin kuin, ja ehkä 3. siellä on ne yritykset. Eli me tarvitaan tähän kaupunkiin niin kuin merkittävä määrä kansainvälisiä yrityksiä, merkittävä määrä kansainvälisiä osaajia ja valtava määrä sitä kautta investointeja. Ja jotta nämä saadaan aikaan, kun siellä on aika monessa asiassa ikään kuin kansainvälinen moderaattorina, niin miten me tehdään tästä Vaasasta englanninkielinen? Meidän kansanedustajat, parlamentin jäsenet on aika monta kertaa jo tässä viimeisen 10 vuoden aikana. Muistan, että 2013 käytiin myös valtuustossa aktiivista keskustelua. Johtoryhmä oli vahvasti sen ajatuksen tukena ja on ollut joka strategiakierroksella sen ajatuksen tukena, että tehdään tästä kaupungista oikeasti englanninkielinen. Mikä siinä on, että me ei olla niin valveilla vieläkään sen asian suhteen, että tämän kaupungin pitäisi oikeasti kasvaa ja menestyä, ja se kun ei menesty pelkällä suomenkielisellä resurssilla. Meillä puhutaan yli 100 kieltä Vaasassa ja yliopistosta on tulossa täysin kansainvälinen. Se on sitä jo ihan Suomen kärkipäässä tällä hetkellä, mutta edelleen, ja me ollaan hyvin lähellä sitä tasoa, jossa tässä kaupungissa voi oikeasti elää, asua ja nauttia englanninkielisenä. Mutta meidän pitää viedä se ihan seuraavalle tasolle ja nostaa meidät Helsingin jälkeen tai Helsingin alueen jälkeen sinne kärkeen ja tehdä siitä kärki. Ja tällaisella yksinkertaisella mallilla me saadaan se toteutumaan, mutta se vaatii valtavan määrän efforttia ja investointeja.
Kiitos Marko. Nyt meillä on tosi vähän aikaa jäljellä. Sampo ja Minna on pyytäneet puheenvuorot, eli otetaan nyt nopeat loppukiteytykset ja sitten tehdään seuraavalle paneelille tilaa. Sampo.
Joo, kyllä se sen yrityselämän kehittymisen lisäksi vaatii sen hyvän kaupungin, minne ihmiset haluaa muuttaa se kasvu, että se ei niin pelkillä työpaikoilla sitä ei tule, vaan se pitää olla se ajatus siitä, että on jonkinlainen paikka, mihin halutaan mennä. Ja jonkinlainen houkuttelevuus Vaasassa, ja sitten se tarkoittaa sitä hyvää arkea ja hyvää asumista ja hyvää pössistä kaupungilla, ja sitten just, mitä nämä sitten on käytännössä, niin niissä on aika paljonkin uudelleen ajateltavaa. Että meidän asuntotuotanto Suomessa aivan hirveätä lauantai-makkaraa tuutetaan tuonne menee, että olisi aika paljon uutta ajatuksen varaa, että mitä se hyvä asuminen oikeastaan on tässä 2020-luvulla ja puhumattakaan tästä eteenpäin. Että paljon muutakin on, ja sitten se kansainvälistyminen se tietysti hoituu monella tapaa, että ehkä itse liputtaisin tuon monikielisyyden puolesta pikemminkin kuin vaan englannin kielen, mutta saattelee vaikka Ruotsiin, niin kyllä se palvelu siellä Ruotsista tulee milloin milläkin murteella, ei näytä hirveästi haittaavan kansainvälistymistä.
Niin, jatketaan tätä debattia sitten tuolla kahvitauon puolella. Minna, viimeiset paneelin sulkevat sanat.
Eli ajattelisin, että yhdessä nyt katsomme, että puhutut asiat tapahtuvat, ja myöskin sitten tällä teidän tiimillä ja meidän tiimillä katsotaan, että me vastataan tähän Tomaksen pyytöön. Julkisen sektorin poikkitieteellinen tuotantotalouden koulutusohjelma hallinto.
No niin, siltä lähdetään. Kiitoksia kaikille.
No niin, hyvää iltapäivää. Tervetuloa resilienssisession toiseen osioon, eli resilienssiosioon. Tänään meillä on teemana paikallinen ja alueellinen varautuminen. Jos ajatellaan resilienssiä ja erilaisia uhkaskenaarioita, niin tämä alue- ja paikallistason näkökulma on äärimmäisen tärkeä siinä. Ja jos vähän provosoin heti alkuun, niin mun mielestä semmoinen pikkusen ehkä laiminlyöty ja unohdettu alue, kun puhutaan kansallisen varautumisen ja resilienssin vahvistamisesta, niin tämä aluedimensio ja paikallisuus helposti unohtuu siinä. Koska niin kuin tiedetään, niin maailma ei muutu selontekoja kirjoittamalla tai valtioneuvoston periaatepäätöksiä rustaamalla, vaan kyllä se lähtee sieltä toiminnan tasolta. Ja minusta tämä oli hyvä taustoitus nyt tähän meidän keskusteluun, tämä edellinen paneeli, jossa nimenomaan sitä toimeenpanokyvykkyyttä ja sitä tekemistä painotettiin, niin sama asia pätee myöskin tähän varautumisen kysymyksiin. Mielenkiintoinen teema, erittäin ajankohtainen teema. Mun nimi on Petri Uusikylä, toimin tutkimusjohtajana Vaasan yliopistossa ja uuden vasta perustetun resilienssitutkimusalustan koordinaattorina. Mä haluan esitellä meidän panelistit tänään. Meillä on upea tiimi tänään keskustelemassa aiheesta. Tuore vastavalittu työelämäprofessori Hanna Smith. Anna taas käsiä aina kun nimi lausutaan. Hanna on paitsi Vaasan yliopiston työelämäprofessori, myöskin toimii Etyjin sihteeristössä strategisena neuvonantajana, joten Hannalla on myöskin tämmöinen, voisiko sanoa, eurooppalainen tai globaali näkökulma tähän varautumisen tematiikkaan. Sitten meillä on varautumisesta hyvin perillä oleva alueellinen toimija, avin johtaja, ylijohtaja Marko Pukkinen. Tervetuloa, Marko. Ja Marko voi myöskin taustoittaa, että mitä kaikkia suunnitelmia tämän lupa- ja hallintoviranomaisuudistuksen taustalla on ja miten se ehkä liittyy myöskin tähän alueelliseen varautumiseen. Sitten meillä on yrityspuolelta erinomainen keskustelija Jan Haglund, joka toimii Wärtsilässä turvallisuusjohtajana. Ja Janilla on myöskin pitkä tausta turvallisuuspuolen tehtävistä. Hän on työskennellyt suojelupoliisissa ja ennen sitä keskusrikospoliisissa, joten vahva näkökulma tulee sieltä myöskin yritysturvallisuuden kautta. Mutta tällä tiimillä lähdetään keskustelemaan. Me on sovittu, että jokainen pitää lyhyen avauspuheenvuoron, muutama minuutti tämän alueellisen varautumisen tematiikasta ja sitten katsotaan, miten tämä homma lähtee tästä niin kuin kehittymään. Hanna, ole hyvä.
Kiitoksia. Kiitos kutsusta tähän paneeliin. On oikein hauska tulla ja aloittaa vähän niin kuin tämä lukuvuosi tällä tavalla Vaasassakin. On pyydetty muutama lyhyesti napakasti sanomaan, miksi paikallistaso on juuri tällaisen niin kuin varautumisen, resilienssin näkökulmasta tärkeä. Mä sanoisin, että paikallistaso on yksi niistä tosi tärkeistä toimijoista, jossa nähdään ensimmäisenä heikot signaalit siitä, että joku asia ei ehkä ole kohdallaan. Toinen on myöskin se, että paikallistaso on myöskin se ensimmäinen, joka tulee reagoimaan silloin, kun tapahtuu jotain odottamatonta tai mahdollisesti uhkaa. Ja miksi näin? Niin oikeastaan maailmalla on todella monta esimerkkiä. Yhtenä parhaimpana tietenkin on Venäjän hyökkäyssota Ukrainassa ja miten Ukrainan oma paikallistaso oli se, joka oikeastaan pystyi maailmalle tuomaan sen viestin, että Ukraina pystyy itseänsä puolustamaan. Sitten on pienempiä esimerkkejä. Saksassa on ollut informaatiokampanjan kautta, lähti melkein liikenteeseen tällainen tilanne, jossa oli isoa mielenosoitusta ja melkein niin kuin yhteiskuntarauhaa heiluttava. 2015 me ollaan aika kauan sitten, mutta siinä paikallistaso reagoi nopeasti siihen ja sai ikään kuin kokonaisuuden oikeille raiteille. Ja Katalonia Espanjassa on sitten ehkä vielä yksi näistä. Eli oikeastaan tämän voisi tiivistää siihen, että jos puhutaan koko maan resilienssistä, niin se on yhtä vahva kuin sen alueet. Jos siellä on yksi alue ja paikallistaso, joka on heikko, niin silloin siellä on heikko lenkki.
Kiitoksia. Sitten Marko, ole hyvä.
Joo, kiitoksia kutsusta paneeliin. Ja kyllä tässä Hanna aika paljon saa myötäillä
asian suhteen. Jos tässä nyt mietitään, että miksi varaudutaan, niin ajatuksena on tietysti se, että yhteiskunnan rakenteet pyörii, organisaatiot toimii, yritykset pystyvät jatkamaan toimintaa, kunnat pystyvät tekemään niitä peruspalveluita sillä tapaa, kun on määrätty, hyvinvointialueet ja niin edelleen. Ja kun tätä tehdään, niin sitä ei voi tehdä pelkästään valtakunnallisella tai ylätasolla. Sitä pitää tehdä siellä paikallisella tasolla, missä ne kriisit tai normaaliolojen poikkeustilanteet tulevat vastaan. Ja ne tulee siellä ihmisten lähellä, eli kunnissa, yrityksissä, muissa organisaatioissa. Siellä ne konkretisoituu ja ne ihmiset, joiden takia tämä koko yhteiskunta on rakennettu, nämä yhteiskunnan palveluverkostot, yrityksetkin palvelee ihmisiä, niin sieltä ihmisten läheltä se löytyy se juttu. Ja juuri tässä kohtaa totean sen, että Hannan kanssa samaan veneeseen hypättiin, eli paikallistaso on äärettömän tärkeä ja tietysti alueellinen taso muodostamaan sitten isompaa tilannekuvaa. Mutta se tilannekuva syntyy niistä pienistä tekijöistä, paikallisista yrityksistä, kunnassa tapahtuvista asioista. Sieltä saadaan se tilannekuva ja ei siellä yhteiskunnan korkeammalla tasolla valtioneuvostossa pystytä mitään päätöksiä tekemään, jos sitä oikeaa tilannekuvaa ei saada ymmärrettävässä muodossa sieltä paikalliselta tasolta saateltua sinne yhteiskunnan päätöksentekijöiden korviin. Se on äärettömän tärkeää se tietolähdeketjun siirtyminen sinne ylemmälle tasolle. Tietysti pitäisi muistaa myös se, että se tilannekuva siellä alueellisella ja paikallisella tasollakin pitäisi olla alueellisesti ja paikallisesti olemassa. Ja se on ehkä nyt sitten välillä tahtonut jäädä jälkeen, että kun tätä rakennetaan tätä yhteiskunnallista tilannekuvaa, niin se tahtoo jäädä se paikallinen ja alueellinen tilannekuva vähän varjoon. Ja siinä nyt heti ensimmäinen ajatus siitä, mitä pitäisi kehittää. Kiitoksia.
Hienoa, kiitos Marko ja sitten Jan.
Joo, kiitos Petri kutsusta tänne paneeliin. Ja Marko ja Hanna tyhjensi kyllä oikeastaan tämän, miksi se on niin tärkeää, mutta nostaisin vielä esiin sen hyvän puolen, mikä meillä on täällä alueellisesti, on se, että ollaan aika pieniä toimijoita, tunnetaan toisemme hyvin, mikä siis muodostaa myös sen haasteen, että mikäli meiltä joku poistuu sitten rivistä, niin sitten uuden sisääntulo pitää olla rakenteissa jo valmiiksi tämä kokonaisuus, eikä vaan niin, että se on yksilöistä kiinni. Juuri niin kuin sanoitte, niin häiriö- tai kriisitilanteessa niin sillä vaikutus on paikallinen välittömästi. Siksi se pitää olla harjoiteltu ja pitää olla varauduttu.
Loistavaa, kiitos. Siinä oli hyvä avauskierros. Ja jos sallitte panelistit, niin pikkusen poikkean käsikirjoituksesta. Tämä on aina pieni riski, mutta tuossa lämpiön puolella me keskusteltiin semmoista asiasta, että kun Suomea maailmalla benchmarkataan niin kuin kokonaisturvallisuuden ja huoltovarmuuden mallimaana ja kaikki ihmettelee, että miten ihmeessä Suomi saa aikaiseksi sen, mitä muut Pohjoismaat ei kykene saamaan ja mistä Keski-Euroopassa vasta niin kuin haaveillaan, niin mitä tekee Suomi? Suomi romuttaa hallinnollisesti järjestelmiä, jotka on toimivia ja rakentaa tilalle uusia, jonka toimivuudesta ei ole mitään takeita, niin onko tämä nyt jonkinlaista tällaista kansallista itsesabotaasia tai kansallinen itsetuhovietti, että korjataan sellaista, joka ei ole rikki ja rakennetaan tilalle jotain, jonka tarpeellisuudestakaan aina ei ole tietoa. Arvon panelistit, varautumisen näkökulmasta, mitä tämä tarkoittaa? Hanna voi aloittaa.
Jaha, ja mä sain nyt aloittaa tämän. Sinänsä ihan mielenkiintoista, että lähdit haastamaan sitä kokonaisuutta, ja se todella pitää paikkansa, että Suomen tämä kokonaisturvallisuusmalli, se miten niin kuin toimitaan niin, että paikallistasollakin voidaan suoraan esimerkiksi olla armeijaan yhteydessä, niin sehän on niin kuin ihan täysin UFO-ajatus, kun mennään jonnekin muualle melkein. Ja sitä mietitään, että näinhän sen oikeastaan niin kuin pitäisi olla, kun se kuullaan. No sitten tämä tietenkin, ainahan halutaan tehdä paremmin asiat, niinhän se menee. Eli ehkä siinä tapahtuu aina sitten se, että halutaan myöskin tehdä vielä paremmin ja sitten mahdollisesti lähdetään uudistamaan. Uudistuksessa on aina ne isot niin kutsutusti riskit ja sitten on se, että voi sillä voittaakin. Niin sanotusti voi olla, että myöskin se sitten, ainakin tässä miten ajatellaan Suomen kokonaisturvallisuutta, varautumista, myöskin sitten paikallistasoa kokonaisuudessaan, niin onhan se, että meillä on kaikennäköisiä uusia haasteita. Eli silloin kun tulee kaikki teknologiat kuvioihin uudella tavalla, tulee niin kutsutusti hybridiuhka, toiminta, eli ulkoiset pahamieliset toimijat pyrkii sekoittamaan asioita, häiritsemään kehitystä, tuomaan yhteiskuntarauhaan elementtejä, jotka ei ole positiivisia, niin silloinhan siinä on se, että pitää myöskin tarkastella kriittisesti sitä omaa järjestelmää ja katsoa, että onko siellä sit sellaisia kokonaisuuksia, jotka pitäisi niin kuin korjata, johon pitää keskittyä uudella tavalla, ja vastaako meidän rakenteet juuri sitä. Et ehkä jos tätä katsoo niin kuin positiiviselta kannalta, tietenkin se riski on aina sitten, että jos uudistus menee pieleen, niin sit voi olla, että ollaankin huonommassa tilanteessa kuin lähtötilanne, mutta jos se menee oikein, niin silloin ehkä ollaan onnistuttu.
Hienoa, kiitos. Mitäs mieltä Marko?
No, näin valtionhallinnon edustajana tuoreena on mielessä tietysti koronakriisi. Millä tavalla koronakriisi hoitui? Sitä ennen oli maahanmuuttokriisi. Maahantulijoita oli 32 500 tuli maahan. Millä tavalla näitä hoidettiin? Niin ehkä tuo jälkimmäinen, se meni yllättävän hyvin, tai itse asiassa tapahtui aikaisemmin tuo maahanmuuttokriisi, mutta se sujui yllättävänkin hyvin, vaikka tällaiseen ei oltu varauduttu. Ja se, mitä Jan sanoi, niin siinä oli varmasti yhtenä syynä se, että meillä on aika pieni porukka täällä yhteiskunnassa, joka sillä hiekkalaatikolla lapioi hiekkaa, jossa pitää sitä yhteiskunnan vastetta näihin kriiseihin onnistua menestyksekkäästi saamaan samalle laatikolle. Me tunnetaan toisemme, niin se antaa kyllä meille mahdollisuuden selvitä sellaista tilanteista, joissa meillä ei ole niin kuin mitään havaintoa ennakkoa, että tämmöinenkin voisi tulla. Koronakriisi oli sitten toinen. Ja siinä nyt ehkä, kun se oli niin pitkä, ja se koski jokaista kansalaista, melkein jokaista yritystä, niin siitä nyt sitten jäikin paljon enemmän muistoja ihmisille. Ja kyllä siinä nyt huomattiin monelta kohdin, että ei tämä meidän varautumisjärjestelmä kuitenkaan täysin niin kuin tällaisiin tilanteisiin istu. Ja näistä tällaista herätteistä syntyy sitten tarpeita kehittää kuitenkin pääasiassa hyvin toimivaa järjestelmää, että saadaan myös nämä kriittiset kohdat murrettua siten, että uusien kriisien tullessa meillä olisi yhteiskunnalliset rakenteet kestävämmällä pohjalla ja pystyttäisiin nämä tällaiset haasteet, mitä koronakriisikin meille aiheutti, selvittämään juohevimmin ja vähemmän yhteiskuntaa rasittain ja ehkä pienemmin kustannuksinkin, joka on aina siellä taustalla oleva, etenkin nykyaikana. Ja tietysti kun mietitään politiikkaa, niin totta kai poliittisella puolueella on oma tarpeensa antaa se oma kädenjälkeensä, että nyt me olemme ratkaisseet tämän kriisin, kun me teemme tällaisen muutoksen. Ja näinhän se yhteiskunta pyörii. Sen takiahan politiikka on olemassa, että poliitikot tarttuvat näihin haasteisiin, mitä on kohdattu. Ja sitten tulee tällaisia hankkeita, kuten nyt esimerkiksi ensi vuoden alussa aluehallintovirastot lakkautetaan, Valvira lakkautetaan, ely-keskukset lakkautetaan ja luodaan uudet organisaatiorakenteet. Tulee valtakunnallinen lupa- ja valvontavirasto, joka ottaa tämän alueellisen varautumisen näkökulmat sitten huomioon taas eri tavalla. Kun tällä hetkellä niitä hoitaa 6 aluehallintovirastoa omilla alueillaan, niin tulee yksi valtakunnallinen virasto, joka sitten toivottavasti pystyy isompana kokonaisuutena katsomaan koko Suomen yhteiskunnan varautumisen rakenteita ja hoitamaan ne ainakin tasapuolisemmin sitten ympäri maata.
Hyvä. Tähän pakko esittää myöskin jatkokysymys. Mä en ole yhtä hyvä löytämään näitä epäjatkuvuuskohtia ja ristiriitoja kuin tuo edellisessä paneelissa kuultu tekoäly, joka spottasi sieltä heti ristiriitaisuudet. Mutta semmoinen pieni ristiriita tässä on havaittavissa, että samaan aikaan kun puhutaan niin kuin toisaalla älykkään erikoistumisen strategiasta tai nyt tällä hetkellä älykkään sopeutumisen strategiasta, joka on tämä uusi termi, jossa ymmärrys on se, että välttämättä niin kuin keskitetty toiminto, one size fits all, ei sovi alueelle, jotka on hyvin erilaisia lähtökohtaisesti niin kuin demograafisesti tai sosioekonomiselta tasoltaan, niin mikä viisaus tässä toimintojen keskittämisessä nyt sitten yhtäkkiä on tässä esimerkiksi niin kuin lupa- ja hallintoviranomaistoiminnossa, jos alueet ovat niin erilaisia ja niiden alueellisten erityispiirteiden huomioon ottaminen on se yksi menestymisen avain. Marko.
Hanna katsoi siihen malliin, että minä vastaan. Joo, kyllähän tämä on ilman muuta selvä juttu, että kun ruvetaan tarkastelemaan valtakuntaa kokonaisuutena, niin aina siinä toinen osapuoli sitten häviää, eli se alueellinen tarkastelun näkökulma on tietenkin vaarassa jäädä katveeseen. Ja jos mietitään tällaisia valtakunnallisia virastoja, mitä nyt on olemassa, niin yleensä ne on aika tuollaisia pääkaupunkiseutu Helsinki-keskeisiä, ja se ajatusmalli, mikä on, niin tulee sieltä Kehä kolmosen sisäpuolelta sitten, ja silloin saattaa Itä-Suomen erityispiirteet, mitä tässä ajassa on, tai Länsi-Suomen, Lapin, ne saattavat jäädä siinä vähän katveeseen, varsinkin ottaen huomioon, että ne koskevat pienempää ihmismäärää. Mutta tässä uudessa, esimerkiksi tässä uudessa lupa- ja valvontavirastossa tätä asiaa on ajateltu taklattavan siten, että jo hallitusohjelmassa kirjattiin, että tämän viraston toiminta tulee perustumaan yhteistoiminta-alueeseen, eli näiden yliopistollisten keskussairaaloiden maantieteelliseen aluejakoon. Ja tämä koskee meidän näkemyksemme mukaan, jotka olemme uutta virastoa valmistelleet, se koskee nimenomaan näitä varautumisen rakenteita ja varautumisen yhteistyön toiminnan järjestämistä sen viraston alueella. Eli siihen tulisi kuitenkin Kuopion, Helsingin, Turun, Tampereen, Oulun yliopistojen maantieteellisellä alueella toimivat tällaiset yhteiskunnalliset rakenteet, joissa sitten muun muassa varautumistoimenpiteitä tehdään, eli valmiusharjoituksia järjestetään ja maanpuolustuskursseja ja tehdään tätä varautumisen poikkihallinnollista yhteistyötä, eli se alueellinen näkökulma kuitenkin tulee jossain määrin siinä säilymään ja se ehkä kootaan sitten siellä virastossa, mutta siellä kuitenkin tulisi näin ollen olemaan tämä tarkastelu myös aluekohtaisesti.
Hyvä, kiitoksia. Sitten hypätään Janiin. Jos ajatellaan Wärtsilän toimintaympäristöä, niin se on eittämättä globaali. Ja silloin katsotaan myöskin niin kuin sitä turvallisuus- ja uhkaskenaarioita niin kuin globaalisti. Niin miten, jos ajattelet suomalaisen vientiyrityksen näkökulmasta, niin miten tämä alueellinen, paikallinen versus globaali ulottuvuus sitten näkyy tässä varautumisen näkövinkkelissä?
No puhutaan vaikka tilannekuvan luomisesta, niin on hyvin keskeinen teema siinä, että ollaan perillä siitä, mitä tapahtuu sekä globaalisti, mutta myös alueellisesti. Eli kyllä se, että on verkostoitunut, mutta se, että sulla on luottamus ensinnäkin niihin pelureihin, joiden kanssa sä keskustelet näistä aiheista, ja se on ehkä se teema, mitä haluan myös tänään tuoda ja haastaa hieman, että minulla on viranomaistausta pitkälti, melkein 20 vuotta, jossa on paljon tietoa, mutta miten me saataisiin se jaettua sitten yrityksille tulevaisuudessa, niin että me pystytään hyödyntämään sitä näin niin kuin turvallisuusnäkökulmasta myös.
Erittäin hyvä huomio, ja palataan varmaan tähän vielä tässä, kun haetaan näitä kansallisia vahvuuksia. Mutta nyt me tuossa nostettiin joitain epäkohtia ja kehittämistarpeita esiin, mutta niin kuin totesin jo tuossa intropuheessa, niin meillä on kuitenkin maailmanluokan kokonaisturvallisuus ja huoltovarmuusjärjestelmä, niin miltä, Hanna, kun sä niin kuin oman työsi kautta katsot vaikka hybridiuhkia laajemmasta niin kuin eurooppalaisesta tai globaalista katsannosta, mikä tekee suomalaisesta varautumisjärjestelmästä niin erinomaisen? Onko siellä jotain niin kuin 3 pointtia, jotka voisi sen selittää, vai käykö tässä niin kuin PISA-tuloksissa, että tänne tulee korealaisia ihmettelee, että miten se temppu tehdään, ja ei suomalaisetkaan oikein tiedä?
No mä luulen, että osaksi se on vähän noin, ja yksi syy siihen on, että miksei niin tämä PISA ja suomalaisetkaan itse tiedä. Näinhän se oli, että eihän me oltu täysin mietitty sitä, että meidän koulutus on ihan oikeasti niin kuin maailmanluokka ja peruskoulu on jotain ihmeellistä muiden silmin, ennen kuin sitten jotkut testit osoitti se, ja sitten itsekin ruvettiin ihmettelemään, että no oho, mitähän me tehdään niin kuin hienosti tässä kokonaisuudessa. Niin se on vähän sama tässä maanpuolustuksessa ja kokonaisturvallisuudessa. Se on jollain tasolla niin kuin alusta asti sisään rakennettu. Se tulee ilman, tai on tullut ainakin ilman, että sitä on ajateltu. Ja sitten kun sitä ruvetaan ajattelemaan, niin silloin siinä on just tämä vähän se riski, että ajatellaanko yli niin sanotusti. Mutta kyllähän se on, niin kuin, siinä voi olla pienen maan etua niin sanotusti, että pystytään niin kuin just tämän paikallistasossa, niin tunnetaan hyvin toinen toiset, se mikä on tullut tässä jo esille, on tätä niin kuin luottamusta. Mutta voi siinä myöskin sitten olla tämä historia hyvin vahvasti. Se, että silloin kun ollaan oltu, tai ollaan edelleen tässä maantieteellisessä asemassa, missä ollaan, naapurissa on valtio, joka ehkä etsii omaa identiteettiään, mutta on silti vahvasti sitä mieltä, että se on hyvin perinteisellä tavalla suurvalta, joka tarkoittaa juuri sitä, että se haastaa naapureitaan välillä vähän epämiellyttävälläkin tavalla, jolloin se on niin kuin opittu tavallaan sieltä historian kautta, että on pakko tehdä määrätyllä tavalla yhteistyötä, on luotava ne omat niin kuin verkostot, se on oltava kaikki toimijat yhteiskunnassa. Ja siihenhän oikeastaan perustui silloin, kun meillä kun itsenäistyttiin ja laitettiin peruskoulu pystyyn ja yleinen asevelvollisuus. Niin sehän oli niin kuin kautta kaikki luokat, siis yhteiskuntaluokat. Niin kaikki meni samoihin kouluihin, meillä ei ollut yksityiskouluja silleen. Tai sitten kun mentiin armeijaan, niin sillä ei ole mitään väliä, mistä päin maata sä tulit tai mikä yhteiskuntatausta, ja silloin toimittiin niin kuin yhdessä. Et se on niin kuin lähtenyt todella pitkältä ajalta, ja se on rakentunut siihen, että oikeastaan tähän niin kuin maantieteelliseen asemaan ja sellaiset haasteet, mitkä on tullut, että jos meinataan säilyä itsenäisenä, niin ei oikeastaan ole muuta vaihtoehtoa.
Hienoa, kiitos. Miten Marko vastaisit kysymykseen, miksi me olemme niin hyviä?
Kyllä se tuolta historiasta osin kumpuaa, että olen tätä miettinyt ruotsalaisten kollegoiden kanssa tässä muutama vuosi sitten käytyäni kurssi, jossa meitä oli varautumisen ihmisiä Suomesta ja Ruotsista lauma ja todettiin, että meillä on sodittu tuossa meidän isovanhempien aikaan. Heillä on sodittu viimeksi vuonna 1809 ja silloinkin taisi olla suomalaiset suurin joukko silloin sotimassa, kun Suomen sota käytiin ja meidät hävittiin tuonne Venäjälle. Ja se on niin, tämä tavallaan kriisien olemassaolo, niin se on tavallaan meillä kansakunnan muistissa ainakin verrattuna tuohon länsinaapuriimme. Niin todettiin, että siinä on varmaan yksi tekijä, että kun ollaan pitkän aikaa tilanteessa, jossa mikään ei mene pieleen ja ollaan vahvoja ja ei tällaiset heiluttele, tällaiset sodat ja muut, niin se varautuminen saattaa jäädä hivenen sivuun. Tuumas Häyry tuossa äsken edellisessä paneelissa sanoi, että joskus on niin kiirus, että ei kerkeä juosta kuin polkupyörän vierellä, ettei kerkeä nousemaan päälle. Ja jos 70 000 asukkaan kaupunginjohtaja sanoo näin, niin meillä on tässä Länsi- ja Sisä-Suomen avin toimialueella on 200-700 hengen kuntaa, joissa kunnanjohtajalla on varmaan vielä pikkusen isompi kiire, kun pitäisi kaikki hommat suunnilleen tehdä. Niin nämä on niin erilaisia nämä tilanteet, ja ehkä Suomella on ollut se onni, että meillä on ollut se tekemisen malli koko ajan, se ollaan opittu, se on tullut sen kautta, että meillä ei ole ollut koskaan niin helppoa. Että kyllä tämä niin kuin agraariyhteiskunnasta nouseminen teolliseksi yhteiskunnaksi, niin se on tapahtunut vahvasti sotien jälkeen ja 70-luvulla, ja silloin on ollut aika rankkaa aikaa. Kyllä minäkin olen maaseudulla elänyt 60-70-luvun taitteessa, niin ei siellä joka talossa ollut edes traktoria, että siellä oli hevonen, ja ollaan niin kuin opittu tekemään tiukan paikan edessä, ja ehkä se sama tavallaan henki elää meissä yhä, että tiedetään, että asiat voisivat olla heikommin, ja siihen varaudutaan. Mun mielestä se on se suomalainen henki, joka kumpuaa tuolta historiasta. Tämä oli varmaan pitkä versio tuosta Hanna jo toteamasta.
Hyvä, oikein hyvä versio oli. Mutta Jaan, kun teille tulee Wärtsilään kansainvälisiä vieraita ja sä pidät sen peruspresentaation yritysturvallisuudesta ja varautumisesta, niin mitkä on sun niin kun key pointit Suomen näkökulmasta? Miten se temppu tehdään?
No en tiedä, onko se temppu sinällään, vaan tuodaan just näitä asioita esiin, mitä ollaan tässä jo keskusteltu. Ja kyllähän se meillekin, tai kysymyksiä yleensä meille asetetaan, että miten te onnistutte Suomessa näin hyvin näissä varautumisasioissa. Ja kyllä se on ehkä helposti sanottuna, että yritykset sekä viranomaiset tekee yhteistyötä. Aina voitaisiin tehdä paremmin, mutta jos ajatellaan näitä kriisejä, mistä ollaan jo mainittu, korona ja sitten tämä maahanmuutto, niin vaikka on paljon opittavaa, mutta pitää muistaa myös, että kyllä tekevä porras suoriutui erittäin hyvin siitä. Eli näillä opeilla niin on menty sitten myös yritysmaailmaan. Hyvä.
Mä paljastan lisää meidän lämpiökeskusteluja, eli tuolta lounaspöydästä ammensin tämmöisiä hyviä heittoja tähän. Hanna, tässä ajattelit ääneen ja sanoit, että meillä suomalaisilla on sellainen merkillinen tapa, että silloin kun on joku uhka tai kriisitilanne, me toimitaan erittäin tehokkaasti ja yhteistyökykyisesti, mutta sitten jos on pitkä semmoinen niin sanottu hyvä suojasää, niin sitten me jotenkin veltostutaan ja ruvetaan nahistelemaan, että sitten nämä kaikki organisaatiopoliittiset pelit pääsee taas valloilleen. Niin mistä tämä johtuu? Tämä avasi vähän ajattelua ja jatkokysymys siihen, että nyt kun ollaan tämmöisessä kestävässä jatkuvassa pienessä häiriötilassa, niin pitäisikö suomalaisten olla koko ajan vähän enemmänkin varuillaan?
Joo, tästä on nyt ainakin yksi oppi, että varo vähän mitä sanot lounasaikaan. Se näköjään tulee.
Se ei ollut Chatham House rule.
Ei näköjään. Tämä pitää oppia nykyään sit sanomaan. Joo, no mutta siis ei se mitään. Tämä on ihan hyvä keskustelu, koska tämä on laajempikin. Tämä ei ole pelkästään ehkä, okei, tuossa oli tätä suomalaista, mutta ehkä demokraattisissa yhteiskunnissa, meillä eurooppalaisittain, niin meillä tuli sen jälkeen, kun kylmä sota loppui, Neuvostoliitto hajosi, niin siihen tuli ikään kuin sellainen ajatus, että tämä oli nyt tässä. Nyt ei tarvitse enää tsempata ja jotenkin ehkä unohdettiin, että oikeastaan demokratiassa on aina vähän särmää ja kulmia ja sen puolesta pitää pystyä taistelemaankin. Siihen pitää uskoa, sen eteen pitää tehdä töitä ja kaikki nämä jäi vähän sellaiseksi puolitiehen. Et se voi olla, että se ei ole pelkästään ihan suomalainen juttu, vaan se on osaksi demokratia, mutta sitten Suomessa voi olla se, että me ollaan jotenkin niin totuttu ehkä siihen, että vähän pitää tsempata, pitää vaikeista ajoista selvitä ja sitten jos onkin hyvä aika, niin se vähän hermostuttaa. Ja sitä ei osatakaan ehkä sitten käyttää niin hyvin hyväksi kuin voitaisiin. Ja nyt kun on tämä meidän uusi aikakausi, eli meillä on näitä tällaisia erilaisia uusia uhkia, erilaisia uusia haasteita, ollaan uudenlaisessa tilanteessa, jopa tuon itänaapurin kanssa, niin siinä tulee ehkä sellainen vähän outo tilanne, että onko tämä nyt se kriisi, jossa pitää yhdistyä ja taistella vastaan, puolustautua niin sanotusti, vai mistä tässä on ikään kuin kysymys. Ja se voi olla, että me ollaan nyt tällä hetkellä ikään kuin vähän sellaisessa moodissa, että etsitään sitä toimintamenetelmää.
Hei, loistavaa. Tämä oli hyvä analyysi. Jälleen kerran käsikirjoituksesta poiketen, jos jollain olisi kysymyksiä meidän arvon panelisteille, niin voitaisiin ottaa muutama väliin ja sitten panelistit kertoo vielä lopputerveisensä. Mutta tuleeko mieleen nyt ihan jotain välitöntä ja mielellään käytetään mikrofonia sitten, että se kuuluu tuonne striimauksen taakse. Olisiko siellä tutkimusjohtaja Sampo Ruoppilalla näyttää olevan pään päällä joku ajatuskupla? Eikö? Ei lähde. Mutta jos ei tule luontevasti, niin mennään eteenpäin, ellei Pekka katsoo tuumia tuonne katon rajaan, että olisiko joku. Ei lähde. Mennään, onko nyt siellä? No niin. Saako sinne toimitettua salimikrofonin, niin otetaan vielä. Se on aina mukavaa, että tulee vähän vuorovaikutteisuutta, niin ei ole vaan pelkästään puhuvia päitä. Ole hyvä, Pekka.
Joo, kiitos. Mä oon just rakentamassa ensi talveksi kurssia, jonka nimi on Building Industrial Partnerships, jolla koulutetaan sit yliopisto- ja VAMKin tutkijoita toimimaan paremmin teollisuuden kanssa. Ja siellä me, jos puhutaan insinöörikoulusta ja teollisuusyrityksistä, niin niiden välinen tutkimuskumppanuus, niin se on aika selkeä. Että teollisuuden mielestä sieltä olisi kiva, että sieltä tulisi sellaista, mistä voisi tehdä myytävän tuotteen tai palvelun. Jos siinä tulee tietoa mukana, niin sekin on hyvä, mutta tavallaan se yhteistyö on, mä uskon, että me ymmärretään se, ja nyt me voidaan keskittyä siihen, että mitä tutkijan pitää osata, jotta hän pystyy vakuuttamaan teollisuuden siitä, että hän on hyödyllinen. Ja nyt mun kysymys on se, että miten tämä eroaa, tämä tutkimusongelma ja hyöty julkisen sektorin ja nimenomaan resilienssiyksikölläkin on useita julkisia toimijoita, että vaikka Avi tai sitten Tomas aikaisemmin, että mitä hyötyä te näkisitte Vaasan yliopiston resilienssiyksiköistä, että niille kannattaisi maksaa siitä, mitä he tekevät?
Hanna, ole hyvä. Ja sitten annetaan myöskin muille mahdollisuus.
Tämä oli, siis kiitos tosi paljon kysymyksestä, tosi hyvä. Tämähän on niin kuin, oikeastaan juuri se, että se pitää pystyä kiteyttämään se, että minkä takia on resilienssitutkimuksen alusta. Ja mä oikeastaan vetäisin tämän tuohon edelliseen paneeliin, kun puhuttiin myöskin, että miten esimerkiksi saadaan alueellista kasvua. Niin yksi elementtihän on siinä, että on resilienssiä. Se tuo sellaista vakuuttavuutta kokonaisuuteen, jonkunlaista tasapainoa, eli kasvu, nämä kaikki tämmöiset investoinnit, ihmiset, kaikki joita halutaan niin kuin paikalle, niin yksi elementti on siinä, että se turvallisuuselementti, mikä tulee niin kuin määrätyllä tavalla resilienssin kautta, että oli se sitten niin kuin, uudet uhat, erilaiset uhat, konfliktitilanteet, odottamattomat kokonaisuudet, ja resilienssi on paljon enemmän kuin vain järjestelmät ja teknologinen puoli. Ja tämä on ehkä niinku just se, mitä silloin kun yhdistetään, koska resilienssitutkimus on aina monitieteistä, niin miten niinku yhdistetään eri paikoista, eri tieteiden kokonaisuuksista, eri tutkimusasioista niinku sellainen yhtenäinen kuva siitä, että ollaan pystytty rakentamaan resilienssiä, sitä sellaista varautumista. Oikeastaan se on niin kuin varautuminen myöskin sillä tavalla, että ollaan aika vahvalla pohjalla, ollaan hyvin varteenotettava toimija ja pystytään argumentoimaan sitä kysymystä, mikä edellisessä paneelissa oli, että miksi esimerkiksi Vaasa on hyvä tai miksi Suomi on hyvä. Niin siinä tulevaisuudessa väittäisin, että jos ei pystytä vastaamaan kysymystä, millainen resilienssi teillä on kokonaisuudessaan, niin silloin tuo saa miinuksen. Mutta jos osaa vastata hyvin, niin siitä saa plussan.
Hyvä. Tämä oli hyvä kysymys ja hyvä vastaus. Ja tässä niin kuin se haaste noin niin kuin tutkimuksellisesta näkökulmasta on, että silloin kun me puhutaan tämän tyyppistä niin kuin resilienssivaikuttavuudesta, niin me ollaan pakostakin aika niin kuin systeemisessä vaikuttavuuden kentässä. Eli se näyttö ei ole silloin niin kuin selkeästi, voisiko sanoa niin kuin yksinkertaista niin kuin kausaalinäyttöä, Asta seuraa B jollain aikavälillä, vaan siinä on valtava määrä erilaisia samanaikaisesti vaikuttavia keskinäisriippuvaisia tekijöitä, ja silloin se vaatii vähän syvällisempää sen ilmiön niin kuin ymmärtämistä ja perkaamista. Erittäin hyvä kysymys. Oliko vielä joku kysymys yleisön puolesta sieltä, ja sitten otetaan loppulaskut. Otetaan sieltä mikrofoni, ole hyvä, ja esittele myöskin itsesi.
Tanja Davidov ja Vaasa ammattikorkeakoulusta, vedän siellä 2 hanketta. Mulla on sellainen pieni alustus tähän, eli lähinnä kommentti tähän hyvään keskusteluun. Eli mä oon ollut vuonna 1989 ensimmäisen kerran luokkaretkellä Virossa, silloin kun se oli vielä siis, mikä tämä nyt on? Neuvostotasavalta, kyllä. Ja yövyttiin perheissä, mä olin musiikkiluokalla ja sitten kierrettiin tietysti siellä, ja 12-vuotiaalle se oli aika järkytys mennä silloin 80-luvun lopulla tommoseen paikkaan. Ja mulla jäi sieltä sitten, niin kuin meidän perheelle jäi sieltä sitten ystäväperhe, ja autettiin heitä silloin vaikeina aikoina sekä rahallisesti että tietysti tavaralla. Ja sitten palataksemme tähän aikaan, tapasin sitten tätä meidän ystäväperheen äitiä tuolla Tallinnassa, ja hänen kanssaan tuli puhetta siitä ajasta. Ja hän meitä niin ylti jo niin kuin vuolaasti, meitä suomalaisia kehui siitä, että kuinka rohkeita te olitte. Teidän yli ei koskaan kävelty, heidän yli käveltiin kahdesti. Ja hän niin kuin tavallaan ihmetteli sitä, että mistä meillä se oli se tavallaan se voima lähteä niin kuin ja yhdistyä ja niin kuin puolustaa omaa maata. No sitten tässä viime aikoina on ollut startup-yrittäjäkin, niin mulla on niin kuin yrittäjätuttuja tuolla Tallinnassa. Niin sitten kun tuli tämä sota ja keskusteltiin sitten tästä sodan uhasta, ja mä sitten sanoin, että kun te virolaiset olette niin yritteliäitä, että kun mä oon itse kokenut sen, että kun tämä 17 vuotta tämmöisessä taantumassa, missä me ollaan eletty, sehän näkyy tosi hyvin. Ja se minun tämä yrittäjä tuttu sitten sanoi, että meidän virolaisten on pakko olla historiaan peilaten hyvin yritteliäitä, koska meillä on niin heikko sosiaaliturva. Niin mä jäin sitten niinku miettimään sitä, että Ollaanko me suomalaiset vähän liian niin kuin jääty sellaiseen, kun sanoit, että me ei olla niin kuin, ehkä nyt me ollaan jossain välitilassa, me ei olla ehkä varauduttu, mutta me ei olla niin kuin siis ihan mukavastikaan. Niin mun mielestä tässä on aika hyvä, voisi niin kuin benchmarkata tätä Viron tapaa, eli siellä yrittäjät on hyvin yritteliäitä, siellä on paljon yrityksiä, mutta niin kuin he kokee sellaisen yhteiskuntavaikuttamisen velvollisuuden yrityksinä, eli he varautuvat jo lähtökohtaisesti itsenäisesti siihen, mitä me ehkä oletetaan enemmän, että valtio tekee sen meidän puolesta. Niin tämä oli ehkä vaan tämmöinen pointti tähän tai tämmöinen huomio, mitä me ehkä voitaisiin tästä meidän etelänaapurista ottaa mallia. Eli yritysten pitäisi enemmän itse aktivoitua ja kansalaisten enemmän itse aktivoitua miettimään, mitä me voidaan meidän omassa kotikaupungissa esimerkiksi tehdä.
Hienoa, kiitoksia. Tämäkin oli erinomainen kommenttipuheenvuoro ja mukavasti siivittää meidät tähän loppuliukuun. Ja tämähän oli kuin lapaan suoraan Janille syötetty yritysten roolista ja Marko varmasti reagoi sitten omalta osaltaan, mutta miten sun mielestä yritysten vastuu tässä varautumisessa ja pitäisikö vielä vahvemmin ymmärtää sen, että jokaisella, että kaikkia ei voi julkinen valta määrittää ja ylhäältä antaa, vaan meillä jokaisella on oma vastuu huolehtia siitä resilienssin vahvistamisesta.
Kyllä se on juuri näin ja se lähtee ihan yksilöstä jo, että jos puhutaan jo siitä lähtien, niin jokainenhan vastaa sitä omasta hyvinvoinnista ja siitä ja totta kai yritykset varautuu omalla tavalla ja ehkä tähän loppuun sanoisin sen, että kyllähän meillä tehdään jo paljon yhteistyötä eri yritysten välillä ja viranomaisten, että sitä tulee jatkaa, tiedon vaihtoa tulee jatkaa, oikeaa tietoa tulee jakaa, jotta kaikilla pysyy se oikeanlainen tilannekuva ja pystytään auttamaan toinen toisiamme mahdollisimman hyvin.
Onko vielä loppuun, kun meillä oli tässä käsikirjoituksessa oli sitten niin kuin konkreettisia kehittämisehdotuksia, niin tuleeko sinulle mieleen jotain toivetta, niin kuin sanotaanko niin kuin julkista sektoria kohtaan, että mitä yritykset toivois varautumisen ja resilienssin vahvistamisen näkökulmasta valtioneuvostolta tai alueellisilta ja paikallisilta viranomaisilta?
Joo, tämmöinen varautumispöytähän voisi olla yksi esimerkki, eli kokoonnuttaisiin säännöllisesti yritysten ja sitten viranomaisten keskuudessa ja keskusteltaisiin näistä asioista säännöllisesti. Että tämä on kuitenkin hieman verrattavissa joukkueurheiluun, jossa harjoitellaan, kunnes sitten tarvittaisiin ollaan valmiita siihen peliin.
Hyvä, kiitoksia. Ja tästä kommentista liuutaanko täältä niin kuin sitten tässä järjestyksessä? Marko, seuraavaksi voit kommentoida tätä erinomaista puheenvuoroa ja sitten esittää oman toiveellistasi tulevien kehittämistarpeiden näkökulmasta.
Joo, kaikki varmasti sen on tunnistanut, että tietoisuus lisää resilienssiä ja Hanna siitä taisi mainitakin, että meillä on yleinen asevelvollisuus, 80% miespuolista käy vielä nykyäänkin inti ja yli 1000 naista suorittaa vapaaehtoisen asepalveluksen. Se varmaan lisää sitä yhteiskunnan kriisitietoisuutta, kun he tämän palveluksensa aikana oppivat ajattelemaan tällä tavalla kriittisesti. Ja niistä ihmisistä tulee myöhemmin näitä yritysten johtajia, ja sinne tulee tavallaan tämänkin askeleen kautta sitten ymmärrys, että aina ei kaikki ole välttämättä hyvin. Ja tulee mieleen nämä meidän yhteiskuntamme haasteet, mitä on ollut 80-90 vuotta sitten. Ja kun se kantaa se ajatus sinne yritysmaailmaan, niin se tuo tullessaan melkeinpä niin kuin äidin maidossa myös sen yrityksen halun kriisitilanteessa selvitä ja jatkaa sitä yritystoimintaa tai miettiä niitä haasteita, mitä yritystoiminnan harjoittamiselle tulee niissä vaikka yritysmaailmaa kohtaavissa kriiseissä. Ei tarvitse olla mitään laajempia yhteiskunnallisia kriisejä. Mutta jos yleisesti mennään siihen, että mitä meillä pitäisi parantaa näissä alueellisen tai paikallisen varautumisen rakenteissa, niin sanotaan näin, että ne on vähän jääneet lapsipuolen asemaan tuota Norsunluutornista Helsingistä katsottuna, eli näin voisi sanoa, koska yhteiskunnallisessa keskustelussa puhutaan aina yhteiskunnan varautumista, mutta koskaan niissä keskusteluissa ei, jos te katsotte TV:stä vaikka ajankohtaisohjelmia ja muita, niin ei puhuta siitä paikallisesta eikä alueellistakaan tasosta juurikaan. Ja tämä näkyy myös sitten näissä suunnitelmissa, mitä tehdään tuolla ministeriö- ja valtioneuvostotasolla, että sitä ajatellaan sitä yhteiskunnan varautumista, tiedonhankintakanavia, yhteiskunnallisten päätöksen tekemistä vain siltä valtakunnan tasolta. Unohdetaan, että tarvitaan myös alueellista tilannekuvaa, kuvaa paikallisesta tilanteesta, ja nämä jäävät vielä nytkin, vaikka meillä on valtioneuvostotasoisia hankkeita meneillään, niin näissäkin hankkeissa tahtoo jäädä varjoon tämä alueellisen ja paikallisen varautumisen näkökulma. Niissä olisi kehittämistä ja ihan tämän hetken tilannetta ei ole oikeastaan vielä edes selvitetty, että mitkä näistä asioista kaipaisi sitä muutosta. Muutoksia kovasti tehdään ja halutaan lyödä se yhteiskunnan rakenteisiin se oma, on se sitten puolueen tai kenen hyvänsä sormenjälki, mutta ei juurta jaksain selvitetä, että mitä tässä pitäisi korjata. Ja se on se, mitä alussa jo sanoit, että ruvetaanko ehjiä rakenteita rikkomaan, niin se on aina se vaarana, kun ei selvitetä, että mikä tässä on nyt se, mitä pitää korjata. Eli siihen pitäisi saada ryhtiä. Sitten näitä alueellisia ja paikallisia rakenteita, eli niin kuin koronakriisiä johdettiin, muistatte varmaan lehdistä lukeneenne tai kuulleenne, että koronanyrkki sitä ja tätä, että Pohjanmaan koronanyrkki esittää sitä ja tätä ja aluehallintovirasto päättää. Ne koronanyrkit tehtiin siihen hetkeen. Se oli sosiaali- ja terveysministeriöstä tullut määräys, että tehdään tämmöiset porukat, jotka analysoi, mikä on koronan tilanne ja antaa päätöksentekoon sitten aluehallintovirastolle sen juridisen pohjan, kun siellä on niitä havaintoja siitä tilanteesta. Siinä jätettiin huomioimatta, että meillä oli jo alueelliset varautumisen rakenteet, jotka sivuutettiin. Mutta ne eivät olleet edes valtioneuvostotasolla tai ministeriötasolla niin tunnistettuja, että oltaisiin huomattu, että meillä on tämä valmis rakenne. Sinne kun pannaan pari asiantuntijaa lisää, niin tämä sama rakenne pitäisi toimia kaikissa kriiseissä. Sellaisia rakenteita meillä ei ole tai niitä ei tunnisteta. Nämä pitäisi muuttaa, eli pitäisi olla tällainen vaikkapa maakunnallinen rakenne, jota meillä on, jota sitten täydennetään kriisin aiheuttamien tarpeiden mukaan sellaisella asiantuntijakaartilla, joka mahdollistaa sen organisaation tekemään niitä päätöksiä tai analyysejä sitten niiden päätösten tueksi, mitä päätöksiä yhteiskunnassa pitää tehdä. Myöskään sitä tilannekuvaa ei paikalliselta tasolta rakenneta eikä alueelliselta niinkään kuin siltä valtakunnallista. Siinä pitäisi olla kehittämistä ja myöskin harjoitella pitäisi päätöksentekoa näissä eri tilanteissa.
Loistavaa, kiitos Marko. Sitten Hanna.
No ehkä mä lopetan tämän 3 pointilla niin sanotusti, jotka liittyy ajatteluun, tekemiseen ja verkostoihin. Se ensimmäinen ajattelussa tässä on puhuttu siitä, että miten tehdään strategioita. Oli se sitten yliopistostrategia, kaupungin strategia, yrityksen strategia tai valtakuntallinen strategia, niin jokaisessa niissä oikeastaan pitäisi niin kuin vähän uudella tavalla lähestyä myöskin sitä strategian tekemistä. Se oli todella hieno kuulla, että täällä yliopistossa ja Vaasassa niin tämä yhteinen integroitu strateginen ajattelu, mutta sitten mä haluaisin tuoda siihen tämän uudet uhat, miten ne tulee niin kuin ihan tällaiselle paikallistasolle, yksikkötasolle mukaan ja joustavuuden siinä strategiassa kokonaisuudessaan. Sitten tekemisen puolella niin mä sanoisin, että nämä liitännäisvaikutukset. Tässä voisi AI olla iso juttu, kun puhutaan siitä, että miten innovaatioita AI:ssa haetaan, niin teknologiapuolella ehdottomasti se, että miten niin kuin tavallaan tällaisia heikkoja aikaisia signaaleja ja mitkä on ikään kuin sellaiset ehkä epäterveet tavallaan ketjut, jotka on olemassa, niin sieltä löytyisi varmaan aika paljon. Ja sitten tämä verkostopuolella, niin mä oikeastaan heittäisin kehiin, että meillä siis on valtakunnallinen maanpuolustuskurssi, todettu tosi hyväksi, on alueellinen maanpuolustuskurssi, mutta ehkä meidän pitäisi miettiä sen yleisen asevelvollisuuden lisäksi nuorille vaikka alueellista maanpuolustuskurssia, eli aloittaa se jopa ihan sieltä rakentamaan sitä kokonaisuutta, jolloin vielä vahvistettaisiin mahdollisesti sitten tätä meidän suomalaista kokonaisturvallisuusajattelua.
Hienoa, kiitoksia arvon panelistit. Tässä tuli paljon hyviä ajatuksia ja semmoista pohdittavaa niin kuin jatkon suhteen, myöskin konkreettisia kehittämisehdotuksia. Ja kyllä se vaan valitettavasti näin on, että siinä tuntuu olevan tietty lainalaisuus, että keskittämisen ja hajauttamisen trendit menee noin 7-10 vuoden sykleissä aina, ja nyt eletään valitettavasti aikamoista keskittämisen ja konsolidoinnin aikaa, ja ehkä se hajauttaminenkin sieltä tulee sitten seuraavaksi, mutta kiitoksia teille, että olitte aktiivisesti mukana, ja kiitos kysymyksistä, kiitoksia myöskin sinne linjoille, että olette seuranneet meidän keskustelua, ja tämä teema jatkuu varmasti vielä monissa puheenvuoroissa ja tulevissa tutkimuksissa. Kiitos. Kiitos. Oikein hyvä keskustelu.
Kiitos.
A very, very warm welcome and good afternoon. We are beginning in a minute. If you could please take your seats. And I'm really pleased that the volume has been adjusted, because otherwise we would leave the session with a little earache. We would like to leave the session with insight. So we'll start in a minute. If you could get your drinks, find the seats, and then we can start. Good. Okay, let's make a start. Once more, a very good afternoon to this Thought Leaders Roundtable on Energy Transition for Climate Action. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, as many of the audience and the panel will know, we must almost reduce emissions by 50% over the next 5 years. Green energy, affordable green energy, is one key tool to help mitigate climate change. This is the topic of today's Thought Leader Roundtable. And I'm delighted we have a strong panel of university, higher education leaders and thought leaders with us. So let me introduce the panel. Minna Martikainen, Rector of the University of Vaasa. Ihsan Zakri, Vice President of Growth and Engagement for Europe, Middle East and Africa from ACSB International, one of the main business school accreditation bodies. Eva Leinonen, President, Maynooth University in Ireland. Hanna-Leena Pesonen, the Dean of the School of Business and Economics at the University of Jyväskylä. Turas Jamas, Professor at CBS, Copenhagen Business School, and this is an amazing title, the Director of the Copenhagen School of Energy Infrastructure. Glad to have you with us. And then Jim Smith, Chair at the Cox School of Business, Southern Methodist University. Let's start discussions and kick off things with a question to Minna. Minna, our university recently implemented a strategy to combine and integrate expertise in technology, business, and social sciences to advance sustainable business, energy, and society, engaging with our long-standing collaborative partners in the ecosystem. Could you introduce the work you led and maybe offer some insights, what you feel is unique about what we are doing here in Vaasa in collaboration with our stakeholders, and what lessons can we learn from this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martin. And I think we have in some sessions already talked about this strategy work, but to highlight really, I think the important part of it is, and most important to us is that to do strategy work and strategies together. So we do it together, I would say internally, I would say almost constantly, and different units, and then also mixing the units. So jointly and collaboratively, I would say. But then, to highlight the importance with the stakeholders and the ecosystem. So our strategy is nothing if we don't discuss and do it jointly together with our ecosystem partners and stakeholders. And they do also vice versa. So we have been participating with the ecosystem, like our energy ecosystem strategies, like Energy Vaasa strategy, and then also the strategy of the city. And then I think that this joint work creates the joint mission, joint shared mission, but also at the same time we constantly learn what are the weaknesses and the needs. And then throughout developing especially the weaknesses to meet the needs, I think that this is the secrecy of what makes it to success. But we need to have it jointly for everybody. So I would say that we need that internally, especially because that makes a commitment internally so that we can receive our goals. But then not only us, without our partners, we have actually no impact. And this way I say that we can grow with the impact only jointly.
Wonderful. That sets us up to a good conversation. Let's move to Ihsan. Your organization, Ihsan, works with higher education, with universities, in particular business schools, on delivering positive societal impact. How can international organizations and accrediting bodies like yours encourage and facilitate impact directed at climate action and energy transition?
Sure, thank you, Martin. I mean, it's a big responsibility for such agencies, I mean, like ours, because of the scale that we have in terms of number of members. I mean, just give an idea, we are over 2,000 institutions member of our organization globally. Close to 1,400 that they are accredited. So the direction that the standards may have can direct and sway different policies, policy changes, but what the schools are expected to do, again, globally. And we have implemented this. This have started already in 2020 with the release of the ASSB 2020 standards, which was in line with our strategy, which is fostering societal impact or positive societal impact. And that came in the beginning as a surprise or a critique saying, how would you be able to do that? And it was very interesting to see that as we started rolling out the standards, and imagine that going in stages from 250 schools, eventually 700 to now over 1,000 that have implemented the standards, that goes across different areas. So we expect institutions to have a positive societal impact. I'll circle back to what that means. But in the strategic plan, so standard 1, so the strategy of the institution must have a positive strategic plan focus. And we expected to see it across the curriculum and the thought leadership for the institution. So in the research and the teaching and learning. Little did we know that actually the implementation for it will be the most difficult on the strategy. So most institutions didn't have positive societal impact related to their strategy. It is scattered here and there, talking about climate change, becoming CO2 neutral, and so on. But there is no strategic focus for the institutions themselves, and that was what hindered the implementation for it. But we can see now the impact for it. However, there is a limitation in doing that as well, because we cannot define what it is. We say positive societal impact because there is always potential pushback from institutions. Either they want us to be prescriptive, telling them exactly what to do, and of course we don't want to do that, but there are certain areas like climate change regarding equality and so on, that's where we can push the envelope and force within the standards institutions to challenge themselves and challenge the students, the partners, because they represent an ecosystem where they are functioning. So with that, I see this is the power. Interestingly, also happening right now, we are in the process of rewriting the new standards, and Mari-Leena is with us on that task force. And that will be an interesting one, so we are within a listening tour, so to take this further even in terms of the implementation of positive societal impact. So that in terms of the standards. The other thing is what we also provide is the platform to bring different stakeholders together. Again, the scale.
that the organization has. So we bring not only business education, but also we bring industry representatives, businesses to work together, policymakers, because of also the reputation and the impact that we have. However, that comes also at a cost, because being global, you are forced to face global policies or different national policies in different countries worldwide that might make it difficult to implement it across, that we take every region separately in implementing that.
I think that's very helpful, and it is a nice transition to Eva. I think, Eva, with your background in global higher education leadership, where in the current global environment would you see challenges and opportunities for universities to advance climate action and energy transition? And I think we heard about a lot about strategy, but also an indication about the governance that's necessary to help institutions accomplish change.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be again in Finland. As you can see from my name, Eva Leinonen, I'm a very Finnish person. I come from Oulu, and I have worked in 3 different continents, lots of different universities, and a senior leader for about 25 years. I wanted to first of all say this is my first visit to Vaasa, and this morning we had a fantastic presentations from the deans about the university and their strategy and so on. And I must say that, you know, all the experience I have, I'm very, very impressed by University of Vaasa, and particularly what you were just saying, Minna, the fact that you are very clear about your direction and your strategy, and then you are also very clear that part of that strategy is the ecosystem that you're part of, the regional and national ecosystem. And one doesn't often see that so clearly articulated. So I just wanted everybody to hear that that's a fantastic thing that you do here. So if I think about, and I also wanted you to all know that I'm not an expert on climate action, energy, none of that. I'm a linguist and a psychologist, but as I say, I have worked in higher education for a very long time. So if I think about the approaches across the globe in universities, they are fundamentally the same, because we are universities, educational institutions, and we have what you just talked about, the societal impact dimension that we all embrace now in universities. But what differs is the nuances you get. First of all, from government approach, how does government approach climate and energy transition and so on. You get differences with regional nuances and cultural nuances. And particularly when I think about governments, you know, how important it is in their action plans or their strategies to embrace these agendas, that really has a big impact, particularly on regulation, monitoring, compliance and such things. Now, I just wanted to, so I currently work in Ireland. I've been there for 4 years. So, you know, strategy is important, but governance, I just want to say a little bit about governance as you invited me to talk about that. And we have something called the Higher Education Authority in Ireland, which is our regulator and also our funder. And we have something called the System Performance Framework for all universities. So there are general principles all universities need to align with, and they are tied to national priorities. But there's also specifics for my university and every university. And in that compact or that framework, we have specific targets for us as universities for sustainability, climate action, including how we work with our students. And I'll just give you a quick example of that in a moment. And then my governing board monitors those targets, as does the Higher Education Authority. So as president, I have no illusion that I'm totally responsible for this, and I'm held responsible for this. And that's quite an important thing to keep in mind. And also, I wanted to say that, you know, in the governance frameworks that we have in universities, in our strategy we say, these are the exact words, sustainability is everybody's responsibility. Well, if you say that in your strategy, then how do you embed it across the whole university? And I just say a couple of things about governance. The way we embed it in governance, through governance processes, is that we have, for instance, something called the Campus Green Initiative and Committee. So this is now about our own operations for the moment. And in that committee then reports to the Academic Council. And I'm the chair of Academic Council, so there's a direct line to me. And then, of course, we also have our executive level ownership. So I have an executive team of 12 people, and there are people specifically responsible for these areas for operations, but there's also everybody who's responsible for their portfolio, like learning and teaching and research and innovation and so on, would then have to have a cross-cutting theme through that, which is sustainability. So I think it's really important to think about that bottom-up and the top-down, but also the fact that there are real targets that you need to work towards. Just a quick challenge I want to say from my university for operations perspective is that we have a very old campus and we have like buildings going back to 1795. So, you know, you can imagine from a sustainability and climate and emissions targets perspective, that's quite a challenge. But we are also a commuter university. So we have a lot of students and staff who come longer distances. So that obviously gives us a challenge. And today, very briefly, I heard lots of interesting things from the presentations. But one of them that I was thinking about was that universities that are growing, they have greater activities, they have greater research. This was Tommi Lehtonen spoke about this today. Of course, then their footprint will also, carbon footprint will grow. And how do we manage that? And how do governments, for instance, take that into consideration? The fact that if you're in a growth phase, you will have more activities, more research, and more procurement, and more travel, and all of those sort of things. I could go on, but I will stop there. Thank you.
I'm sure we have a chance to get back to you. Thank you so much for now. Over to Hanna-Leena. Hanna-Leena, we introduced you as the dean of a business school, but you are multiple board member and also engaged with the European academies, co-chairing an energy-related committee. Where do you see the opportunities for engaging with practice, now talking business leaders, but also policymakers to drive sustainability and in particular energy transition?
Thank you, Martin. That could be a very long list of issues. I tried to list something which I find crucial. And if I first start with teaching, engagement of our students with the society around us. I'll start again with the business, and then we'll go back to the policymakers a bit later. First of all, bring the students together with the business, I think is one of the crucial issues. There are many ways of doing that, from inviting visiting lecturers from the companies, to bringing the students to the companies on excursions, doing project works, all different kind of problem-based learning things, to larger work of the students on their theses, final theses, and all of that. So there are very many ways of supporting the engagement of students with the business. Then also, still about the education, something that we should not forget would be the education that we can provide as universities to the business, the people working in there. So whether it's tailored education, tailored courses, whether it's executive education, whether it's open university courses, whoever are doing that in their universities. So there are very many ways of doing that. Then, of course, research. If I jump into research, the same thing in there. Then with the faculty members and the researchers, providing opportunities for engagement, collaboration between the surrounding businesses. That would typically be common projects where we would it would be a both way. It has to be a both way connection, both benefiting us in the academia. If I now step into my role as a dean and a researcher, so we constantly reflecting what's happening in the society around us to form our scientific sort of curiosity and the research questions and the research tasks, what's important in the society as a whole. Then the other way around, of course, together with the business, then hopefully we are able to provide some help, some answers, some more understanding into those issues that the business world around us is dealing with. Hopefully then also we are able from the academia to tackle some of the issues which the business world hasn't even thought about. So to bring some totally new ideas, which could lead to new business opportunities, etc. Another thing which I want to mention about the potential faculty roles or the researcher roles as for collaboration with business. Something Martin mentioned, I actually have done quite a lot during my whole life, working as an expert in business, sitting in the corporate boards or other whatever types of collaboration bodies, advisory roles, expert positions. That's something where I think in Finland we would have a lot more to do. Something which we could already in recruitment of faculty members and researchers, our teachers, we could pay more attention to also those merits and the let's say the willingness and the motivation of individual people to also step into those roles. It's demanding. It is demanding, but very rewarding from my own perspective for everything else I do then in academia. And then I also hope rewarding for the organizations I'm working with. That's the idea of being in any expert positions. Then very briefly something about so that was about the business collaboration, but you also asked Martin about the policymakers, the policy making and the collaboration. Of course, some of the similar type of issues could be applied in there too. And especially I would like to highlight the science for policy work. As he said, I'm involved at the European level in Science Advisory Council of the European Science Academies, where we work together with the European Union, both the Parliament and the Council, as the voice of science, bringing our knowledge, our expertise into the issues, in my case, in the area of energy. So I'm chairing a panel from all European countries of energy experts. And we have same kind of panels in each and every country in Europe on different issues. So that's extremely valuable. There are, of course, other ways than just sort of the scientific advisory roles directly with politicians to simply bring out the messages that we have in any way. My last point is everything I mentioned now, the long list of issues, and it could be longer. There could be more details, more examples. I was actually thinking quite hardly if there's any of the things I mentioned now, if any of those are somehow sustainability specific or energy specific, or if there's something I should add, which would be sustainability or energy specific. I don't think so. Those are the very same issues that the universities, business schools, all of us should be applying, whether it's about health or whether it's about the economic sustainability or whichever societal issue or business environment we're working with. So my apologies for not being able to find anything which would be just very specific for sustainability and climate change issues.
But this in turn suggests that there's still homework to be done in a more general context. Thank you so much, Hanna-Leena. Over to Rush. and Jim. And when the chair of the IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change, Jim Ski, visited Finland, he was asked what universities and in particular business schools could do to help mitigate climate change. And now going to a specific action, the point that was made is that the broad area of finance supporting climate action would be one particular field where contributions are to be made. Maybe responding to this, but also taking a broader view, what actions would you advocate, and the question goes to both Rush and Jim, for thought leaders, as thought leaders in energy transition? So what would you advocate that is key? To Rush, why not first and then Jim?
Well, thank you very much. I will be economic with the time. I'm an economist, and my day job is to think and work on European energy infrastructure issues going forward, especially towards 2050. We have something in common here. And I've made about 6-7 points that I'd like to share and be efficient again for the good use of the time. When working on European energy grid issues, one of the main problems that we are facing is the magnitude of the investments that seem to be required in order to reach the 2050 objectives. Every time I hear a new number, the number has grown by 50, 70, 80 billion euros. The last one I heard was 864 billion euros investment required, and so on. The problem with the energy networks and the grids is that these are national monopolies. It means there is no market environment for these. So if the investments are made, we have to pay for them. So these are regulated sectors. And the magnitude of the money and investments required, it makes everyone nervous. The national regulators, the European Commission, and even the companies themselves, once invested, these will have to be paid for. So these are regulated entities, and it's the biggest issue, because without them, the rest of the renewable energy investments and so on, they will not be very useful. But what does it have to do with business schools? I have been working at few business schools before. As I said, these sectors are regulated. Most of our graduates, most of our students, they graduate and they still probably haven't heard the word regulation, let alone regulatory economics. And nobody tells them that large sections of our economies are actually regulated. And there is no market. And they don't realize once you take the market mechanisms out of the picture, how much of the heavy lifting the market has been doing for us. And when the market is not there, how much we have to invent with economic theories and concepts and models and so on. So this is one big assignment, I think, for business schools. I hope that we are trying our best with it. And then the second thing that we need for these investments that are needed, if we accept that they are needed, we badly need new financing and investment models for them. Some people say, where is the money going to come from, and so on. The money is there, and the money will come from where it has always come from. But when you talk to investors, they tell you that I have a lot of money, I have different funds for different renewable investments. I don't find anything investable that is secure and sure and is not subject to maybe decision makers changing their mind sometime in the future and so on. So there is a lot of money out there, but somehow the lenders are a bit hesitant, the investors are a bit hesitant, and then that takes me to the next stage. That is something that can help this situation is the increasingly everywhere when in the challenges of the green transition, We are coming to the role of the state. What should be the proper role of the state in this sector? Everybody is looking to the state, investors, regulators, for some clues and for stability, so to show them sort of the way and give them sort of sustainable frameworks for their operation. And even that should be a research area in itself. What should be the new role of the state in the energy sector? There are different, there are aspects to ways that states interfere in the energy sector, as a regulator, as an entrepreneur, as landlord, and other forms and so on. We need to understand and research these better and work with them. 3 minutes I still have?
You go ahead,
yeah,
sir.
I'll go ahead. I'll be quick. And then there are particular issues where business schools can help. One of them is what I like to call we heard citizen involvement and so on. But what I call it is the stakeholder engagement. Also, given the background that I gave for infrastructure development. We have been doing research in this area for about 12, 13 years or so, when nobody was doing it actually, and then people started calling it public acceptance, public resistance, community resistance, and so on. But the best word for it is stakeholder engagement. Without engaging the communities, the society, this project of green transition, it will not be successful. When you talk to energy companies, many of them tell you these days it takes about 10 to 12 years to plan and build a high voltage transmission line. And then we listen to some decision makers, they say, we want to reduce this to 6 months, and then you don't know what to believe. But this is the gap that is facing, because these delays hold up all the other investments, and it's a loss to the whole system and creates uncertainty. And I can go on and on about this. And also there is a room for business schools and for economists like us. We have been looking into this for 12 years, and my starting point is always, what can economics bring to the table to reduce social political tension that arises as a result of so we need new models for engaging with the society and with the communities. And then Jim will say something about adaptation, but I like to put something also sort of next to it, and that is security. Everywhere you go in Europe these days, this issue of security of supply. And one of the problem with that is that we forgot that security is always there. For 5 years, 10 years, you may not have an issue with that, but we need to start including this time for serious security as part of the adaptation and resilience of our systems. And in everything that we do, by integrating it in how we invest and operate the sector, we will achieve more efficiency. 2 last points.
It's a true academic here, fired up about the subject.
Yes. Before you say something, I'll say that. Just 2 more points. I have started calling the current approach to green transition, as we have it these days, as a sort of a techno-economic approach. It's the economists like me, and then the engineers, and then they do something and we do something. Sometimes we work together, and so on. But there is a gap that some organizations and some active people in this area have discovered, and that is the role of the society again in that. So what I call this current, roughly speaking, the current approach we have to green transition is a techno-economic approach. It means it's prescriptive. We do this, something goes wrong, we need money somewhere, we'll throw money at it. We need subsidy. So it's very prescriptive. But as an academic, I normally used to say that first you have, in order to have a sensible policy, first it has to be normative. And with the normative, I mean that you resolve your theoretical, conceptual, value basis of your approach. And then based on that, you move on to the prescriptive approach that you have. But we have jumped to the prescription, and that's why we have sort of haphazard policies, and we do something else goes wrong, and we do something else. We haven't resolved the ethical and sort of let's say even political philosophy and political economy foundations of what we do, and that's why, and that is particularly important going forward in relation to the inequalities and some of the socioeconomic tensions that we have in some of our countries, and that can be a problem in itself. And then the final issue is, how can we, as business schools and as researchers, reach out to decision makers? That is extremely important because many of academics like us, we assume if we write a paper and we publish it, then the world knows it. And it's not the case. Very often we talk with policymakers and so on, and they talk about something, and then we have to say, well, we wrote it 15 years ago or 12 years ago, and that doesn't happen. This is actually really important, and we need to make it into the science of communicating with the decision maker, and then the art of it. How do we actually make it happen in practice? And I will be talking to you sometime, hopefully, in the future, very soon.
Wonderful. We got now, food for thought and inspiration. And moving on to Jim, who I think was keen to make a point about mitigation and adaptation to climate change.
Yes, thank you, Martin. And just to repeat the basic question that Martin posed, what does the broad area of finance do to support climate action? Climate action. What is climate action? I think you can categorize it as two ways. The first type of action is mitigation of emissions. If we want to stabilize the climate, we cannot admit we have to reduce emissions. And frankly, most of the discussions that we hear here today and every day around the world focus on mitigation. Have to reduce by 30%. The other type of action, climate action, is adaptation. Preparing ourselves to face the fact that we're not going to make it. For many reasons, it's too expensive to reduce emissions by 30%. In any time scale, perhaps. And then there's the old problem of the tragedy of the commons, that there are individual incentives for persons, for businesses, for countries, looking to their individual interests that really interferes with the collective interest of the group. Aristotle laid the framework out for this problem 2,000 years ago. No economist has solved it. No society has overcome the tragedy of the commons. That's where the overuse of a resource spoils it. And that's what we're facing with the atmosphere. So I'm saying adaptation is very important, because I think if we're overlooking the fact, then we're waiting until it's too late to address the fact that we will have to adapt. Now, why do I break it down this way? It's for financing. Financing to mitigate, and I agree with what my colleague Toraj said, but it's much easier to finance mitigation than it is adaptation. Why is that? Mitigation involves making clean energy, new products, clean fuels, or it involves new techniques to capture and sequester carbon. These are products that are bought and sold. They generate new revenue streams. Those new revenue streams enable the investment. They provide the security to the investor that they'll get a payback. What does adaptation do? Hopefully, it prevents the loss of a current income or a current benefit by protecting against the damaging effects of climate change, building resilience to survive those. But there's no new revenue stream there. It's just preserving what already exists. Well, where are you going to get the money? And these are expensive adaptation projects, but where are you going to get the money to pay for them if there's no new revenue to pay back that investment? It's a fundamentally different type of incentive when it comes to the financing. And the world so far is not doing, in my view, nearly enough of the financing and highlighting the importance of adaptation. And it's important because the studies, and there have been many studies on the economics of adaptation projects. So this could be agriculture, it could be coastal protection, it could be urban systems, transportation, building, and so forth. The benefit to cost ratio on many of these projects is enormous, 10 to 1. We get 10 times the benefit for $1 of expenditure, which is much higher than most of the benefit cost ratios estimated for mitigation. So we need to balance these two approaches, in my opinion, and we're not. And I think that the universities have a role maybe in researching more and advancing to a higher perspective or priority the benefits that come from adaptation alongside mitigation. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So.
Thank you. A case very profoundly made, sir. Let's take some of the insight and the input that yourself and Tarush have given. A lot of these challenges require higher education, research universities to knock at the door of policymakers. But as you alluded to, there is a call also for boundary crossing, interdisciplinary action, and looking to both Hanna-Leena and Eva, where do you see the potential and the tools for achieving this? And maybe Hanna-Leena makes a start and Eva continues.
So you specifically want to have a comment about the interdisciplinary.
And given your engagement at the European policy level, you have offered science policy advice with respect to the green or the clean industrial deal. Where do you see there the need for action, the opportunity for boundary crossing work?
I would say it's crucial.
Yeah.
When we're talking about any of the current problems, the great challenges that we have in our societies, none of our academic fields, disciplines can solve those alone. We do need, for instance, now in climate or energy, certainly we do need the physical sciences, natural sciences to give us understanding of the phenomena. As such, we do need engineers to come up with solutions. We do need social scientists to help us understand how to deal with these issues in the society, as well as us, the economists and business people, to work with the businesses and also with the policymakers in finding new business solutions and ways to deal with these issues. Plus legislation, lawmakers, you could add many other areas there as well. And just to reflect on the work and where I'm involved, we actually are in the energy steering panel of the European Science Academies. I'm from business sciences. There is some kind of emphasis on natural scientists and engineers, but I'm not the only one. We do have social scientists there as well. And we actually have had a lot of talk about this in the wider, the whole organization, ESAC, the European Academy Science Advisory Council, about strengthening the interdisciplinary work, just for the sake of the fact that the problems cannot be solved by any of us alone.
Thank you so much, Hanna-Leena. Eva, you may offer some concrete examples of who you were, of how you were trying to go about this.
Sure, I will do. Just wanted to comment on Jim's point first about adaptation and, if I may, and mitigation and the role of universities. And you said it would be, we have a role in, for instance, researching in order to understand to a greater detail those concepts. But I just wanted to add to that I see as a key role of a university is to educate the future generations solution finders and doers and thinkers. So I think it's really important that these kinds of nuances are understood by young people or people who go to university and schools, going all the way to schools. And the Higher Education Authority Compact that I mentioned earlier for sustainability, we were actually quite brave as a university. We decided to agree with our regulator that we will embed climate and sustainability data and digital literacy into the whole of our curriculum for all of our students, irrespective of what they're doing. So we are doing that. And in fact, in the university I worked in Australia, we did embed, we did something that I think is quite remarkable, and I won't take the credit for it because it was the president before me, but we managed to secure a space in the curriculum in every year, in every course, which was in a way a free space. So it wasn't discipline specific. So for instance, in my linguistics course, there would be always in year 1, year 2, and year 3, there would be a free slot where we can insert things like digital literacy, climate and sustainability, and so on. So it became embedded in the curriculum rather than add on, which I thought was a great way of actually breaking those silos. And you know, I have been thinking for quite a while now that as universities we do operate with structures that are so discipline-based, and we are trying to move away from that, when the world, in fact, and the global challenges are not discipline-based. So how do we start moving away and finding ways in which we're going to find structural solutions to that? And I give you just one research example, and it is, in my university, we do have very high-quality energy and climate research. We have, for instance, the ICRUS Climate Research Unit, research center actually, geography, we have social sciences, business school, data and modeling folks who are doing this, digital, and so on. Then we have all these different institutes and disciplines that are doing it. So we are now creating a superstructure above it, which is going to be virtual to start with, and we call it the Climate and Sustainability Futures Institute. And through that, we're going to start pulling together from all these different disciplines through PhD supervisions, joint grant applications, and also enhanced collaboration, international particularly. These different disciplines are coming together. So we are trying to create a structure that enables it, and then of course we need to find incentives and resources, because that's actually what drives these things ultimately for people to engage with that. And I give you one other example of silos, and this actually came to my mind today from the presentations. And this is about that we need to start with PhD students. You know, we need to start to bring them together to projects, and that made me think, PhD is actually a solo run by definition. Does that still serve us well in the way the society is? And, you know, I'm not trying to break the PhD paradigm here. I'm just asking the question. Are there possibilities of different models? But other thing that I've also been thinking about is co-locating physically PhD students together. Because does a PhD student have to actually sit next to their supervisor? No. I mean, I used to supervise PhD students from Australia to Finland, one of them, for instance. So starting to bring sort of physical integration as well. And then, of course, we had a fantastic presentation today about this joint program of PhD students that you hosted a conference and symposium, and bringing PhD students together from around the world, but also putting them in touch with the local businesses. What an amazing integration there is. And then my final point about integration that, again, today inspired me to think about. So today's been a really wonderful day for me being here, is that do we need to think about slightly different research paradigms? And, you know, we are all, I'm do my research in multidisciplinary teams. And I bring my expertise into it. But I don't need to understand everybody else's areas to the degree that I understand mine, and I trust that process. So when I was listening to somebody speak today, he was saying that he works at University of Vaasa, and he's a business person, and he goes to his colleagues in the technology area and says, how can I help you? How can I bring my expertise and skills and knowledge into this research? So it sort of almost reminded me like it's sort of between research and consultancy almost. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the way that we do research in the modern world if we are going to break a few boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. With an eye on the time, I think the round table could have lasted easily half an hour longer. But Ihsan, in a minute, what can accreditation agencies do to support boundary crossing knowledge exchange and research?
This is what's been addressed exactly. This is what's been happening. We started with the multidisciplinary. This is key because for years we've been now pushing the institutions to think differently about reporting on disciplines. Yeah. They are programmed, wired into reporting. This is accounting, this is management, and so on. And we're trying to push them away from that. So we're trying to have the standards accommodating that, because all think in ratios and ticking boxes and compliance, and getting them to think differently about that. The second point, it is the very interesting one regarding research, having the thought leadership, how research that matters. Also, and I'm speaking of experience 10 years with accreditation, institutions think of impact related to accreditation coming from citations. And we're like, think beyond, think something relevant, like people will actually read and benefit and apply. So I think these two areas are key for us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ihsan. Minna, I could see you were very keen to step in and respond as our panelists offered their thoughts. What are your takeaways from this session? What are the actions you would like to pursue?
I would like to basically point out 3 points what I've heard in this roundtable. One is that we are relying on, and we are doing, and we've learned that investment periods are tremendously long. And I think that is leading us to think, like pointed out by Jim, is that the reducing of emissions, it might not be possible, and we have to move on more like adaptation. As being the academic, I would like us all to think that we can do more. And when combining our own disciplines, multidisciplinary way, I'm sure we can do more even with that reducing one. I can take an example of our university right now has been having 2 days of very exceptional accounting conference. Accounting for and accountability for climate actions. And this is a remarkable example in the way that in that field, being so simple, we have to think differently. We have to think that there is a cost when we don't do enough. Financial markets, they've learned always to value the risk. But then we don't talk about the risks not taken. And now I would say that in financial markets, with the help of accounting, we have to do things differently and include into the investment calculations the part that is that we don't do enough. Because that everything, businesses are going to be much more expensive, much more difficult, and much more undone things to reduce the emissions. For us now then is the time to really to do more, even in the field which is natural to us, quite easy, accounting and finance, and that will be the key thing. And I would like all of us to do more.
good final words for this session. I think one thing is clear. This is an important topic. We don't resolve it within 60 minutes. We clearly have to book another 60 minutes in the future. Let us thank all the panelists for their time and insight. Have a lovely afternoon and on to the next session.
I moved here 2 years ago for a new career. I used to work, as a nurse for 10 years, and then I just wanted to do something with the international business, meeting new cultures, seeing new places, faces, and that's how I came to Vaasa.
And hello everyone, on my behalf also. I am also one of the moderators. My name is Sami Korpela. I'm a former student at VAMK also, but nowadays I'm working in the student union of VAMK as a specialist, doing student advocacy on a daily basis.
A warm welcome from me as well. My name is Kathy Lionel, a soon-to-be third-year student at Vaasa University of Applied Sciences, like Joanna, and also a communication trainee at Vaasa City. Just last year, I attended this event as a guest, wondering what was Young Talk, what was the project about, what was the vision and the idea behind it. And like me, I believe there are many new faces here, which I didn't see last year, who are here wondering what is Young Talk, what is that idea. So to tell us more, a little bit more about Young Talk and some highlight of 2024, I would like to welcome here Kartik Sharma. You can clap for him, please.
Well, hello everyone. Happy to see you all here. I know she already said some of the new faces are here and also some of the old faces, so that makes this program more exciting. Well, my name is Kartik Sharma, and I work as a project assistant with Ready for Talents project, along with Sara Nosolla, which actually started in 2024 as a result of the discussions and the suggestions from people like you in 2023. Sara will be telling you more about the project results and outcomes, so I'll leave that to her. Now, many of you are new to Finland or might be wondering, what is this Young Talk, what these people do over here, what do they talk about, and what comes out of it? So, my dear friends, Young Talk is a forward-thinking initiative created by our RDI and Business Services Director, Marja-Ritta West from VAMK. It began in 2018 as a Nordic cooperation project, and over the years, it has become something big and something new. It is now connecting international talents, local businesses, educators, and decision makers like you all. Every year, Young Talk hosts an event that brings people together to co-create ideas and find solutions around current issues, some challenges, inclusions, recruitment, and regional development. Well, last year's Young Talk sparked many great ideas, all thanks to you guys, and together we have turned those into actions. Here are some of the highlights for you. Since our goal is to connect a bridge between the local talents and companies, we have conducted a workshop for companies on diversity, inclusion, and the value of international talents in their organization and how they can prove to be an asset. We have organized CV and cover letter workshops like we do every year at VAMK. We have created a podcast series thanks to some of the participants that have been participating in our podcast series. It is called Voices of Talents, sharing real stories, practical tips, and employer insights on recruitment challenges, strategies, and some practical tips about how to secure jobs in Finland. We held a welcome and integration sessions for incoming students about working life and social life in Finland, offered a coaching session for international talents. Last but not the least, along with that, we have continued as a mentoring partner in Summer Bloom program, supporting our young minds to develop their business ideas and pitching skills. And this year, we have already received so many exciting suggestions on what we should include in our next event and what should be the theme of next year, Young Talk. And of course, we'll be continuing our good work with that, along with the good collaboration with some of the participants from you all. So without further delay, let's move ahead with the program and hear from our great line of speakers which we have. Please enjoy the rest of the event and be a part of the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kartik. That was very insightful and interesting, and it really shows us that conversation can actually lead to change. Now we're moving on to our next talker, who is Laura Lindeman. She is Senior Director at Business Finland's Work in Finland unit, and she has 17 years of experience. She leads efforts to attract and retain international talent and startups to Finland, driving innovation and growth. She played a key role in creating the National Talent Boost program and linking talent management to economic and labor policies across the country. Welcome, Laura.
Thank you so much for a very kind introduction, and especially warm thanks for the invitation to come and talk to you here in this beautiful building, and it's always nice to be in Vaasa. So I'm Laura Lindeman, and as I was introduced, I work for Business Finland. I'm heading Work in Finland unit there, and Work in Finland is a joint organization of Business Finland and KEHA Center, which is Development and Employment Center under the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. So Emine there, who is actually familiar to many here in Vaasa. So she's kind of my partner in crime and heading Work in Finland there at KEHA Center. Work in Finland is a national unit that is doing talent attraction, international recruitment and talent retention activities to support Finnish companies and employers to be more competitive in recruiting international talents abroad, but also from Finland, like people like you here. I was asked to talk like from both perspectives about strengths of international talents to businesses, like from that perspective that how international talents themselves could sell their capabilities, their talents and added value of international background to companies, and also for companies, how can they recognize those competencies that international background brings along. But before I jump to that, I want to highlight some figures. I don't know if because it's so light, can you see it, but I will explain. This 70% here is a percentage of companies in industry that do not utilize international talents yet, even though everything shows that industrial companies would benefit from hiring international talents for their international growth. So there is a lot of room for improvement. If we think about like national economics perspective, it's very valuable for Finland to get more highly competent international talents to Finland because of tax revenue that they bring. International talents are already innovators in Finland. In about 60% of innovations there in the team, there are international background people. So it's not a new thing at all if we think about creating new innovations. A couple of years ago, we did a study together with a consultancy company called Innolink, and we asked companies, hundreds of companies, about their experience on hiring international talents and what kind of benefits they saw in that. And 64% of companies told that it's been beneficial for their business to have diverse people working for them. International talents, like I said, they are already here, and there is potential that is still untapped. About 55% of international students stay and get employed after their studies in Finland. This number has actually gone better, so there has been development happening here, but still, if 45% are not employed in Finland after their studies, there is room for improvement also here. At the same time, even though it might be hard to see at the moment when unemployment is quite drastic in Finland at this very moment, still, if we think in a bit longer perspective, we need more people in Finland to work. In 22, 90,000 jobs were not created because of lack of workforce. So that means that if companies don't find right kind of talents, then they can't grow and hire anyone else either. So it's not a zero-sum game that if there is a lot of unemployment, then we wouldn't need at the same time more internationals coming. It's about what kind of talents we need at that moment to come and create new jobs and growth. It's been estimated that by 2035 we would need 100,000 new workers to Finnish job market. Between 2021, 2/3 of employment growth was because of increase of foreign workers in Finland. So that also tells that Finland is very dependent on having international talents. So I really hope that you can also utilize these things when you are talking about these topics in your networks. But then about the benefits that international talents bring to companies, business and innovations. There are several studies on that diverse teams, they bring innovations, new thinking, new ideas, and thinking out of the box. So that's something very clear that you can, those of you who are international talents looking for job opportunities and in your next, as your next step, it's always good to tell this, that also to employers, that having a diverse team is actually a very good source for growth and innovations for them. Companies who don't restrict their thinking on only local talents with local networks and local language skills, they have a global talent pool. They have much bigger pool of talents where to recruit from. So then they can also recruit the best talents that they can have. Access to new markets is something that companies really need to start thinking internationally inside the company as well. If they want to enter to another market, they can't first do everything in Finland in Finnish and then just try to copy that somewhere else. You need to start thinking internationally, internally. And if you have international people in the company, that's so much easier. Also, international talents bring networks, language skills, cultural knowledge that Finns might not have. There are also studies that show that well-being at work improves if the team is multicultural and diverse. And thinking about employer brand, I strongly believe that also Finnish youngsters originally born here, they want to work in organizations and companies that are international. Also, if you want to attract Finns to work for you, it's a good thing to have diverse teams. So also employer brand can be strengthened with having international talents working for you. There was already some years ago, there was a study by Opetushallitus, which is now National Agency for... Exactly. Is there someone from there today? Called Hidden Competencies. And I remember when I read it, I was thinking this is exactly what all international talents in Finland should also read, because it had, in that study, they mapped the needs of working life competencies that businesses have. And they realized that actually all those competencies are exactly those that international experience and international background bring along. So, for example, cultural knowledge, that's very valued in working life. Curiosity, if you have moved around in your life in other countries, you need to be curious to adapt to new cultures. Also, understanding global trends. International talents who have moved from a place to another, they usually tend to follow different global trends. Language skills, that's quite obvious that international talents bring along. Resilience, when you move around and you adapt to new cultures, you need to be resilient, you need to have sisu in Finnish. Productivity, that's something that also this study showed that international people are usually very productive. Thinking out of the box, and then adaptability. So I also put a link there on the, I don't know, for some reason it doesn't show, but maybe it's too, well, I can check it and update it, the link here for this study, because there are good tips for those who are looking for a job and selling themselves for companies. And then finally, as a tip, if you haven't heard of Work in Finland websites yet, for companies, we have workinfinland.fi, where lots of information about recruiting internationals, whether from abroad or from Finland. And then workinfinland.com is a site for international talents. So please go and check them. There is also jobs that don't require Finnish or Swedish skills are listed on the site. So thank you, and have a great evening, and let's be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for this insightful presentation. It's quite interesting to see how much companies can benefit from hiring international here in Finland, and you being here is already a big step for a change. So joining us next is Malin Gustafsson. Malin is the Executive Director of Equalita, one of Finland's leading expert organizations in equality and non-discrimination. Malin is known for her deep knowledge of inclusive practices and her engaging practical approach to driving real change. Please welcome Malin.
Hello, and thank you also for the invitation here. I'm really happy to be here as well, and it's always sunny in Vaasa. So that's great. I forgot the rain when I was arriving this morning. I have been also a part of Ready for Talent project, and I have been conducting some workshops also on diversity and inclusion, and I would like to share some of these things. And I'm meeting a lot of companies that are thinking of these things, how to integrate or how to do better inclusion in their workplace, or that they see that, how do we get those cool people to stay as well? What can we work on? And I want to share some of this experience today. When I'm working, I usually say that to create a change, we have already talked about change, I see that there are 4 essential steps that maybe all of us needs to do. When it comes to inclusion and diversity. We need to recognize some things that might not have been so visible for us before. We have to understand why they are like they are. Then we also have to have maybe not always a desire for change, but be ready for change, be open for change. And then also we need to have some actions that we actually do. It will just not happen. We are all a part of it, so to say. And I thought we will start from recognizing. And I think that there is a common idea in Finland that the reason why we don't bring in talents in organization is because of those others, and we don't see that we might be a problem, one of the obstacles for this ourselves. So there are these challenges where we need to be a bit self-critical, particularly white people. And people that are born and raised and speak the main language, and to a bit not thinking that these challenges are stuck somewhere else. And when now this is quite small, if we look at the European Union's Agency for Human Rights, and when they are looking of how, for example, discrimination looks like in Europe, Finland is scoring quite high in a bad way here. This is from 2022. 22. And being in Finland is not, of course, only work, but it's also like how to get into work. Then when you are at work, you want to live somewhere. You maybe train yourself to get to work, and you also are maybe having a need for health care. And these numbers also show that we have a lot of challenges still in Finland. So I'm also trying to be the one that are challenging those people that don't see that they are a part of this. Also, Alec Ahmed did this research when he was sending the same job application, 1,000 of them with different names, 2016 and 2024. And he can say, we can see maybe from his research, this is now in Finnish, but the gray one is those applications that were sent in 2016, and then the blue one is for the 2024. And the first one is like Finnish names, the next is English names, the third one is Russian names, the fourth one is Iraqi names, and the last one is Somali names. And as you can see, of those that send those names, if they got an invitation for a job interview. So it's going in a better direction, as also Laura said about things, but we still have challenges that people might not get even there to be able to tell who they are and I mean just present themselves rather than just in a paper. And also that when I'm also talking with like organization, I mean it's also about us and the money that we invest in people that are trained here. And there was this article earlier this year in February in Helsingin Sanomat, also about young people that have been trained here for free and then have to leave because they don't get the money. And I think this is also, like, we need to recognize that we are losing. The country, we as people are losing if we don't give the same opportunity to everyone. And for people talking or understanding Finnish, I also recommend a pod that is about muutostyössä, that is actually talking about these issues, and it's good to spread around it for people that might need to hear conversations about these issues, maybe when they're out running or just driving the car or something. So to reflect on what might be the challenges and also what are the benefits of having international talents in our organizations. Okay, so how can we understand this then? I'm already said a bit, like revealing a bit, that the challenge is, of course, all of us. When we are talking about diversity and inclusion, here I have diversity can be in so many ways, and if you look at how the discrimination law and the gender equality law which are the characteristics or identities that they are lifting, are here in the list. The first row is those that are not lifted there, but still has also an influence. I mean, you are not only your skin color, you're not only your nationality, like what is on your passport, but you're also maybe a female, you have another language, you maybe have a disability, you have another sexuality. And when I train companies, and I can also see that they are like, you have to be, when it's easy to just do how you always did with those people that look alike like you. So there is a need for a push of being a bit in your uncomfort zone. So it's not only people that are internationals, but also a lot of different diverse people that have these obstacles. But the good thing is, of course, that we have a new generation that also have a lot of demands on their employees. They don't want to work in a place where everyone looks the same and everyone talks about the same things. So we have like this one not doing anything, so you can choose to be a part of the future and be there or not, because the diversity will just, the voices of diversity will just be stronger. The diversity, but then if we could ignore it, or if we can not ignore it, then 2035 is coming closer, when we need much more people as well. So what the challenges are then that many of us has, or I think the most of us, we have these unconscious biases, and that they are these like, we have an idea that, but I'm an open person and I'm okay, I don't see color, I don't see anything, I don't see disability or gender or anything, and I'm open. And I think that our companies and people that are working there, or neighbors, or people that are bringing, like renting out, doing the housing, we need to reflect on that, how these unconscious biases are actually having an effect on our society, if we are going forward or not. And you can say that unconscious biases is a part like of a thing that is happening actually in our brains, that my values, if I use, or all of us, when we use our values, then we need to use this forehead. But we use only the forehead when we are present, when we are there, when we are aware, and we are not stressed. Then we use this, and then we act accordingly to our values. But then when we are stressed, we go on routine, we're not really focused, then it activates the dinosaur part, this like old hard disk where all these things that you should have deleted because they're not updated. And then these things comes out in what you say, how you act, how you treat people. And this goes for all of us. And the challenging thing is, of course, that what is here is the product of our society. So a lot of things that is happening on the labor market is a product of the Finnish society, how this society looked. Even before I was born, I also carry these stories of who is the norm and who is the easygoing, with who is it easy to work. But easy to work with someone is not very innovative in the end of the day, and we know that. So these biases that we have and these things are connected to these power structures in the society. And I think also all of you that are also from other countries can notice also biases that are very present in your culture that might be different from here. And you will see ours much better than we see yours, for example, or the other way around. So my task is often to how can we become a bit more humble to ourselves and to see I'm not actually as good and open-minded that I think, and that I actually need to do a bit work with this, and then I will get more competent people into the company and not all those that look like me, so to say. So in our trainings that we have also done in a part of this project is to somehow make people aware which one might be my unconscious biases, where do I just act in a way that I don't see it because they're unconscious. How can I recognize them? How can I unlearn them? So I don't act on them, at least, if I cannot. And it will not help that I'm, for example, I have a lot of biases against like disabled people, that I always forget that everyone don't have an able body. And I have been making so many mistakes in my work because of that, and I'm still learning. And probably because I didn't grow up with so many disabled people around me. So I need also people around me to tell me, hey, Malin, now you again said, hey, let's stand up and move around a bit. And then there are 3 people sitting in a wheelchair, and I just don't see it, even though I have eyes that I can see it. So these kind of things also, that we do things that are in front of us that are maybe not due to our values. Anyway, future reading also about unconscious biases can be also Daniel Kahneman, Thinking Fast and Slow, if you're aware of his book. So what I try to train companies and representatives is that our values are not always seen in action, and that we cannot say that there are not competence out there, or that it's here it is. But also our colleagues then, when people are coming into the companies, that we also be aware of what kind of prejudice we want to have. So now I have a question. Who among you think you will be brave to challenge your unconscious biases tonight? Because now you are sitting around with people. It's okay to not be ready, maybe to wait a bit, but this is the first step, for change. So you can't demand it from others if you cannot really, do the walk yourself, So then it was this desire for change, maybe not always desire, but how to say, to be comfortable to be in the uncomfort zone, to have people around that I feel a bit uncomfortable because I don't know that I should just be normal. I just think that I should be different when I'm around people that are maybe not like me. So I also say that change will not occur or is not there if we don't feel a bit uncomfortable, so to say. And uncomfortable in that way that we are so privileged that we don't need to feel uncomfort. There's another uncomfort if we feel that people don't see us, they don't talk to us. That's another uncomfort. But this uncomfort of change that broaden up things. Now I was a bit fast here. Now I'm just... and now I have almost the same list as Laura here, why diversity and inclusion at workplaces are important. And I would like to ask you, if you take up your phones, which ones of my list, that was almost like Laura's list, do you think personally are important in your organization or in an organization where you would like to work? So if you get this link, and then we will see in Mentimeter how do you prioritize? What do you think is the most important? You can think of the talent thing, and also like what kind of organization you would like to work with, what would they put as the most important thing in the diversity work? And of course this is also due to what field you are professional in. And it's anonymous, no one will know what you will answer. And I will not, there is not the right answer as well, of course. So what perspective do you think? Let's see here if Sami is managing to find my Mentimeter somewhere. I think it's just interesting to see, because I always say also to organizations, you cannot just have maybe one. It's good that everyone feel that this is important, that what are those things. Okay, creativity and innovation. We are having innovation as a subject today as well. So, but you see also motivation and well-being at work, as also Laura was like lifting in her talk as well, and improved client satisfaction and finding new clients and also maybe new fields and new markets, of course. And then we have this positive employee image and reputation, or financial profitability, and then occupational safety. And that I think this occupational safety is also very different from fields to fields as well. I think some fields that should be on the top. Hey, but great. Thank you for being active. And this is also when you are going into an organization also, like where do they put the emphases, or they might have not only one but more of them. Thank you, Sami. Now I have maybe pushed through my presentation. Yeah, no problem. We have time. This is just the beginning, isn't it? Yes, there we are. So, the question is also, I think, that that organizations need to ask themselves, what happens if we can't attract new diverse talent? I was in another seminar also where there was one CAO that says that we can afford it because the future is now. If we don't do it now, we will be late. And we cannot afford to be late. We need to be on the top of it. We need to just recognize the diversity. And also because of this Trumpism and everything, this is the time where we should definitely not just skip these things. This is the time where you actually can compete better as a company. There are those going in that line and they will lose, we know it. We can see it from the history. I think that was a good argument, so to say. But there are many of them, of course. Then there's the action. Okay, we cannot just hang around. And I said already, the action is also that all of us need to work with. That what is my unconscious biases? How can I be also like open, not just asking other people to be open, but because I also see myself that as I have worked a lot with my own unconscious bias, it's also easier to help others and support others, help them to see and mirror them in a good way when I have been there myself. And I know it's a bit challenging also. I mean, you want to be a good person, you know, open, and then you suddenly are not that. So it's, okay, they're coming in an interesting order here. So I usually also say that there are different ways how we, by mistake, with our unconscious bias, we exclude people. They don't even get the job. When we come to a job, we have the segregation, how to mix people, that they're not those people and those people. Or that we ask for assimilation, that everyone should be the same, even though we are different. Or we are exotifying each other. We are like, you're from that country, you're eating this food, or you talk like this. That, you know, that there are a lot of things that we might think that this is a good way how we include people. Or just the integration. You can be here, but you should just be in the row with everyone else. So inclusion needs that all of us has to be, you know, have a sit in a different way. We cannot just be there in the row as we always did. An inclusive workplace, there is a lot of ways of explaining what it could be. This is like one list. And I want to end this with having you to reflect on just like 1 minute with someone next to you, because we had a lot of questions, and now I give you one more. That what are the actions, I mean, when you get that work, that you also contribute, or you know how to support the contribution of inclusion at that workplace. So bus in pairs, what are easy, tangible action from colleagues that make people feel they, for example, are treated fairly and with respect? What is the concrete action? Or that they feel valued, or that they have a sense of belonging? Because this is also, everyone wants to have the list. But what is that? How do you do that? What is the concrete thing? How do you make a person feeling valued? Okay, 1 minute. Choose one of these. Okay, that was 1 minute already. That was the warm-up for continuous discussions of how we do it together. I just want to finish to say that we need to work together. We need to relearn, and we need to just continue to have an open mind towards ourselves, but also others. And I think we can build, with that, a better future here in the Vaasa region. So I thank you for your attention, and I hope there will be a cool night with many insights and good conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malin, for joining us today and bringing awareness for this important topic. I think this is why these platforms are interesting and more importantly, important. Equality and inclusion begin with ourselves, and we need to be ready to challenge our beliefs and ourselves to be able to extend those to others as well. Thank you. And before we continue, we would like to ask again Malin and Laura to the stage. We have a few gifts for you before we continue. Okay, and then we move on to our next speaker. That is our Sara Nyysälä. She is the project manager of Ready for Talent project. So she has been managing the project since last year. Let's welcome her to tell us more about the idea behind the project and the results so far.
Thank you, and good evening on my behalf. Also, my name is Sara Nyysälä, and I'm the project manager of the Ready for Talents project. And I would like to thank Laura for opening the event with such a great keynote, inspiring us to see the bigger picture and backed with facts, and inspiring us to see a more international future for our region as well. And thank you, Malin, for reminding us that each and every one of us, we play a central role in the change towards a society with stronger integration and a feeling of belonging for all. And this is exactly what this event has always been about. So this room, this stage, Young Talk has always meant one thing. It's a vision for the future. And most importantly, we're interested in what are the concrete steps we need to take in attaining that future. And I'm here today to tell about our project and the results so far when we were able to bridge the gap between these two powerful forces, so international talents and local SMEs in our region. Our project focused on 3 final outcomes. We created a podcast series that captured the real life stories of international talents building their lives and careers here in Ostrobotnia. And secondly, we created and launched an app for companies to use in order for them to test their readiness in terms of international recruitment and building multicultural and diverse workforces. And thirdly, we wanted to create real-life employment possibilities for international talents in SMEs. And we approached these goals by obviously talking to a lot of people, talking to experts, interviewing international talents, hosting events and seminars, having company visits and even coaching companies like Malin mentioned. And one thing is clear, that there is no lack of people finding this an important topic. The challenge is more how to transform these values into actions, and especially in in small and medium-sized companies. This is a great research by McKinsey that sort of stresses the pressure that companies are under. So in a sense, they feel a lot of pressure to maintain financial performance in an ever-changing business landscape. And then now they also have this new pressure of creating inclusive work environments and meeting social impact expectations. But the good news here is that these two types of goals, they are not mutually exclusive, but on the contrary, research suggests that there's actually a positive correlation between the two. So in a sense, this can all be distilled into the statement that as the world becomes even more complex and ever-changing, diversity matters even more. And during our project, we learned a lot of stories where internationals found their places in teams and workplaces and communities. And one of the pilot companies that we had a lot of discussions with was Alteams. And the reason I want to highlight them here, well, we will have one of their employees here tonight. She will share her experience working at this company, this SME, later on in the program, but I like to highlight this company because I was really impressed with their sort of mindset of what they were doing. They already had internationals working for them, but they were always saying that we want to do more, and we're not perfect, we're not ready, but we're sort of committed to the journey of improvement. And I thought that was very inspiring. Because a lot of SMEs lack the skills and knowledge to understand what they need to do in order to be interesting for the future employees. And I think Alteams has made a genius kind of move in placing an international herself in charge of some of the marketing and communication that they're now doing, so that kind of solves the problem. And it brings genuine insights, and it also shows inclusivity in action. And another company that we learned about during our project is called Martikainen Oy, a Finnish greenhouse operator from southern Ostrobothnia that was quite recently rewarded as an exemplary employer. And we sort of wanted to look at their case a bit more closely, and the reward was justified as follows. So the company emphasizes the importance of clear communication and mutual respect in the workplace. The company organizes regular meetings where employees can provide feedback and share their ideas. This has helped to build trust and a sense of belonging among the staff. The management believes that a happy and motivated workforce is the key to the company's success. And we sort of analyzed them as a case and really thought about what is so special about what they're doing, since they're a rewarded company, and we sort of used this checklist of ideas that we thought that they are really excelling in, and I'll share it with you today. It's very, very simple. The first step is to build trust, as was mentioned. The second point is to embrace a wide range and styles and voices. And the third point is to make cultural differences a resource for learning. And now if we sort of pause here for a minute and look at these goals, we understand that aren't these sort of self-evident aspects that should be part of any company that values their people, values learning, values growth. So in a sense, it's not that complex. And now we have a great checklist for that. So there's really no excuse for companies, in our opinion. And language skills were brought up a lot during our project, but we also liked to challenge companies in saying that maybe your future employees don't speak Finnish yet. And also in increasing measures, your future partners, stakeholders, customers, they're increasingly international as well. So what are you going to do in the future? So it makes sense to match that in your own workforce as well. And we did organize a seminar during Energy Week on these topics, and one of the key ideas that was distilled from one of the keynotes was that a very easy step for companies when they're thinking about embarking on this journey is to have internships, because it's such a low-risk way of both parties getting to know each other. And during our project, we learned about cases where internships turned into full-time positions, and suddenly the language barrier is not a problem anymore. And I don't think anyone here disagrees that Finnish is a hard language to learn, but sometimes showing the curiosity towards a language and a culture is enough. And we did learn of cases where even the statement, "I am currently starting to learn the Finnish language," can go a long way, because people value effort and not perfection. And another insight that came clear during our work is that leaders often think that they are inclusive, but their employees don't always agree. And according to a recent study by McKinsey, 68% of leaders say their company provides an inclusive working environment, but only 36% of their employees and staff agree with this view. And this sort of gap between those two is exactly why we wanted to create our app, which tests the readiness level of companies in international recruitment and running and leading a diverse workforce. And we wanted to understand where they stand, but most importantly, we wanted companies themselves to understand where they stand. And our app, it includes some elements of gamification. So based on the answers you give to the survey, you get to a certain level, and then you can compare your company's results to the other companies in your region. And then obviously that's like a built-in motivational factor that if you see other companies excelling in this, then obviously you want to kind of step up your game as well. And the app gives you personalized feedback on which topics are sort of taken care of and where you might need to still improve a bit. And the best feedback that we received from our app was an individual who said that only after 5 minutes of using the app, they had a general understanding of what it takes to lead a multicultural workforce. And I thought that was such a great comment and statement, because it's such a win-win situation where you just invest a few minutes of your time and you gain an understanding of a quite fairly complex and large issue. So I was really happy with that. So yeah, you can scan the QR code and answer the survey. It's now launched, up and running. And we collaborated with the Finland Chamber of Commerce in creating this app and had a lot of experts weigh in on the questions that we're asking. So we're really grateful for that collaboration as well. And this is all sort of part of a strategy and a work in sort of giving validation and exposure to those companies that are doing a great job and inspiring others as well. So that's really important. And our project is currently running until the end of October, and we're obviously encouraging companies to go and test out our survey, and then they can reach out to us to discuss results and discuss further projects as well. And because I would like to remind you that our project is actually a result of an evening just like this. So I'm really happy to see what sort of ideas and initiatives bloom from tonight as well. And finally, I'd like to thank all of the brave individuals that lend their voices to our podcast series and told their stories. And also, yeah, that's also available on Spotify now, so you can scan the code and listen the tips and stories there also. And finally, I would like to thank everyone that collaborated with us, and obviously our financing partners, Regional Council of Ostrobotnia and VAMK, and every individual who took the time to have these discussions and reflections with us. So thank you for everyone, and thank you for your attention tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sara, very much for the update on the results and insights, and we are looking forward to see what great things will happen next with the future projects to come. But now is the moment that all of you have been waiting for. Now you guys will get to take part in all of this. You will be the ones that come up with tomorrow's ideas. So next we are diving into a session structured around 3 key themes. Each theme will be introduced by a different speaker. You have seen them on the timetable already, and soon you will see them here live in person on the stage. And they will offer their insights and perspective on the theme in hand. And after each pitch talk, we will open the discussion, and you will be the ones that answer the questions. And we will be using Mentimeter, so as Malin used with one question, after every talk we will open the Mentimeter, and you will see the QR code on the screen, and then we will ask you some questions that will hopefully help your discussions at the tables. But the most important thing is that you talk together with the fellow people in the tables. And shall we go to our first theme and first pitch talk? Are you guys ready? Nobody's ready?
Nobody's ready? Yes?
Okay. If I give you 5 seconds to prepare, will you be ready then? No?
Okay.
6 seconds you will get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you guys ready now? Yes, good. Let's go.
So the first theme will be international talent perspective. We're going to hear a voice representing the young international talent that is shaping the future of this region. He is Abel Mubarazzi, originally from Zimbabwe, now working at EdiPower on project focused on retaining international talent in Ostrobotnia. He also chairs a UNICEF volunteer group in Vaasa. Abel's story is about leadership, integration, and helping other internationals not just stay, but thrive. Welcome, Abel.
Thank you very much, moderators. Also, just to acknowledge my forerunners, those that have been here before me, wonderful presentations. I think it seemed as though they've been well coordinating how one builds upon the other, like you rehearsed, so thank you very much. I'm happy to be a Vaasa resident. I've been a Vaasa resident for a year now, and it's good to be in the happiest city, in the happiest country, the energy hub of the Nordic region. And one thing that is very significant for me is how in 2020, whilst the world was battling a global pandemic, you will notice that there are certain brave men and women who sat down and carved the strategy of the city. And their sole purpose was to make it the happiest city, of course, also to increase the number from, by then, 67,000 to just 100,000 inhabitants, and also to make it the energy hub of the region. Now, this is how the city and that strategy, the power of intentionality, the power of strategy, also builds up to my narrative, how I am here in Vaasa. Okay. Yes. sorry for that. My presentation will focus mainly on, yes, the Vaasa City strategy that I've already alluded to, tips for internationals, my peers, my fellows that are here, and obviously a few things to say to the SMEs, and I will conclude. The Vaasa City strategy that I've mentioned managed to attract my wife and I from 13,000 kilometers away. Not only myself, but I have a colleague as well who came from 10,000 kilometers away in the Americas. This again confirms that power of strategy, of intentionality. And as I speak to my fellow internationals that are here who moved, it's very important for you to be intentional as you step out into Finland, into Vaasa, seeking your aspirations and your dreams. My colleague's father, maybe we can call him Mikko, okay? He's not Finnish, but I love the name. So Mikko's father came through, left his job as a university professor where he was teaching thermal engineering. He landed into Vaasa, and for the next 3 years, he was washing dishes in a local restaurant. My colleague, however, managed to go through his university, and today is employed, managed to secure a contract with one of the big three here in Vaasa. And his contribution, as I talk about value, his contribution to the city of Vaasa, to the organization, is that his work has managed to attract funding from the European Union. And we are saying this is the creation of value. This is money that would never have been here had he not been here. So that is the value that internationals are also capable of bringing. And not only that, but his work in research and development has also brought strides to the organization. As I was coming to Finland, also in cognizance of Mikko's father, who left teaching at a university to be washing dishes in a restaurant, I asked my wife, what is my future? She's coming, she's in school, she's in Vamia, and I had to come in as a job seeker. And I was anxious, I was scared. I was like, so what does the future hold for me in Finland? She looked me right in the eye, summoned all her wisdom, and she said, you will start from the bottom up. With that wisdom, I came to Finland, I came to Vaasa, and indeed, the journey has been a roller coaster. I did start from the bottom, and I will narrate my journey as we go up. Just to give a brief history also of my career trajectory. In Zimbabwe, I had 8 years of career. I started my first job in human resources, and I was still in college. But what landed me that job was a seminar just as this one that we are in today. What happened was I asked the facilitator a good question, I suppose. And he offered to answer me through a book. So he gave me a book, a hard copy book. I read it. After a week, I gave him back. He gave me another book. I read it. The first one was from Stephen Covey. The other one was from John C. Maxwell. When I finished the second one, in the second week, he offered me a job. But it started exactly in a seminar, just as this one. The second job that I landed back in Zimbabwe, I volunteered. So I volunteered for this organization during Christmas, New Year's holidays. They needed someone. I had a colleague who was working there. And they asked if I could just step in. And I did as a volunteer. 2 years later, when that same organization was looking for an administrator, I was first on their top priority list. So the first job was through a seminar. The second job was also through voluntary. When I came to Finland in in July actually of 2024, which is exactly about 370 days ago, I attended Young Talk, yes, on the 6th of August. So the picture that you see, that was me, and I still feel like a fool for dressing like that to an occasion such as this. I did just walk through and came, and I was enjoying the networking, I was enjoying the facilitators, dressed like that, t-shirt, shorts, and Crocs. But guess what? During networking, I did strike a conversation with a person whom I did not know that was actually to become my future boss. So 2 months later, of course, we were in touch, we were in connection, and 2 months later, he really did extend a traineeship position for me in EduPower, and that's how I landed that job. Again, it was a seminar. The second job that I also managed to secure here in Finland, guess what? It was through volunteering. So a friend of mine from another country, he's an entrepreneur and he just started a business. So I know the stress and the hassles that come with a startup. So I was just like, in the event that you need anything, anyone, whatever needs muscles, needs brains, an idea or anything, just let me know. I'm really eager to just help you through. Establish yourself and stabilize. So I did go. I volunteered at his startup. It was just a once-off kind of a thing. But 2 months later, he recommended me at his workplace when they needed someone. So once again, the power of networking in seminars and volunteering, that is how I believe one can contribute value. So it's not just about conversations around, I'm unemployed, I have a master's degree, I need a job, I'm job hunting. But in any conversation that you find yourself in, just give it your best. You don't have to market yourself and your skills, but at least make it so that the next person that you are in conversation with will really feel like, interesting idea there. Okay, interesting thoughts. And when they develop an interest in you, in your ideas, in your personality, then you just never know what next opportunity will come out of it. So to SMEs, I think Laura actually went into the statistics, and I had also just looked into it. I really appreciate those figures that you brought, research-based, just how international talent, international skill is needed, is valuable, and it's very important also for SMEs to just open up to that value. Why? Because that same research that Laura talked about, it forges export boost within Finland. And I know quite a number of international people also who have already managed to establish markets in their home countries, linking the local companies to their home markets. As I conclude this presentation, I will talk about the job or the role that I have in EduPower, the IPP. IPP stands for International Project Practice. And the whole idea here is, as an organization, I was invited to help design and then manage that project. And essentially, it is about accommodating international skill, how best international skill can be retained. So internationals are engaged, are coached, helped to penetrate and navigate the Finnish working culture. And in that process also, we are engaging SMEs, broadening our contacts to also help them network or link up with the international skill. And today, you might be here, you want to broaden your contact list. You could be an SME as well. You want to partner with us in this work. Please feel free to get in touch. So, thank you very much for your time. That has been my journey. That has been my career. Kiitos. Tak. Okay.
That sure was an inspiring story and a good example about resilience. And you just basically need a good timing, a little bit luck, and a lot of effort to go forward even when the challenging emotions get the best of you. Does anybody have any questions to Abel? Now this is your chance to put him through some hard questions. Nope. You're lucky, I guess.
Oh, actually, I'm not.
No? There's one. Okay, good.
I would like to know if you have any good questions that you can ask companies when you're networking. How can you get into a deeper conversation when networking?
Thank you very much for the difficult question. I remember also last year when I was, probably it was actually Yes Young Talk, because I came through for the Vaasa Innovation Week, quite a number of seminars. And my question to one of the representatives of an SME was, what is it that you need? Yeah, what is it that you need, and how best can that need also be obtained? So by probing that question, I'm also, getting hints in terms of how best can I develop myself, what trajectory can I take in terms of increasing my awareness, and also which area really needs value. So I think I'll just summarize it in what do you need and how best can it be achieved.
That was a good question. Anyone else wants to learn something from Apple?
Just wanted to ask you, how did you keep the faith alive even before seeing results?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, and that calls me to really be vulnerable, because it was not easy. Keeping the faith amidst joblessness, amidst uncertainty, you just don't know what your next step is. For me, finding a job is not just about being employed. It's about delivering and creating value. It's also about, a sense of fulfillment and purpose when I do work. So when you find yourself joblessness, then it does put your faith to the test, as your question puts it. But I would say that I never gave up on going out there. So I was online trying to find places where I can network, where I can, engage with people, meet people. I think I'm actually an introvert, but I really had to put myself out there. And it's hard to believe that I'm an introvert anyway. But I had to put myself out there, and I would even attend. I was 2 months into Finland, in Vaasa. I would attend only Finnish-speaking, conferences or seminars. Only Swedish-speaking conferences and seminars. And my first point would be, puhutko englantia? And sometimes I would meet, so there was a communication barrier there. But it never stopped me. I just had that unwavering faith to say, maybe doors will open. So I did put myself out there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I hope this gave us all a little bit more faith towards the future and further efforts to search for employment and participate in events and platforms like this. Is there more questions, or should we proceed?
Well, thank you so much, first of all, for the beautiful presentation and inspiring talks.
Thank you.
My question is, if you could change one thing about how internationals are seen by the companies in Vaasa or in Finland, what would it be?
Please come again. How internationals?
How internationals are seen. If you could change one thing about how companies are seeing internationals in Finland, what would it be?
Interesting. It's not easy to change perception, but I strongly believe, and I am heavily grateful for, seminars such as these, because these are responsible for that mindset shift, changing perception. When we gather and we continuously focus on these conversations, I strongly believe that is how mindsets are changed, are transformed. When you continue repeating a certain narrative, internationals are good, internationals are good, internationals are good. Those into marketing, into advertising, big companies, they know it, that you can actually even repeat a thing until, if it's a lie, it becomes a truth. So I strongly believe that when we continue having these conversations, these seminars, these discussions, like Young Talk, then we will definitely get there, because I have noticed that companies are opening up. Yeah, little by little, slowly, they are opening up. And that's how actually my colleagues and myself are in those companies employed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So positivity creates more positivity. So just keep a positive mind and go forward. Do not become introverted. Do not copy Finns at this.
Yeah.
Yes, then we have a gift for you as well.
Oh, thank you.
Let's do it first so I can get it out of my hands. Here you go.
Tack.
Thank you.
Kiitos.
Kiitos.
Thank you, Abel. Okay, and as you might expect, now it's your turn. So first we are talking about the matter at hand from the young talents perspective. So I would like to ask you guys to join the Mentimeter already, but before we give you any questions, you can start discussing at your tables. You can tell your own experiences about what Abel just said. If you have any similar experiences, maybe you have some different opinions, different experiences. So share together with your table, and then let's see if you can find good answers to our questions. But yeah, get ready for the Mentimeter in just a few minutes. But now you are free to discuss, so let's get to it.
Just a few moments. Salme is going to display the first question on the screen.
And here on the slide you can see the QR code if you missed it. And in case you cannot read the QR code with your phone, you can also go to the web browser, enter there the address menti.com, and type the number series that you can see on the top of the screen. So 47876812. And you can still see the web address and the code on the top when we go to the questions, so don't worry if you need to join late. But let's go to our first question. So I would like you guys to think about this. What do you think is the most valuable way international talents can show their worth to local employers? So write as many as you can. What do you think are valuable ways? And you can still continue discussion at the tables. Hopefully you will get some new things to answer from your discussion. And you can see the answers people are giving on the screens. Maybe they will bring up some ideas. So be creative. Come up with as many as you can. I can see that the word networking is becoming quite the centerpiece of this puzzle. Is there any of you guys have any personal experience on this? Why do you feel this is the most valuable way? If any of you want to share your experiences, don't hesitate to raise your hand. We can give you the microphone so that everybody can hear you loud and clear. We still need some more answers. Only a little bit more than half of the people have answered, so we want to hear all your ideas. Okay, we are starting to see some keywords here. Networking and hard work are quite popular answers. I guess you can somehow find a connection there that to show your hard work, you first need to find networks where you can show your capabilities. I can see that there's a local language has been answered. Is there anyone here who would like to share maybe a little bit more about their experiences? About how local language can be an important asset when proving your worth to local companies? Okay, good. And now I'm going to halt your discussions for a little bit because we have a new question coming up. So next, I would like you guys to think about the following question. So, what challenges do young international talents face when trying to build professional networks here in Vaasa or in Finland in general? So what are the challenges that young international talents face? And once again, list as many as you can. Maybe you have personal experience, maybe you have heard from your classmates, friends, colleagues, what kind of challenges they faced. We are seeing a lot of answers mentioning either language skills and difficulties in communication, or in general just being shy to contact people or shy to network. Has any table found a solution to language barriers and being too shy to network? Any success stories in any of the tables? Raise your hand if you have any. We would like to hear. I'm sure there's, looking at the answers, there's many people facing this issue. So.
Did he ask about the
Nobody? No solution?
silent integration crisis.
I hope that today we will find some answers to these questions.
I would actually like someone to emphasize the silent integration crisis. Who wrote that? No one is admitting? There? Okay. Do you want to elaborate that?
Yeah, let's hear more about this.
It's basically people don't want to speak about, so it's silent in a way. There's no integration between the Finns and the newcomers, and this silent is sometimes results in crisis in the newcomers' perspective. So I feel that's like a silent integration crisis for them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else somebody would like to add? So let's go to our third and final question. And this is a multiple choice question. So I would like you to choose which of these skills do you think is the most important for young talents to succeed in Ostrobotnia? So in Vaasa region, what do you think, which of these skills is the most important for young talents to succeed? And if you think that there is some skill that is way more important than any of these, we would love to hear that. Because I'm sure there's many ways of doing things.
Skills do they think?
Skills.
Yeah, I wonder, what kind of technical skills do you need? I mean, the language I understand.
Yeah, the technical skills I wonder also. Ask me to ask. You want to ask?
Should we ask them to elaborate the technical skills?
We will see. We are still looking for some more answers. Let's see which way the scale will tip. Okay, I can see that definitely two answer options are leading the race here. So we have networking ability and language skills, which of course are somehow connected also because it's quite relevant to have similar language skills when trying to network or have some way of communication. And as we saw in the previous question, it was also seen as both of these were some of the biggest challenges that young internationals were facing in this area. So I would like to see, can we find any solutions to these issues, these challenges? Is there anyone who has found success?
Iris.
And I can also see that the technical skills have been mentioned quite a few times. Is there somebody here who would like to elaborate to me what do they mean by technical skills? Like if technical skills are one of the most important thing when looking for employment in this area, what kind of technical skills do you need? Are we talking about only practical skills in engineering or computer skills, or what have you been thinking when you answered this question? Just raise your hand. I want simple one-sentence answers to these questions because I really want to know. What do you think when you answer technical skills? What kind of skills do you think are needed?
So it's basically up to the domain you are working on or studying on. And for me, technical skill is important because I came from an engineering background. And rather than other skill here, if I have the networking ability, I can end up to get a job interview. But in the job interview, I will require the technical skill. And if I do not have that skill, that I will end up losing the opportunity to get the job. So that's what I believe, that technical skill is important, especially for the technical students as well as the business background or the social student, because you cannot interact with, without the technical skills in the office arena or the industry arena, even if you are not from the technical side. Sometimes you have to integrate, you have to learn a few things that is not in your domain, but you have to extend your limits to the boundaries so that you can cope up with the industry much more better in a way to fit in the company. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I'm inside your head. Now I know what you are thinking. Okay, this was the final question for this team. And now to wrap things up, maybe I would like to hear a little bit what have you been discussing at the tables. Is there any table where somebody would be brave enough to give me a little highlights, like what are the key words, key challenges that have been discussed at your tables? Like, are there some singular things that have been mentioned many times during this last half an hour? Since we have been talking about challenges quite a lot, are there some challenges that just come up time after time? Raise your hand, please, if you can maybe say a couple of words to others. Because please remember that the other tables have not heard what you have been talking about, and I think it's very valuable for everyone if you have made some interesting findings. Anyone? Nobody? Nothing has been discussed at the tables? Nothing has come up? Okay, I'm not going to force you, but remember, if we don't talk about the challenges, we will not find any solutions either. So please share to everyone. Okay, we have somebody.
Where am I staring?
Yes.
Where am I looking at?
Please enlighten us. What has been discussed at your table?
Well, just to break the ice and the silence, I want to say that there is also something that has to do with the personal ability of the individual themselves. If they are able to mingle, to open up, to get to know the people, I think it's what makes the difference between one person and the other, is this openness that, okay, even if this culture is not open for me, well, at least I'm going to do my part and have a hope and have positive attitude and see what builds from there. That's my 2 cents.
So openness and taking initiative could be one key thing to fix some of these challenges. Yeah, sounds very good idea. Is there anyone else?
Thank you. So, yeah, this table, we're just talking about the networking ability as well. And I noticed that network ability is not just in one-on-one conversations, you know, like approaching someone and striking a conversation with them. But I strongly believe it's also in the contributions that we are making. Because when you raise your hand and you volunteer to contribute, you don't know who will be interested in what you've just said. And also, just contributing alone speaks volumes of how you've thrown yourself out there. So it's a positive trait in someone, and I think it's also part of network ability.
Yes. Good ideas. Good ideas to keep in mind. At least one more. Let's hear.
One thing that I have seen in Vaasa, like when you're a student, there are so many summer opportunities, but there are probably not many graduate programs. So that is one thing as compared to being a student and once you graduate. So there might be some more graduate programs as well for the people who graduate. So that is one point. And secondly, one point regarding the networking, I have seen some people who are like a bit more introvert. Yes, they shouldn't be, but it's a part of their personality, and I think it should be respected. So that is one thing I think that should be taken into the account.
Okay, good, thank you. Thank you for the reminders. Okay, anyone else? Everybody satisfied? This is just the beginning, but at least we have now started the journey. So, if we are done with the theme 1, I think we can now move on to second theme. And now we will jump on the business side. We will start to look things from the business perspective. So go ahead and I will change the slides. Thank you.
Before I invite our next speaker, I would like to know if after the discussion you are having a change of perspective this evening. Could you raise your hand if you are having a change of perspective? Yes? Do we? Our perspective changing this evening. That's great to see, but that's little hands though. Our next speaker is called Shi Win. She brings the perspective of growing SME. Shi Win works at Altims and has found her place in a Finnish SME. She recently moved into marketing and is now aiming to shape recruitment strategies to better include international talent. She highlights how working in a small company with flexibility, low hierarchy, and language support has helped her grow both personally and professionally. Please welcome Shi. I would also like to mention that it won't be just a speech, but it will be in the form of interview, so just pay attention to what she says.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for inviting me today, and hello, everyone. This is my first time here in this event, so I didn't prepare any slides, or I will not have any presentation, so it will just be basically a conversation between me and you, and of course, Kathy and Johanna here. So thank you so much for inviting me. My name is Chi Nguyen, and I am the Sales Operation and Marketing Manager at Altims. Do I have a few seconds to advertise our company a bit? Because I do think here in this room, not so many people knows about our company before. So Altims, AL stand for Aluminium, and Teams is just Teams. So we are a company located in Laihia, so just 20 minutes from Vaasa. we are making aluminum part that goes into electric cars, vehicles, or telecommunications, or different high-tech that you are using every day. So I would say small, medium-sized company in Vaasa region, like Teams, we are actually quietly powering a lot of cool stuff that you are using in your normal life. Yes.
So I will move to the first question. Could you tell us a little bit about your journey from professional chef to marketing manager at Teams?
Yes, so before I started on Teams in 2023, I was working for more than 10 years as a professional chef in different kitchens in Vaasa. So that is where I have learned the creativities, how to work precisely, and how to work with different people in a high pressure environment. Then Corona came, 2020. I have a chance to look back, and then I thought that, okay, maybe it's the time for me to move on and learn something new. So that is why I went back to school and get my BBA degrees. And I actually got a job at Teams as a buyer just a year before I graduated. I was working as a buyer for 2.5 years, and just recently in May, I moved into sales and marketing, which is a totally new role for myself. Talking about what helped me transition well into the new position, I would say that I am very open to learn new things, and I am not saying no to opportunities that even myself, I feel not 100% ready yet. Sales and marketing, I didn't have much experience in that field yet, but why not?
That's interesting. Second question.
So changing careers paid off. What's it like working at Teams? How has the low hierarchy, language-friendly culture made a difference in your own experience as an international?
Thank you for the question. Well, until now, I would say that working at Teams has been a really good experience for myself. I really enjoy the working culture at Teams because one of the things, as you mentioned, we have very low hierarchy culture. That means that everyone is so approachable. I can talk with my CEO just like I'm talking with my colleague. And that is something I am very value from our culture. And talking about the language thing, what I mean with language-friendly culture is that you don't need, everyone doesn't need to speak in English with me all the time. It means that everybody in our company encouraging me to speak in Finnish, even my Finnish is not perfect yet. And that is when I feel like Laura has been mentioned earlier, that is when I feel included in the company. And from the business perspective point of view, I do think this kind of low hierarchy culture would help the teams work better together, and also it would help the team make the decision faster. And especially when you are a small, medium-sized company, it is super important.
That's insightful. Here in the audience, we have professionals and representatives of companies. So what advice will you give to companies that want to work with international talent but don't know where to start? And what tips will you share with international professionals interested in SMEs?
Yeah, for a small, medium-sized company, I would say that one thing to include international talents, it is already a good step. And from there, I would say small, medium-sized company, actually we are holding a really good advantage because your hiring process, you are actually being in contact with the candidates from the very first start. Like there is no AI screening your candidate CVs, and that is where you can build the trust and connection with the candidates. And I do think that is the huge advantage of the small, medium-sized company. And the other thing for international students or international talent who are interested in small, medium-sized company, I would say that small, medium-sized company, we don't have the famous logo or brand. We are quite hidden, but as I already mentioned earlier, we are quietly empowering a lot of cool stuff that you are using everyday life. So just look beyond the famous logo and be brave, just be curious and explore. Maybe the opportunities is lying there in those smaller companies rather than the big corporate company.
And we already talked about equality and diversity today. So you work with a diverse team. What value do international professionals bring to SMEs? And how can companies turn integration challenges into opportunities?
Yes, I do think the diversity section, Laura has been mentioned like really well in her section, so I wouldn't want to go deeper into that in my section. But yeah, diverse team is something I am very value while working at ARM teams. And maybe one thing I would just wanted to mention here is that international professionals, when they have been studying, living or working abroad in different countries, they could see the opportunities and challenges, most likely not from one angle. And that is when they can spot on the challenge and the problems in a different way. Maybe they can come up with new ideas that is super valuable for companies that need to make a fast decision in the changing quickly market.
That's interesting. A lot of tips and advices for businesses and international as well. We don't wait our question, but is there in the audience anyone who would like to ask a question to she?
Maybe one more tips I have been thinking of just before I came to this event. When I look back at my journey, as I said earlier, I have been working for like over 10 years as a chef. And when I went back to study, I was not sure how my career is looking like when I decided to change. But what I wanted to say is that now when I look back, you, international talents, should be confident and be proud of yourself, be proud of your unique journey, because that is your biggest asset, not only for you, but also for the company who is hiring you, who is lucky to have you.
Anyone with a question? Yes.
Thank you for the very inspiring journey that you have shared. I wanted to ask you if you have had here in Finland maybe a mentor, or do you have a role model or some people that have kind of given you the extra boost or encouragement that you might have needed on your way? Or have you had it in you all the time?
I would say that thank you so much for the question. As I mentioned earlier, I am very open to learnings, and for me, my inspiration or the people who is inspiring me, they are all people around me, because from everyone I do learn a bit from each and every person who is actually presented in my life, from my work life to my private life. So they are all my source of inspiration. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said you've been a chef for 10 years, and then you switched career at some point and decided to go into marketing. Was it passion, or you just decided to have another strategy? What really pushed you to change career?
As I know, I do not think it is passion. I am a person who is curious, learning new things, and sales and marketing is something I haven't had experience before, and I do think it is really cool thing. Just as like when I started my career as a chef, when I was 20 years old, I think being a chef is really cool. Having tattoo and being in front of people, cooking, doing a lot of cool stuff, I think that is a cool thing I wanted to do. So now with sales and marketing, after a few years of working as a buyer, I think, okay, maybe it's time for me to learn something new. And I am really appreciating that chance to be in a smaller and medium-sized company, because you get a chance better than in the bigger company to wear different hats and learn different skills.
Else was a question? Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. So I think, as you mentioned before, you said all teams are like more inclusive and they try to, basically equalize the field, if I may. How would you say that all teams is like working differently in regards to recruitment to like kind of equalize this kind of challenge that we have in front of us?
Thank you so much for your question. I would say that On Teams is quite medium-sized company. About the hiring process, I wouldn't go too deep into that. But what I noticed by myself when I applying to the company is that the process is really simple. You send your CV and the hiring manager is gonna check your CV. So in that way, your CV is not scanning, as I mentioned, by any AI or automated process. And in that way, the advantage is that you do have the personal connection straight away with the person who is hiring you. So that is the process that we are having at the moment at On Teams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else with a question? No? In the absence of no one, we would like to thank you, We have prepared a little something for you.
Thank you so much. And as Abel also mentioned earlier, I am actually also an introvert person, and being here today and speaking in front of everyone is already a big step for me. So I'm also applause to myself.
Okay, thank you, Chi. Wow, that was quite inspiring. Quite inspiring. So now it's time for your stories. Let's go to discussions. We have been again waiting, anticipating this moment. So now it's time for you to talk. And here again, you see the QR code. If you have accidentally logged out from menti.com, if you have it open, it's still the same same page, so maybe you can continue directly, but in case not, here is the QR code, and on the top you can see the web address and the code you need. And after G's story, we will go to the question. So I would like you guys to think solutions and practices. How could small and medium-sized enterprises make their workplace more welcoming to international employees? Maybe you already came up with some ideas when hearing G's story. Maybe you have some of your own, or maybe there is something that you are expecting from companies but have not received so far. And after you have given your first answers, maybe you can discuss at the tables a little bit. Maybe you can find some more. Maybe there is something that you were not thinking about, but the discussion will light the spark. So it seems that the two most suggested ideas are just being open to interacting and hiring internationals, and also integration courses. So some of you are looking for a more systematic approach to how international talent could be taken into the company. Improving language skills. So some of you are thinking that also the companies could do their share to find ways to communicate and find the common language with the international talent. Has everything been mentioned already? Are all your ideas on the screen? Can you find any more? Okay, so now we have some actual recommendations from the international talent to give the companies if they want to utilize the workforce. So let's not stop the discussion, but let's move to the next question. And the next question is, I want you to think, which are the biggest benefits you see in hiring international talents for SMEs? So for small and medium-sized companies in Finland or in Vaasa area, which are the biggest benefits you see they could get when hiring international talent? And once again, if there is anyone here who came up with such a great answer, they would love to hear, love to share it with everybody else here. Just raise your hand and you will get the microphone. Don't be afraid. There are few answers I have heard many times before when asking this question, but is there maybe something that we are not thinking about? Are there some secret benefits? Maybe something that doesn't come to mind right away. We still need some more benefits.
Okay, this is like kind of horrible, but I'm still doing it.
The discussions are going hot in the tables, but don't forget to write them on the Menti also, so that everybody can see them and so that we can save the results. It seems that the ideas are running dry, but there's still discussion going on, so let's see if our final question will be able to bring them up. So the last question, I would like you to choose from the multiple choice question. What is the biggest concern SMEs have when recruiting international talents? So here we have multiple choices. We have language barriers, cultural differences, work permit processes, and integration support. So either based on your personal experience or experiences of others around you, what have you heard is the biggest concern for companies when recruiting international talent? And pre-prepared, I would love to hear a bit more about your experiences on this one. Okay, please continue answering, but I can see that the language barriers and cultural differences are leading the race. But what are the companies afraid of actually? Does any one of you know? Have the companies told you? What are they afraid of? What is the challenge with cultural differences, for example? And if you would be able to give us some of your ideas, findings, experience, raise your hand. We can give you the microphone so that everybody can hear.
Would someone like to elaborate what is the most difficult part about learning Finnish?
So, a comment related to the language question.
Okay, guys, listen up, let's hear it.
So, my husband is working with kids that are 13, 14, and so he's working as a teacher. And when the war started, we got a lot of Ukrainian kids to Vaasa. And they started studying with all of the Finns in the normal classes without knowing a word of Finnish or English. How did they manage, the students and teachers? They used Google Translate. So this is just a challenge that if the teachers who have a great workload with the Finnish-speaking kids, if they can take on the kids who don't know Finnish or English, and they can integrate them into the school, if they can do that with Google Translate, what excuses do the companies have?
That's a great question. So what about the cultural differences? Has any one of you, do you have any experience on this? what kind of challenges have you faced when joining a Finnish working place? Like, is it the work culture? Is it the discussions during the breaks? What is it that the companies and the Finnish employees there, what are they afraid of? What do you think? This is a safe space, so now you can give your personal opinion or experience. If the Finnish companies were here listening, they would hire you already, so don't worry. If you are not hired, then you can talk. So no experiences, so it's all a big mystery. Hopefully we will find out. But okay, yeah, looking at the clock, we are reaching the end of theme number 2. And is there anything regards to the theme number 2 that anybody would like to share that has been discussed at your tables? Or are we all getting so hungry that we cannot think or speak anymore? It seems so. So, those of you who still remember our schedule, you would be sharp enough to notice that now it's time for the break, and we actually have some good catering ready for you. So, as you see on the tables, there's already chips and candy and soda available. You can get more from the back table. It's all free of charge for you to take. And now we have actual warm food also. So after I am done talking, you can go line up in the table in the background. And there we have pita bread. And for pita bread, we have multiple fillings. So we have, for example, pulled chicken. We have a vegan option, bean-based, similar to pulled chicken, but vegan. Then we have cheese, we have hummus, we have different types of salads, tomato, lettuce, and so on. And we also have gluten-free pita bread and so on. So you will find the signs there, and if you need to know anything, feel free to ask the staff here. But yeah, now I will release all of you guys to the break, and let's be back at the tables at 19:30. So about 15 minutes to take the food, to have a small break outside, maybe look at the sun. The sun is shining again. So thank you for the discussion so far, and see you in about 15 minutes. Okay, we are just about ready to continue to the final theme for today. So I would like to ask all of you to find your places at the tables. Take the last snacks and drinks with you to your place. And let's be ready to first hear the pitch talk and then have some discussion on the theme. So please find your seats. And if you find that your table has become empty from other participants, don't hesitate to join another table to have a good discussion. Okay, everyone, please take your seat, and moderators, you are welcome to go ahead.
Yes. Let's get this party started for the second half of our event today. And we will take the entrepreneurship point of view from this on. So our final speaker for the three themes is Robin Hagqvist, a master's student in energy and the chair of board of Vaasa Entrepreneurship Society. He's passionate about building a bold, student-driven startup community here in Vaasa, one that empowers young people to dream big, act fast, and create real impact locally and globally. Please welcome Robin.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Robin Hagqvist and I'm chairman of the board at Vaasa Entrepreneurship Society. And we almost went broke last summer. It was one rent payment away that we would be run out of money. And what got us into that position? Well, we didn't create any right value for the Vaasa area, and we did not focus on the right stuff. We didn't have any kind of great projects that will bring value or any kind of new starters that will bring that something new into the area. So we cut out the expensive rental HQ. Then we rebranded and created our whole systems from scratch. We branded whole system again, and then we started to think that what is that we want to do, and we created that strong base level that we can now use and scale to use our activities and build that community that we want. And current finance situation is quite better, thanks to Vasek and Kauppakamari for believing in our visions and plans. Well, now you may ask that what is VES, and our mission is that we help people realize their true potential and create that spark, not just in business, but in life in general. And in other words, we are independent association run by ambitious talented university and UA students voluntarily. Our activities consist from speaker events. This spring we hosted one of the Finnish biggest gym and supplement brands at Startup Factory, PTV Labs. We got almost 80 to 90 people there to listen Ronni and Niemi. Then we do study trips. This fall we are going to San Francisco and learn from the best and bring that energy back here. Then of course we are building community with Startup Factory, Ricardo and Henrik at the University of Vaasa Startup Factory. And that is the most inspiring thing that we are doing right now. And of course, our hackathon, our biggest event this year, where the real innovation happens. And we are proud that we got Veo and Wärtsilä, our challenge partners. There will be 150 participants around. And then 27-28 of September at University of Vaasa, this will be held. For the winners, there will be 1,000 euro prize pool, and there's 2 challenges, so 500 euros for each winners. And this is quite unique way to get a real job from real companies, and even unique way to get a real candidates for your position from Wärtsilä and of course other participants from the event. And then the golden ticket for the winners to the main event at Helsinki. And there will be 1,000 or 2,000 coders around the globe. That is the one of the biggest events, hackathon events here in Finland and around Europe. And Junction has been around for 10 years about, and former Junction challenge partners are Kone, Fingrid, Granlund, GGI, Nokia, Tietoevry, and even HK Foods. So there have been a lot of different kind of companies around there. And if you are interested about that event, or you know somebody who is interested about this event, please scan the QR code and share with your friends. And of course, if you're interested about sponsoring or booking a stand from that event, you can always reach me out. And this is the most important thing, these 2 photos. It's the community, the people, and giving that opportunity to the right people and ambitious people. And I hope you brought your note-taking systems with you. I can see that there is already. So I'm going to talk next 10 minutes about startups, ecosystems, and then a little bit about our opportunity that we, VES and our partners, are going to open up. But first, because we are a generation of 30-second attention span, we are going to play. So hands up if you know who is this person. Few hands. I'm a bit scared. Okay, hands down. And do you know this company? Hands up. Everybody, yep. He is Miki Kuusi, one of the co-founders of Volt, and he is the most successful entrepreneur here in Finland at the moment. And his story begins from Aalto EAS. It's the same thing in Aalto University as Vaasa Entrepreneurship Society here at Vaasa. So we can give thanks to Aalto EAS that we can order food from our couch. But then, enough with the games. What is a startup? What is the definition of a startup? Well, it's a new business. Of course, there's the basics, often driven by the innovation in tech or in service or something new. And then it focuses on the rapid growth, getting more clients, new market areas, and one way of doing that is eating up or buying out competitors that are in your same field. And one way to do that, buying out competitors, is to have a strong brand, what you are doing. So the seller wants to be sold or bought. And of course, there's risks, and with scaling businesses, there's risks, and with new market areas, new team members, the startup has to be willing to take those risks with those new market areas and those new team members. startups typically seek funding to develop and launch their product or that service. And startups aim to disrupt an existing market or create a whole new market in their field that they dominate. And a thumb rule how you know you are not more a startup is this 50 million of run rate revenue. It's like projected revenue for a given period. And 100 employees and 500 million valuation. And valuation, you can think of importance of your innovation or patents, market position, clients, and so on, so on. But now you know what is the definition of startup and how I define it and what I mean by it. So how can you then actually find that startup idea? Well, of course, traveling is the good point, and I mean, Seinäjoki and Laihia is not enough, even though it's close by, but go to exotic places, learn about how they are living and what they use, and bring that to Finland and Vaasa. Then talk to people. That is the most better way to talking to customers and these potential customers or team members. Then of course, influencers in social media, they are that one way to get that mindset, but you have to be cautious that you are not just a consumer about that and start building your own stuff. Then of course, have hobbies, do different kind of stuff, and be curious, ask questions. Like today, you have to ask questions to learn about things, and try to find pivoting points or problem points that you can launch a business on it. And best way to get that is to find a job in, for example, in these areas, energy, capital market, AI, and boring businesses who want to use AI, space, robotics, automation, farming, and defense systems, because these all are changing quite rapidly. Well, now you know the definition of a startup and how can you find it, but how can you actually run it in the first phase? How can you take it from 0 to 1? Well, it helps if you have the passion for it, but it's not necessary, because if the world needs it, then you have to just deliver. Basics of running the company: selling, taxes, accounting, selling your vision, motivating the people in your team, marketing, brand creating. That's the basics of the company running, and you have to know it well. Learn how to be unique, and that's something you cannot do with ChatGPT. You have to find that your own voice, how you talk to people, how do you talk to those customers, how you find that everything. And of course you can use it with ChatGPT, and try to find your own persona, but that's important thing that you stand out in the crowd and use your own voice. Of course, selling your vision and convincing others to join your team is the most crucial thing if you want to develop that business. It's not enough that you are with yourself building some stuff, because you need people to help you and bring out that idea to life. And of course, you have to be a founder who has a shitload of courage to do something new, because it's scary and sometimes you don't believe in yourself, but if you just believe it and push through, then something new will happen. And now you know what is the definition of startup, how you can find it, and how you can run it in the first phase. Then what is an ecosystem and how that helps the startups and the founders? Well, in startup world, it means incubators where the startups are born in universities or in student-run projects. Of course, there's hacker houses, mentors, funding, investors, and these founders who want to help each other. And everybody has their own mission that they need to accomplish or they are trying to get. And with VES, we try to find the best students around Vaasa, around Finland, and influence them with the right mindset, with right tools, right people, and with right responsibilities that they grow to that potential that they are trying to find and create those success stories like Volt. And this is the example that I want to show you, that in Vaasa we don't have that strong ecosystem around startups that Helsinki has. In every corner in Helsinki there are some kind of startup incubator or something, and they are helping each other with that. But I lied a bit, I have to be truthful. Of course we have Startup Factory, a new initiative, and then West Coast Startup, Hanken Business Lab, Vasek and Starttia. But I'm trying to convince you that here in Vaasa we have a huge potential to use and give the responsibility to students and create something new. And that's why we are opening up an opportunity for students and everybody here at Vaasa with our partners, that if you have a startup idea or a project you want to pull through, then you can just send your pitch deck to that email or what kind of way you want to send it, letter or anything. And even today you can start pitching this idea to me and Oskari if you want to make it happen. We have the connections, we have the network, we have the funding, we have everything that we need to build those new events and projects here in Vaasa. So for the final slide, I want to say, start doing, spend time with the crazy ones. They are the ones who create and disrupt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. That was really, really informative. That gave us another pathway into Finnish society, just not as an employee, but also as an employer. Thank you so much. We have prepared something for you, which we would like to share with you.
And now the questions.
Oh, yes. Any questions for Robin? First. So there's two.
I was burning with a question. I was waiting for you to invite us to question. Thank you very much for the captivating presentation. I really enjoyed it. My question is, what advice would you give to someone who is or is supposed to become an entrepreneur by circumstance? By that I mean, this is someone who's never seen themselves as an employer, as an entrepreneur, starting something as a founder, but due to circumstances, either joblessness or they just find themselves wanting to impact more, what advice would you give them?
I think the best way is to find those people who you admire and spend time with them and try to learn much from them, because they have done something that you want to build, or not the exact same thing, but something, and you can learn from the methods in there. And of course, thinking big, not just if you try to build a business in Finland, that is good and enough, but if you want to really create a success stories and so on, but you have to think big and how you can go to even Sweden and other places. So thinking big and surrounding yourself with mentors and same-minded people. People like Wes.
Yeah. Yes. And I believe we had a second question from here.
Okay, I have two questions actually.
Yep.
First one, this pitch, is it only open to students, like the 150 participants? Is it only for students or anybody can participate? This is the first question.
Anybody who knows how to code and want to...
Anybody who knows how?
To code.
To code, okay,
yeah.
Great.
It's a hackathon, so of course if you have a team...
Do you have like a technology like Python or...
Yeah, it's a... Well, you can use whatever technology you want, and there will be mentors from Wärtsilä and Veo who will tell you what they want, and you will then give the one solution you think is the best And if the jury thinks that this is the best solution, you will win the event.
Okay. And the second question, like, do you have any specification on the type of ideas that you accept from participants in your society?
Well, it has to support the startup ecosystem in Vaasa or in Finland somehow.
Okay, so there is no limitation on the kind of, because it could be tech, it could be business, it could be even social sciences, it could be anything, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Awesome questions. Do we have more? Oh. So which one first? You.
You said send me an email if you have a pitch.
Yep.
So what's the technology readiness level of the pitch do I need to have? And what do I get from sending you the pitch?
Well, it always helps if you have a perfect idea and perfect action plan, but if you don't have any, we can always look it together, and if you don't know where to start, we can help to find you the people who know how to help you. And what was the second question? What do you get from it?
Yeah, well, like, yeah, what are the, let's say my ideas are good, you give me feedback, yeah, very nice, here are some people to work with. What if my ideas are not good, and what happens then? Do I get like some sort of a feedback?
Yeah, of course there will be feedback that if this is some kind of, yeah, that some people are already doing this, or it's not relevant or suitable for Vaasa area, or it works better in Helsinki or in some other places, so we can help you find the right place to start that idea, or whatever is the problem. So the main reason is that you will get that honest feedback for that idea, and the right people, of course, to work with it.
Okay, I have a question. So if I have an idea like making the smart pots can automatically control the plant, control the temperature and the lines, and so how you can help me? Like what just the advice or a technical or employees? Or
well, we can try to find you the people that can help you with the technical stuff, with the funding, with the market entry plan, with everything that you need to get that product from that garage to that shelf of a store or wherever you sell it. So we can help you with that. And of course, I cannot help you with the technical things,
yeah,
or I can try, but it won't be a good example. But we can try to find the people who know how to help you, and of course, we want to help you build that thing here in Vaasa.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's good conversations, good questions, and we have more.
Okay, you have been in the heart of this ecosystem in Vaasa. So let's say 2 years, 3 years down the line, where do you see the whole Vaasa ecosystem developing towards startup ecosystem? Sorry.
That's a really good question. I hope we have more students who want to run different projects that help the ecosystem, and we create that buzz around here in Vaasa and try to help that ecosystem that we already have here in Vaasa around energy, and want to use that. So that is the main thing. See more students who run their projects here in Vaasa that help the startup ecosystem, and of course something to do with energy.
Okay, one more question. I myself have been talking to a lot of internationals, like you should change your mindset from being just a job seeker to, like, let's say, change maker, or creating employment yourself for others as well. So but still ecosystems like VES or even Vaasa Startup Factory
has not yet been able to like completely address the internationals to some extent, right? So what are the plans do you have in the future to address internationals?
Get them more along with the projects and give them opportunities to build what they want and the freedom of doing and the responsibility that they can also create projects here in Vaasa. They don't just have to consume these projects, they can also build them.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we have any other question? In the absence of no, thank you so much, Robin. Thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you. We are running.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are almost running towards the end of our program. I would like. So we are honored. Oh, yes. So we have the Mentimeter questions before we move to the next speaker.
Yes, there's now room for discussions for all of you. Now we have heard from Robin a lot of very insightful information. I'm sure now that if some of you have had an idea and you have been maybe a little bit thinking that could this become the next success project, maybe now you have some places to go to with your idea. But let's see. We had few good questions, so we want to hear what the rest of you think about this. So now room for a small discussion. And now on the screen you can again find the QR code. If you have lost your access to menti.com, you can find the web address and the code on the top. So please join for one more time. And let's go to the round of questions. So first question, what motivates you most about entrepreneurship and startups? So I'm sure the previous talk brought some keywords to the surface. So what are they? What motivates you most? And if you lost the access to Menti, you can still find the web address and the code on the top. So just go to your browser on your phone and type in menti.com and the code, and you will be ready to answer. And now, like some of you have already started, feel free to discuss the things you are typing into Menti. Maybe some of you have already started working on your project. Maybe you are looking forward to making a living out of it. So please share with your fellow table mates. What are you thinking about this theme? And we can see that there's many different reasons already that are motivating some of you when thinking about entrepreneurship and startups. Freedom, of course, being the biggest one right now. But there's many different ways to say it. Okay, some of you are still typing. I'll give you a moment. Okay, let's continue to the next question. You can see the results on the screen. Maybe some motivating factors that you didn't even think about. The next question, there's of course always two sides to everything. So what is the biggest challenge for young entrepreneurs in Vaasa today? So maybe Robin, with his speech, already cleared some things out for you. Maybe there was some challenge you were thinking this morning that this is the one thing that is preventing me from starting my own small business or realizing my great idea. So what are the challenges right now? Maybe it's just a matter of you think something is a challenge, but there is already a solution, but you just don't know it yet. But please let us know, what do you think is a challenge for you right now? A lot of mentions about information being hard to find or not knowing where to start. Also courage has been mentioned, just like previously. Some of you mentioned that you were too shy or afraid to get in contact with the Finnish companies. So I guess that's one of the big words today. I hope that coming here to this event today was already your first step in taking initiative and being more open and stepping up to the challenge. Yes, there's some good points there. Hopefully it's useful information for entities like VES to know what people are worried about. So then the people who can help you can be proactive in informing you about how easy things can be after all. And then let's go to the final question. And it's an easy multiple choice question. Once again, I want your take on this question. So if you could get support for one thing as a young entrepreneur, what would it be? So what is the single most biggest thing that you would want support for when you are a young entrepreneur and trying to realize your idea or start a small business? Funding and mentoring seem to be the two answer choices that are brought up here. And I think that These are especially the ones that that Robin was talking about earlier, and there are, if your idea is good enough and you believe in it, you can find help with these if you just know to find the right people. So hopefully after today you have just a little bit more information on how you could proceed with your idea. Okay, that was my final question on this matter. So, how are you feeling? Are you going to become entrepreneurs tomorrow? Next week? Next month? Hopefully some of you are now a little bit more open to realizing your ideas. Because there are people who can help you. And now you know who they are. At least to get you started. Okay. If there is anything somebody would like to share or add, feel free to raise your hand. This is now your final moment. We will have just a couple more things. And after that, we can continue the discussion in other places, but luckily we have a speech here. Let's see.
Hello, thank you. My name is Johanna Kauppinen. I used to work in this city for about 20 years as a lawyer in Wärtsilä, and now I'm a lawyer for the sausage factory Snellman. I miss Vaasa a little bit, I have to say. But this is actually a marketing speech. We have been pitching things. There's a relatively new association, Vaasa for All. It's an NGO. I think we have some board members here. Some of them were already here, but anyways, yeah. It's an association where the primary goal is to make Vaasa a place of belonging for all. Very ambitious sort of goal, but we felt, and this is Lukumanu, Laila, we have people from 5 continents. I am the current chairperson, and basically the idea is to help Vaasa people help each other to feel at home. It costs you 10 euros, you get information, and you have the chance to participate and shape how the association grows. So follow us on Instagram, Vaasa for All, and stay tuned. Thank you. End of marketing.
Thank you, Johanna, for marketing pitch. But yeah, get networked people. Okay, so if there's nothing anybody wants to add or share at this point, we can go to the conclusions and wrap up this evening of innovation. So please, we are ready to invite our final guest for today.
So we are honored to have him with us today at Young Talk 25. He is Finland's Minister for European Affairs and Ownership Steering. He brings deep insight into Finland's role in Europe and how the state shapes its future through strategic ownership. He's also known for his forward-thinking leadership and strong connection to youth engagement, innovation, and inclusiveness. Please welcome Joachim Strand.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. So tonight we've heard voices from across the world and across our own region, stories of ambition, resilience, and creativity. We have seen how global expertise and local strengths can be powerful together. Vaasa and Ostrobotnia and larger Finland's future will be shaped by the choices we make today, by the choices you and we make today. Welcoming young international talent is about enriching our communities, diversifying our thinking, and connecting our industries to global opportunities. Every new perspective strengthens our capacity to innovate, to solve complex problems, and to thrive in increasingly interconnected world. We are fortunate to live and work in a region that already has much to offer. A world-class energy technology cluster, a vibrant academic environment, rich cultural life, and the closeness of nature. Vaasa is a city built on connections between businesses and education, industry, innovation, people, and ideas. It's a place where entrepreneurship is encouraged, where businesses can grow globally, and where young talent can find not just jobs, but build careers that make a difference. We need to remind ourselves of the fact that the energy technology companies, what do? They fight climate change on a global level. That's what they do, and they do it more than any other area in the Nordic countries. So here, collaboration is a part of our DNA, and that tradition of working together is exactly what will enable us to grow stronger. And if we think about the 180 companies we have today in the cluster, their common joint goal is to grow until 2030 from 6 billion in turnover to 10 billion, from 13,000 jobs to 20,000 direct jobs. And when it comes to private R&D, they want to grow from 250 million to around 300 million euros every single year. So that's a lot. The conversations you've had tonight are only the beginning. The ideas generated here at these tables, in your pitches and in your discussions, are only the start. What we do next will determine how they grow. Businesses, educators, policymakers, and communities, they all have a role to play in making Vaasa and Finland a place where young international professionals can not only work, but build a life, a career, and a home. We really want to welcome all people to Vaasa, and I am, as a member of the City Council for more than 20 years and also chairman for the previous 12 years, not anymore, but I'm extremely proud of the fact that we have around 100 different nationalities in Vaasa, 70 working only in Wärtsilä, as Johanna has represented before, and we have around 100 languages as well spoken in Vaasa. So, and that's something we need to develop further, and also on a national level we should be able to attract much more talent and international students. Our young people are the future, but the conditions for their success, our success, are built today. The choices we make now, the partnerships we forge, and the opportunities we create will determine whether they inherit a region that is thriving and inclusive. So let's commit to turning tonight's energy into action. Let's build networks that last beyond this event. Young Talk 25 is proof that when ideas meet action, change happens. We very much thank you, and I want to personally thank you for taking part in this event, and I want to also thank all the organizers. You have done an extremely good job, and usually big things start from small meetings, small ideas, things that you didn't even know that could happen. And that's what I want to shortly finish off by telling the story of Jon Wikström from Vaasa region, who went to Chicago in the 1890s. He was a personal friend of Henry Ford. He developed the first cars with Henry Ford, also for the World Show in Paris at that time. He founded 3 companies in Chicago as well, and when he came back to Vaasa, he started a factory, and as he noted that there are not many roads in Finland, so he think, okay, maybe there's not a market for cars, but he saw that there's a market for engines for boats, and he founded the company at around the same place where Wärtsilä today has the biggest investment ever in the history. So in a way, the innovation heritage and spirit in this region, and when it comes to energy solutions, developing machines, comes in a way from from Mr. Wikström, who together with Henry Ford made cars, and with the same production methods then started making engines for boats. But maybe if he had not met Mr. Ford, we don't know if we would be sitting here today. So that's why you should never underestimate small meetings and meeting different peoples, because usually one meeting can also change a whole region, a country, and the world. So warm thank you, and I hope that we will see each other during this week and also in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joachim. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for your inspirational words. And as a token of thanks, we would like to present you with a small gift. And let's have a group photo, of course. Yes. Yeah, the photographers were not fast enough. Okay, thank you, Joachim. As we are reaching now the end of today's event, we still have some final conclusions for you today. So we have had many discussions. We have had it from different perspectives. There's a lot of players in this game. There's the international talent, there's the companies. There are big companies, small companies, medium-sized companies, anything you could imagine. So there are many, many different ways to find and reach your goal after all. And I hope that the talks have been inspirational. We found together discussing, we found some key challenges. I hope there are some people here in this room who want to be in the forefront to tackle those challenges. And if we can figure out the challenges and the obstacles are not so big after all, maybe we can reach even better tomorrow. And how about you, Johanna and Kathy? What did you guys think about today? What did we find out?
A lot of inspiring stories and very informative. I hope it was the same for many people here in the audience, especially a change of perspective, because it has been for me.
And I'm so proud of all of you for challenging yourself and coming to this evening, having conversation with different people you might not have met before. So I'm proud of you. Good job.
So as we wrap up today's discussion, one central solution has emerged across every theme, and that is the idea of co-ownership of the mismatch and the solution to it. Thriving is not just about recruitment, it's about mindset, infrastructure, and shared responsibility. International talent must be seen not as guests, but as builders of the future. SMEs must shift from passive to proactive, and entrepreneurs must see each other as co-creators of a more dynamic, diverse, and globally connected economy.
So we already have talent and we have business needs. The final step is building bridges that enable, sustain, and develop connections through international networking, open hiring practices, practical support systems, and inclusive communities. When we stop waiting for someone else to act first and instead start collaborating boldly, Finland becomes not just a place to work, but a place to belong, grow, and lead. Thank you very much for joining this evening, and that's it.
Thank you, everyone,
Thank you
for taking part. And as the final thing, we would like to ask all the volunteers who took part in organizing this event to join us here in the front.
For a group photo. For a group photo.
Yes. So, all the volunteers, could you please come to the front, and we will have a group photo together so we can have a nice memory of this day.
I suppose, about 8 years ago, I don't know. I'm so old already. My memory is not so good. But anyway, Young Talk, we have been organizing 6 years now. And we are very proud of you all that you are here. It's nice to have also, of course, companies and stakeholders, because we need us to be together. And this is our Young Talk Team 25. We always start as we ask people who want to be here and work with us, volunteer. Next year it could be you if you want. And we always have, we do what we say, what you have said to us. We try to walk to talk. And as Sarah has told about last year's experiences with Ready for Talents, and Kartik and Sarah has been project leaders for that one. And Kartik is now continuing work, and then we are doing next project or we are planning next step. And hopefully you are involved as much as possible. So this is, as Sarah has said, this is a movement. This is not a project. This is nothing like that. This is a movement. We want you to stay here. We want you to enjoy to be in Vaasa. We want to be a safe, kind and human place to be and work. But most of all, I want to thank all these people. So big hugs and still once more, I want to thank you. Everybody. There are many people who have been many years here. For example, he has been many years here. Sami has been many years working with us and so on. And they have stayed. So I think they have had a nice time. I hope so. But I want to thank Sarah, especially today, because she is leaving us a little bit, not so much, but anyway, but she's starting her teacher career at WAMC. So some of you maybe meet her in our University of Applied Sciences as a teacher in business. And I'm sure that she's really competent also in that. It's like a child is leaving a little bit, but we are very close anyway. So thank you, Sarah, for your great work, and Sarah and Kartik for your very good work together. And I know that Kartik, you are doing good work, continuing this project to end and planning for the new one. So I hope you all enjoyed this evening, and thank you from WAMC's and Vaasa University's team for this time. And of course to the Minister Jokke, who is our godfather. He has been always with us. Now he's, as he said, he is now a minister. He was not a minister when he started this career. Okay, thank you.